Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Breakout Invitational, the final day, day number 3. My name is Fear Dragon, and joined with me today is going to be Team Tempo from Team IVD. How are you doing today, man?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself, my friend?
Not too bad. I've had some pretty awesome days the past 2 days, casting it up with Nanman and, of course, Rifkin, but also
Yep.
Current TV, who's been here the entire damn
Current
time. So,
TV, he's a boss. I'll tell you right now. I just gave him a big shout out on my Twitter too, man.
yeah, man.
Called him the wonderful Current TV. I'm sorry that I didn't say the wonderful Fear Dragon, but you know what I'm saying. Current
Dude,
TV
I
is the
totally
best.
feel it because people have been like complimenting the production, all that stuff. That is like all Current TV with obviously some of the help for the art assets from Cybert. So thank you so much to both of those guys. Be sure to check them out at Current TV, and I think it's at CNC Cybert. But Tempo, I mean, we have quite an awesome day ahead of us. We're going to be starting off with 4 best of 3 show matches between the semi-finalists who have made it through those group stages. Those 2 players from each group that have advanced on is going to be Clarity Gaming's Reborn. We have Team Gravity's Kraos. We have Complexity Gaming's Hendrilisk. And we
Yep.
have Siphon, all advancing
Okay.
on from their groups. And they're
Yep.
going to be playing against established North American pro gamers, such as QXE, such as Masa, such as Petraeus, and such
Yep.
as Puck, actually one of your teammates.
Hey, he's a pretty good.
Pretty
I
damn
heard that was a
good.
pretty good team. I heard that IVD was pretty good.
All right, sounds good. But with that being said, really quickly want to give a breakdown for maybe anyone that's tuning in for the first time today. There are a bunch of other things going on with the Breakout Invitational today that you can actually be aware of, including a lot of giveaways. So we actually have these things called Azzy's Unique Plushies. Azzy has actually been making these plushies. You can actually check out the website. Maybe that will actually be linked in the chat if Azzy's tuning in right now. But Azzy's Unique Plushie is just giving, or he's giving away a Stalker, a Marine, and a Zergling. If you want one of these plushies, all you have to do to be entered to win in the random raffle giveaway is follow and tweet at both myself and your favorite player to win the entire tournament, and just tweet at us saying something. You have to make sure that you're following both the player, because I'm going to be checking that, and you have to
Yeah.
make sure you're following me, because I can't direct message you unless you follow me. So be sure to do that, and you'll have an opportunity to win that. Doesn't matter if you're international, like outside in Europe, or you're in the United States, Canada, Mexico, as long as you're not in Antarctica or some kind of crazy war zone, we can ship it to you. All right, so be sure to enter into that. It's totally free to do, so there's no reason not to, and you get an awesome StarCraft plushie. But of course, we're not actually the only ones doing giveaways. There's actually a site called goimba.com that people have been betting on this entire tournament, and it's completely free betting, no real money involved, but you can actually get some effective real money out of it, because they are giving away Steam gift cards. I believe it's up to 20 euros just
Okay.
for placing bets. They're going to have raffles for that. There's another Steam gift card being given away for whoever actually gets the best betting points. Like, so you accumulate your points up by
Overall,
betting,
yeah.
and you get a chance to win a Steam gift card. They have a bunch of different things going on, so be sure to check that out. And actually, every time you bet, you're actually helping to contribute to the Breaking Out prize pool, because GoImba is actually helping to donate to every time that you accumulate 100 points. 100 points is accumulated by either betting or, liking their page on Facebook. Whenever you do one of those 2 things, you increase the number of points, and every single time they reach 100 points, they donate $10 to the prize pool. So far,
Wow.
we're at $80 being donated by
Just by the
GoImba.com.
wow, really?
Yeah, and
Okay.
they said up to $100. We're almost there. So guys, make sure that you're betting today so we can get up to the $100 mark and
I
have.
think we will, man.
I'm
It's
feeling
day
it.
number 3. It is the finals as well. Gonna
Yeah.
do some show matches, but oh man.
It's gonna be awesome. And of course, really, really awesome that everyone's been sticking around, tuning in. And if you want to just donate directly to the prize pool, you want to support the players that are playing in this tournament. And we do actually pay out all the way to 8th place. So even if you're not, your favorite players maybe not in the tournament anymore, because I know we've had some really sick games, some really close games, and some really great players have already been knocked out. We can still donate to the prize pool, and actually they will get still some portion of the prize pool. And you can do that by just going down just below the stream. There's a big logo that says Breakout Invitational. Click on that logo. It'll take you to the PayPal to donate to the prize pool. But Tempo, with that being said, I
My
think we're
cat is
pretty much-
meowing furiously right now. I
Dude,
don't
your
know
cat
why.
is ready for
Can you,
StarCraft.
exactly ready for these sick games that are gonna be going on. Apparently. She's like,
Apparently,
when are they gonna
man.
start? When are they gonna start? I can
And-
understand meow, man.
Yeah, definitely, man. And you know what? We actually have the game getting started, and I have to give a shout out because we are going to be jumping into the first series. It's going to be Kraos versus QXE, and QXE is such a professional badass that he is actually the only player
Setting.
making the game and setting up everything for us. It's not the game hard version, so we're going to be lacking some of like the logos and stuff. But we'll get that fixed for game number 2. I'm just appreciative that QXE does this.
He does it on, yeah.
Uh,
Even the no match history, everything like is pretty much there.
yeah,
He's ready to go too. He started it. Wow. So
exactly.
wow, we're gonna go into a ZVT first of all.
And yeah, this is going to be one of the 4 show matches. So for those who don't know, show matches are going to be best of 3. It's from the exact same map pool as the Breakout Invitational map pool, and it's going to be the exact same format. So if you've been tuning in for any of the group stages yesterday, you'll kind of know how this is going to go. But Tempo, ZVT, King Sejong Station, Kraos versus QXE. What are you feeling, man? What are you thinking?
Oh well, ZVT is one of those matchups that's like really standard, right? That's a mechanical matchup. QXE doesn't do too much. Like he's very aggressive, as people would say, but
Yeah.
I feel like lately he's been doing a lot of very standard ZVT. Like he doesn't do like proxy two
Yeah.
racks with a
Yeah,
Reaper
yeah.
or something. Like he plays a lot, very standard, relies on his mechanics, and just tries to beat his opponent. So
Yeah.
what about Kraos though? Like
Yeah.
what does he bring to the table?
Kraos is, of course, one of the breaking out players, one of the semifinalists, and we're actually going to really quickly jump into the game, introduce the players, and then I'll talk a little bit about Kraos as we spawn down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map on top of the purple Terran player representing Team Complexity. It is Complexity's QXE.
And his opponent spawning in the top left corner of the map. It is from Team Gravity, the Red Zerg, Kraos. Oh,
All
snap.
right.
Well, King Sejong Station, right? So ZVT on this map. You see a lot of ZVT, or ZVPs rather, that really go to the late, maybe mid game, even farther. I feel like everything that I associate with this map has to do with the long game, like lately at least.
Yeah.
I feel like every time that I think about a lot of spine crawlers and swarm hosts and whatnot, I always think of King Sejong
Oh my
Station.
god. That is actually so true. You see swarm hosts on this map really freaking often, which is kind of funny because just the way that the natural expansion and everything are like kind of close and further out in the middle of the map. You think like Mutalisk and air units would be really awesome on this map, but
Yeah.
I mean more often than we do end up seeing those kind of
Oh
swarm host
man.
plays. Ooh.
Indeed. Oh no. I actually
Oh.
I thought to my head I thought QXE was doing like a proxy 2-rack,
Oh, okay.
but no, he's not.
Yeah.
It seems
Um,
pretty standard. However, though, Kraos is gonna go ahead and get his pool first before the hatchery.
Yeah, 14
Which
pool going down.
is something that you don't usually see in ZVT though,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he may try to take advantage of the early game, maybe catch QXE off guard. If he went for CC first, he would be kind of screwed, but
Yeah.
QXE is going to go for Reapers here, and this build allows you to deal with the Reaper, get speed, and if you want to get speed, you actually can deny the natural of the Terran, so...
Yeah, definitely. And, it's kind of cool to see this out of Chris. I know that he generally does like to go for the spawning pool first. Just overall, he feels a little bit safer doing it.
Okay.
But one kind of cool thing is that you were saying about QXE, you were talking about QXE before the game started, like, oh, he's one of these kind of aggressive players. He definitely relies on that sort of macro and, like, mechanics and all that kind of play, like, getting toward maybe, like, the mid to late game. Kraos is actually kind of similar in a lot of ways. He really does like to be one of those sort of get to the late game players and then be really aggressive on multiple different fronts. Honestly, when I see Kraos play, I oftentimes think, is this a Terran player off racing a Zerg? Because he sometimes feels that way, like moving around with the Zerglings and multiple.
Well, who's like that too, though? Like Life, right? Life is one of these kind of Zergs that does the same kind of thing as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And of course, you get like Red, say, right, who's really greedy and doesn't.
Oh yeah.
So there's two different styles, of course, that you can play. But when these two people kind of clash against each other, who do you think will get the upper hand? Of course, I think that Terran in general kind of gets a better edge if they are aggressive because of the mules and whatnot. But if you don't do damage as a Zerg, right, and you kind of slack on the drones,
yeah. Because every single unit that you're making to be aggressive is a drone that you could have made. So
exactly,
it's a little bit harder. Whereas Terran, they can make both the production army units and their SCVs and the mules
at the
and everything.
same time. Yep.
But it still should be interesting because, and I'm just excited for this because when you have two aggressive players, you tend to have some pretty awesome games come out.
Yeah. Well, especially with Kraos going for the you know, spawning pool in the gas first. He got his speed on the way. Hasn't utilized it yet, but he definitely could if he wanted to.
Yeah, and at the same time, QXE getting up his third command center. Ooh, two Zerglings for Kratos actually coming over.
There's
And
nothing here.
yeah, the Reapers on the both of the Reapers on the other side of the map. They're actually doing a really nice job with the micro of being able to almost take out a queen down to just 17 hit points. But at the same time, the SCV down to 15 himself. That was trying to build.
He's gonna get away.
Oh,
What a boss. What? Wait.
oh, Kratos, he's trying to cut it off. He's trying to cut it off. He just needs one more hit. Sick micro. Sick micro from QXE, and actually now QXE, he has his attention back. He can go after that queen that's low in health for Kratos. Oh,
it's gonna go down. So at least the two queens here, though. Kratos the duo build where he didn't commit to his gas. It's not like he's gonna do like a Baneling all-in or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
Got speed, can be able to deal with the Hellions and whatnot, and QXE going for the 3CC. This third may be able to get denied, of course, but I don't know what Kratos is gonna want to do here. He's droning, man.
He's playing that good old Zerg game, and he has 4 Zerglings out now with speed, so he can chase down those Reapers. It's going to be hard for QXE to do a whole lot more damage, but I mean, with the Hellions joining in, that kind of changed, that statement sort of turns on its head, and suddenly you can actually start going after those queens maybe once again. There's still, again, as you said, 2 queens over here, and those queens are not exactly larva injecting or anything, so...
Exactly.
Oh,
they're trying to spread the creep over to the third in order for this to be a lot easier to defend. Because QXE already has his third command center finished. He's making it into an orbital. And Kratos hasn't even finished his base. He's only halfway done, so... I feel like if Kratos obviously doesn't do anything, QXE is going to have a really nice position as he goes into the mid-game. Pretty, I mean, even the worker count, 39 to 32 with 3 mules. I think that's pretty...
yeah, it's pretty
not
good.
a position you want to be in as a Zerg, for sure. But
Yeah,
it's not like
definitely.
the 45 now. He's good.
Well, Kratos is starting to take a couple more of his gas guys, going up to 4 gas, and his third expansion is going to be finishing up pretty soon. The creep spread finally kind of reaching over there, so he should be having a much better time trying to defend over at that location. But, I mean, where do you think his gas is going to be going at this point? We kind of talked a little bit about, like, Mutalisk maybe being okay on this map, Swarmhost being very iconic on this map.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Swarmhost is one thing that you do against, like, mech, but QXE isn't really known for mech play. I don't know the last mech game I've seen from him before. But the lair coming before the Evo Chambers as they are getting taken by Kratos is interesting. Maybe he will go right into Aspire, you know, because a lot of times you'll see that the Zerg will go ahead and get the upgrades before the lair and, you know, throw it on a Baneling Nest. But he feels like he's pretty safe. He can do whatever he wants to do.
Oh, actually, it looks like Kratos trying to engage against those Hellions and the Reapers and ends up losing 1 queen. Takes out a Hellion, but, oh, man. That's
really scary, man. Like, as a Terran player.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually really scary for a Zerg player. If QXE wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, he definitely could. The creep is there, so obviously obviously QXE wouldn't know if he was going to get surrounded, but that's a scary force right here in the mid-game as you're kind of powering out the rest of your army, so...
Definitely. And here's the big problem right now. I feel like Kratos has kind of just been kept back on his side of the map for maybe even a little bit longer than usual, just because QXE has now gotten a 3rd expansion up and everything, and it's like mining. This is generally you end up seeing like the Terran player get up their 3rd command center or orbital command, and then kind of sits there and makes a couple SCVs for them, drops down some mules, but it's not actually landed at the 3rd expansion for a while.
Yeah. But here comes a nice engagement there. Got to be careful though. Those lings are going to get taken out. Not on creep, of course, so... That is his little safe haven. But, he's going to try to get a good surround here, and he might get everything here. The Hellions and all the Reapers are going to get surrounded by these lings. And without the Hellion support, it seems like those Reapers are just going to use their cliff jumping ability to get up there. But that's pretty much the map dominance pretty much given away.
Yeah, exactly. It was those sort of mobile units that he can micro with, and QXE ended up losing those to these speed Zerglings. Chris really caught him off guard, and he's gonna finally chase down that remaining Hellion and Reaper that are kind of left alive.
Get taken out. Wow.
I mean, now I'd love to see Kratos maybe start to get a little bit more on the offensive, but look at this. QXE, he is such a drop-heavy Terran player. This is kind of what he got known for back even in the Wings of Liberty beta, back in the very early launch of StarCraft 2. And now he's coming out with 2 drops once again, going to the natural expansion. Is Kratos going to be prepared? He did see it with an Overlord.
He did. And the thing about King Sejong Station is that you do, the natural, of course, is easily dropped, but it's easily seen as well. So if you're able to react to it, then you're going to be okay. And he's
Oh,
gonna lose a little bit here, you know? This is only minerals here from QXC, and
yeah.
he's losing a lot of drones here. There's actually no units here.
Oh,
Whoa!
GG. Wow. Okay, well, I
All
mean,
right.
I have to say, like, I saw all the Zerglings coming in over there for Kratos, and, you know, I was
Whacked,
thinking,
whacked. I don't even know, man. What happened there?
I think so. One thing that's worth noting that we didn't really touch upon quite as much is that QXE actually got, because Kratos delayed his 1-1 upgrades to get up his lair tick a little bit faster. His 1-1 upgrades were actually a decent bit behind Kratos's, or sorry, behind QXE's, which is already finished. So he moved in over there behind the mineral line and everything. So it's not as good of a surface area for those Zerglings. And I think Kratos was expecting they would be able to clean up those Marines. And when he didn't clean up, he was just like, well, I don't have, like, I'm gonna either lose my hatchery or I'm gonna lose a ton of my drones, and
He
I
lost
don't
a
know
lot
how
of
I can come back
drones,
to
man.
this. It's like non-committal, as
Well,
you're
he
saying.
just didn't feel like he wanted to play it out, especially because we were talking about QXC getting his third up really.
Oh,
Hmm? Oh, wow.
yeah,
Oh,
during the game.
my bad. I'm
Um,
like,
yeah, but yeah, you were saying like it was not a huge commitment for QXC to go for that, and it worked out really really well. So Creo's kind of unprepared for it, I think. Um,
yeah, but I don't. It's just weird because he did get this around on the Hellions and whatnot, so you got the map control, and then it just,
yeah,
I don't know. It feels like one of the like, you can also all in, right? So you kill off the Hellions and the Reapers and
yeah,
whatnot,
yeah.
and then make a bunch of Banelings and just go and kill your opponent. But
Hmm.
I don't know. It's kind of a little bit strange, of course. I think.
Yeah, a bit of an early GD almost. It felt
I
like.
would say so. Yeah. I'm not. Yeah.
Sometimes I guess you just want to get into that mentality and say like game number 2, let's just do it. Let's not like kind of mess with our head and get into like that sort of slump of, oh, I feel like I'm playing like this game where
Oh,
I'm losing for like 8 minutes. But let's go ahead,
this
jump
is
into the game.
QXC for you. Okay, go ahead.
Players. Yeah, so spawning down up here in the top right hand corner. Now moving over to the gold expansion, we have the Terran player in purple representing Team Complexity is Complexity's QXC.
And little does he know, his opponent in the top left corner of the map from Team Gravity, down one game, hoping to even out the series. It is Kratos. And this is QXC, man. Like this
This
is
is QXC. This is like his
oh
build.
god, he always does this, man. I swear, I love it though. It's really nice.
Yeah. And it's worth noting that this is also QXC's map pick. And again, QXC is known for this because, yeah, there have been other players, for Terran players, who've tried lifting up to the gold expansion and everything. We've seen this in Pro League. But QXC is one of the players that really figured out how to build your buildings at the gold expansion
Yeah,
to defend against any kind of crazy early aggression that a Zerg player will throw at you.
exactly. I think a lot of the talk about how to defend, like say the drone pull,
Mm-hmm.
revolves around walling off your mineral line as opposed to walling off the ramp. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So QXC gonna put down the supply depot here, and just the way that he makes it so that the if there was a drone pull, it wouldn't be as effective. He's not trying to wall off the ramp at all.
Yeah.
He just wants to wall off his mineral line because that's what you save. It doesn't matter if the lings or the drones get in. You just have to make sure that your the surface area is not as good.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
but Kratos though, oh my god, he's doing a 14-14.
Huh, this is really interesting. I mean, he's seen exactly what QXE is up to, and he's going to be going for the spawning pool, getting up the gas guys and everything. I feel like after seeing your opponent land at the gold expansion, if you still go for the spawning pool first, you're definitely planning to do some kind of crazy aggression, right?
He has to. He hasn't taken an expansion yet, so he wants to try to break QXC here. But this is pretty much a quote unquote standard ZVT opener for the QXC, but it's just a little bit more. The gold obviously gives you better income, right?
Yeah.
So the actual
Mhm,
build is the same, but of course you're vulnerable because of the lift
mhm.
and the position.
Yeah, the way I like to think of it is it's like you delay your build a little bit early on, but then you actually get ahead of where your build
Exactly,
will be
yeah.
later on. So it's like you're just waiting for that kind of tip over point where suddenly the gold mineral income has actually allowed you to get further ahead of where you would have actually been at any point in the game.
And if you're not like, you're
Yeah.
able to get it uncontestedly, right? And
Mhm.
you get that advantage without really taking any losses.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like doing your regular build and you're fine. So
Yeah.
Kratos is going to try to go ahead and be aggressive, getting the gas, but he still hasn't done anything, man. And I feel like he's going to, I don't know if he doesn't know
how to deal with
Too
this.
much, yeah, because there are
Yeah.
like many ways to deal with it for sure.
I mean, he's made 6 Zerglings, which I think is it's an okay amount. I mean, sometimes you see Zerg players make 6 Zerglings. Generally, I end up seeing 4 though, and he hasn't really been able to get aggressive with it because I mean, QXC actually
No.
has enough Marines to easily hold off 6 Zerglings.
Yeah.
I
Well,
I just
6 more are going to be on the way. Speed's going to finish too.
Mhm.
I think that Kraos, yeah, he took out of gases, so he doesn't want to do any Baneling attack. He just wants to hold this with Speedlings, and here comes QXC though, already being aggressive.
Yeah, and Kratos is immediately going to have to make a couple more Zerglings. So luckily for him, his Zergling speed is going to be finishing up just in time for this. And QXC is actually going to back up just before Zergling speed finishes up. That's actually just really, really solid timing for him. But oh, actually, I'm not sure. He might
Yeah.
actually get caught.
Yeah, he's going to get into a good position here. The Scanipede
Mhm.
obviously providing moral support. Like, did he? Oh, I thought he shot it, but no, it's good. But now though,
Ooh,
QXC just.
Kratos.
Here comes
Oh,
more.
almost gets the run by. Doesn't quite get it over into that quote unquote main base, the gold expansion. But I suppose he can now pick away at that barracks. At the same time, where's that? QXC, it's so funny because he doesn't feel comfortable moving away from that Zollinga watchtower with those Marines. He just doesn't want to get surrounded, right?
At all. He just wants to have that position. But the thing here is that you have to take into account that QXC is kind of on a timer as well.
Mhm.
This base does mine out pretty fast,
Yeah.
and he hasn't made another expansion. So, oh, actually, it's on the way, but no, it's a starport. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
QXC's not making a second base, so he's on a timer right now. And if he doesn't do critical damage, he's gonna be kind of screwed.
Yeah,
In the mid game, you know.
exactly. He's not going to have a transition out of this because, as you were saying, like the gold expansion is going to be mining out much faster than the main base. Kraos losing a lot of these Zerglings over here, but managed to take out one of these Hellions. The second Hellion going to be able to survive with some nice micro by QXC and going to repair that back up. But this, I agree with you. QXC is going to be on a timer, but he's actually making a pretty. He's going to be having a pretty scary army pretty soon because he
He
has a
will,
decent
yeah.
number of Marines. His Cloak Banshee is going to be on the way. Kraos
Wow.
is going up to his 3rd expansion, but no Lair Tuck
I
anywhere
was gonna
in
say
sight.
no lair at all, and wow, even the worker
Mm.
count, 25 to 30, but it is a gold that is being
Mhm.
mined, so it's kind of definitely giving it to QXC right now. But what he needs to do, of course, is make this push work, because if he doesn't, he's gonna run out of minerals eventually, and then Kraos is gonna be on 3 bases, is gonna be able to overwhelm him eventually, because obviously we're talking about how mechanical of a matchup that ZVT is.
Yeah. Well,
So
huh. QX is actually taking his old natural expansion. What do
he's
you
not taking
think about that?
his main.
That seems like that seems like an extra vulnerable location. I mean, yeah, there is like the closer distance for your units to move through, but I mean, even just walling off would be a huge boon. But oh, Banshees get revealed over here. Kraos running his Zerglings around, but oh my God, QXC just coming in with units from every single angle, taking off almost all those Zerglings. And what exactly does Kraos have left for the defense?
He doesn't have anything. He has 3 queens and a spine crawler, pretty much. Shoot. What is he gonna do? He has 1 link. I didn't.
Oh God,
What
Link
is
is
he gonna
gone.
do to deal with this? He has nothing.
He's powering up as many Zerglings as he can, but honestly, I don't know if he's going to be able to get them out in time. The Hellions are actually in pretty good number, so even though Zergling's not really going to be the exact best response for this, Sportcrawler does finish up, so he is able to deal with that Cloak Banshee. Oh, does not quite get the
Still
takeoff.
survives. And that 3rd is under massive pressure right now. The lings are not in a high enough amount to deal with this push from QXC, and the fact that he's expanding behind it means that this isn't like an all-in, all for nothing kind of push. Ling's gonna go ahead, get burnt up and roasted, but this 3rd is I don't know if Kraos has enough here.
Well, he's doing a nice job with the transfuse, keeping him alive for just a little bit longer, and maybe even get up enough Zerglings. I mean, there's not really going to be much of an escape over here.
The surround.
Oh, a nice surround, but the Hellions still getting some pretty nice shots off. The Queens not chasing down the Banshee. It's out of energy.
Oh my God.
I guess they don't want to go off of creep.
Indeed, but Kraos does hold his 3rd though, but the thing about it is that QXC gets his natural up. He's chilling. He did a lot of damage, forced a lot of lings out.
Well, actually, Kraos knows about it. He has an Overlord over there, and he's actually sending some Zerglings across the map. He may actually be able to get over there before the wall-in is complete. Double engineering bays over there, but oh, there's no complete wall-in. Is QXC? No, he's not going to wall-in. All these SCVs could actually be under.
There's nothing here at all.
Oh man, this is gonna at least deny the mining for a little bit. And guess what? QXC, if he's not mining from there, he's barely mining at all. There's only 4 gold mineral patches left over at this point.
Yep. Uh-oh. Well, that's one thing that Chris can do to try to, you know, stabilize, get back into it. But QXC is expanding to his main.
Oh man. It's the triple
So.
CC. I don't even know if I would call this the triple CC build.
It seems to be though. But
Alright.
like you were saying, of course, so the gold base is pretty much mined out.
Mhm.
So it's not going to be the typical, you know, 3 base, excuse me, 3 base versus 3 base at all. Because once that gold base does mine out, he's pretty, you know, he's on 2 bases essentially. So
Yeah, but you know, I have to say, like, I was kind of worried for Kratos at first, but I'm liking his situation a lot better. Banshee is in the main base, actually being very, very annoying. It's actually in range of the Spore Caller. QXC just going after that Spine Caller in the meanwhile. You should be able to get it and back up with a Banshee. But
yep.
I'm really liking Kratos' position at this point.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good. He's at 56 drones too. He has 3 bases mining. And he survived the attack from QXC, which is the most important thing, of course.
Mm-hmm. And he's been able to now get up his Spire Tech around the same time that Medivacs are actually going to be popping out.
Yep.
So he, even like the drop potential for QXC, going to be maybe a little bit lower than say a Zerg player who is still kind of struggling to get up that Spire Tech, and the Terran player has like that 2-minute window where they can start doing crazy, crazy amounts of drops like QXC likes to do.
And yeah, QXC is definitely known for that.
Mm-hmm.
But this map is really, I mean, this game is pretty weird, right? Like,
Yeah. It's
we're
almost
talking about like, yeah,
ridiculous.
standard
Yeah.
ZVT, blah blah, but the way that the game is playing out is very, very similar to, of course, standard ZVT, but the opener, of course, is different. And I think it's gonna factor into the mid game only because that base that's getting harassed by mutas
Yeah.
is not gonna be mining at all. There's no more minerals there at all. Like, you know, QXC is literally on 2 bases right now.
It's definitely true, but I mean, he still managed to pick off a couple of those SCVs, which is kind of nice for Kratos. And Milsichart's already finished up for QXC. That's going to be nice, because honestly, Kratos, he does not have an overwhelming number of Mutalisks. This is not what an overwhelming number of Mutalisks looks like.
It's like 4. But he's doing a lot of damage with it. Wow.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty impressed with Kratos' ability to like find still like spots that he can do some nice harassment with.
Yeah.
He loses one Mutalisk, but I think it's definitely worth it for like all the damage that he actually did over there.
Yeah, how much did he do? Oh, whoa.
He's killed off 14 SCVs for the most part at this, by this point,
lot.
but QXC is getting aggressive over at Kratos' front. He's trying to pick off some of those creep tumors. He's moving back with his Hellions, though. It looks like he's maybe not feeling too good about trying to overcommit over here, especially with the Banelings out.
He doesn't want to go into the creep. He scans it, gets rid of some of the tumors, but doesn't obviously overstay his visit at all.
Mm-hmm.
But he's in a pretty decent position. I think that it's really. Whoa! Did he lift off? Oh my God, he did. He lifted off his orbital that was at the gold to the 3rd location. So
those 2 gas guys are killing off. The Overseer's coming.
Overseer's like slacking off.
Yo,
Oh, there he is.
Oh man, that was like 1 or 2 more hits away from actually dying. Oh, the Hellion's gonna come in now and get the cancel off.
Oh,
sick play.
He wanted that base really bad.
Yeah, but
bad.
did he overcommit over here? And now he's gonna get fully surrounded, and the Banelings getting some pretty good hits off as well. The Mutals don't even need to be involved in this fight to clean up.
He just lost everything there. Yeah.
Oh,
Man. Don't even have bailing speed either. And 3-3 is on the way from QXC, but like, he doesn't have. Okay, I guess he has a bit of an army here. I was gonna say that he didn't have one, but that kind of was an underwhelming push, of course, right? He canceled the 3rd, of course, but didn't get away with this.
He lost his entire army off of creep without Baneling speed there. Like it.
Yeah, it was really weird.
It very much just goes to show like QXC was not expecting like to be surrounded like that, and it really did not work out very well. But now Chris has a lot of Mutals. He can start taking out these missile charges, focus firing them down. Now the SCVs are going to be completely vulnerable. At the same time, QXC has a huge main.
Of Kratos, the Lings are going to go ahead and try to clean this up, but the Medivacs are there. They are going to try to get us around, but they are not able to get the precision that they need. There are no Banelings with it here. Uh-oh. I feel like QXC needs to do some critical damage here because Kratos is actually doing a lot of damage with those mutas, which will fly over the army of QXC. He's trying to do something here, but jeez.
I mean,
they're going at each other's throats, man.
Yeah, they're constantly just like going after each other, and I have to say, at the end of the day, Kraos is still looking to be in a little bit better of a position. I mean, right now, he has his 4th expansion just finishing up once again, but he also has a pretty healthy drone count, 68 drones. That means that he can basically focus on making more and more units. In the meanwhile, QXC,
Exactly.
39 SCVs. He's taken a lot of damage from that Mutila's harassment, even lost a couple of those, turrets and everything. He has to rebuild them. And that 4th expansion that he just took, it looks pretty vulnerable right now.
It is, yeah. And it's delayed, too. So, what's QXC going to do? When he gets 3-3, of course, he will be in a position where he can, have that advantage, of course. But Kraos is not slacking on his upgrades yet. Although, he just did not put down his infestation pit, which means that he will not have Hive for a very long time. And QXC is going to have a really big window where his army is just, like, incredibly strong. So, yeah. I'm a little bit worried, of course, for Kraos. He's not at, like, a overwhelming supply lead at all. But, 3-3 just is about to finish.
That's exactly... Oh, Kraos, you're fighting the Beatles against Marines! Don't do that!
Yep. Not now.
Oh, God. If that had actually happened, like, another 20 seconds later, that would have been even worse with the 3-3 finishing up for those Marines. But, yeah, you were saying the upgrades for Kraos, they're not quite there in comparison to QXC. QXC just definitely has a huge lead in the upgrade count.
This is going to be really scary, too, by the way. Of course, 3-3 is just finished for QXC. And look at the supply. Oh, okay, I guess Kraos has made a bunch of units, but it was like 160 something to like 170, but now it is maxed out Zerg versus 170 or so Terran. But that's a 3-3 army right there with Medivacs, Marines, even Hellbats there to deal with some of those lings pretty easily.
Yeah.
10 Marines being produced at the same time.
What?
The
QXC making use of those mules and everything, but Kraos trying to push a lot of these units over here at the Zelnaga Watchtower back, but oh god, he loses all of his Zerglings and Banelings over there. And at the same time, QXC is making a big push down along the bottom side. If QXC can even get another group up at the top side, he can continue to keep these Mules occupied up there while he goes for that 4th expansion, and Kraos is just going to be so far out of position to deal with it.
Yeah, he's on the top side, but QXC is making his push to the bottom. I don't think this base is going to be up for much longer.
Oh, Kraos sees it. The Banelings. Oh, actually, no, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't see it. Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Well, now he knows. And, QXC's actually not. He's not focused firing down the hatchery or anything. He actually takes some pretty big Baneling hits.
Oh, no.
And loses a lot of his army. Once again, Kraos taking another really, really great engagement along that bottom side.
He does. And, damn, he lost a lot there. Like, that was really, I feel like QXC couldn't really afford to do something like that, if he was gonna do that push to divert attention, it would be nice, but he lost.
It's a Banelings over the 4th expansion. QXC killing up a good number more of those SCVs. 39 SCVs by this point have gone down this game for QXC. Kraos doing a lot
being mixed into it to deal with the mutas, but Kraos always utilizing those counterattacks, getting into the base. Every time QXC is in one place, he uses his army to be at the economy, of course, because it's very mechanical. He's trying to starve out QXC in the sense of, if I deal with your army right now, I'm good. I'll continue to deal with it. You have an upgrade lead, but eventually you're going to bleed out and you're not going to have any more units to actually push me. Oh my god. I didn't even realize this, but he's only, Kraos never got the +2 upgrade for his attack. And he's still holding on. What the hell? Wow.
Yeah, he's been pretty far away from that, and only just now getting the +3 Carapace, but he was actually going to be able to focus fire down that command center and basically picks it off and kills off a majority of the economy for QXC. At this point, honestly, with how few SCVs he has and everything, I wouldn't blame QXC for just picking up one of those orbitals in his natural expansion and bringing it over to the 4th expansion. But first he has to deal with these Mutalisks.
Yeah, and he's going to be pretty hard-pressed to do so. Oh, God.
Man.
Gonna go to that gold base, which has nothing there, of course, but
no, I have to ask you, Tempo, we have not really been seeing a whole lot of anti-air outside of just these pure Marine forces out of QXC. Only just now is the first Thor going to be coming out. We haven't seen any Widow Mines.
Yep, no Widow Mines at all, yeah.
Or yeah, second Thor, but yeah, still, like, I feel like that's really been what's cost QXC a lot of pain and strife in this game, because Kraos' Mutals control has been pretty damn good this game.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Man, yeah, like you were saying it earlier too, there's only been a few Thors and the missile turrets, of course, to defend the bases, but Kratos doesn't care about your missile turret. He doesn't care
Yeah.
about your one, two, or two Thors.
And when you have 24 mules, you don't care about 1 or 2 missile turrets.
Not
Maybe
at
if
all,
there's
no.
like 15 missile turrets, then we're talking. But
Yeah.
so we're gonna run by the natural expansion, the quote unquote natural expansion of like the QXC.
It was actually the third, I think. No, it wasn't. I don't even
Oh
remember
man.
anymore.
Well,
I don't remember the order of the bases that were taken this game at all from QXC.
well, QXC's gonna get one of these hatcheries, but most of his army now is sitting on that bottom left-hand side, and that means that he's gonna be completely vulnerable along his natural expansion. The Banelings, the Zerglings charging forward and gonna be able to massacre whatever remnants of an army that QXC has left up here. It's gonna be like a quasi base trade kind of, but QXC's pulling back.
Yeah, and he's losing a lot here. The Lings are inside of the base of QXC. The fourth has gone down though for Kratos. But I feel like the army, the standing army for Kratos is pretty strong. And if he kills QXC here, QXC actually has like no income at all. I don't think he's mining at all, to be honest. Yeah, he's not mining at all.
Yeah, his 15 SCVs were transferring over to the main base, and there are still some Zerglings over there trying to do some damage. And honestly, the thing is, if QXC doesn't do something to stop Kratos from taking his gold expansion or even just retaking his fourth expansion, then he is just going to get completely outproduced because Kratos still has 60 drones left over. I think now is the timing. QXC has to just get up as whatever units he has. Heck, at this point, maybe even just pull some of those SCVs just to soak up some extra hits and go for
All
it.
15 of them.
All 15 of them. So, hey, if you could soak up 10 Bane Lingots or something, it's totally worth it.
Yeah, I feel like he's in a really rough position here. And Kratos just may have outmuscled QXC here, as he is running out of gas. And not Vespine, just steam. He doesn't have it at the moment, so it is going to be possibly the last push that we see from QXC here, going on to the creep. I just, it's really rough, of course, to be in a position like this. You've already exhausted the gold base, so you can't come back that way. So I don't know. I feel like Kratos has definitely solidified a good position in this game, and he may be able to clean this army up. The Banelings are going to roll and kill all the Marines.
Oh, beautiful Baneling gets over there, killing off a good chunk of the Marines. And honestly, there's not enough Marines left to take on the Mutals at this point. The Zerglings and the Banelings are going to come in over here to assist the Mutals and clean up the remnants of QXC's army. QXC falling down to 50 supply to 133. And GG is going to get called.
Yeah. Oh, man. Holy moly.
Kratos even up the series. 1-1. And
1-1. In the best of 3 series, of course.
yeah, Temple, I've got to say, I'm really happy that he was able to even that up after that first game, because let's be totally honest and frank. That first game was a little bit of a disappointment for Kratos, just because, I mean, it ended so abruptly and unexpectedly.
I know, yeah. It was really weird. And I feel like Kratos just maybe doesn't want to play on that map. You know, he's like, you know what? I don't want this map. I don't want to play. I'm ready for the next map, so.
Yeah, so actually we had QXC trying to pick his next map, because of course the loser, as you're if you've been tuning in for all the other days for the Breakout Invitational, the format is the loser will pick the third game map, and this is actually not in the map pool. Merry-go-round, not in the map pool.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and repost the map pool for QXC. And he can go ahead and decide what is going to be left over. But, I mean, Temple, here's the really cool thing is that I feel like the one thing that QXC is going to have to deal with is the fact that Kratos' Mutals harassment has been really, really on point through in that last game.
I would say so too, yeah.
And I feel like QXC, he needs to start getting like Widow Mines or Thors.
He didn't mix it all. I don't think he made one Widow Mine that whole game.
And, you know, I'm not sure if it's like if there's other things going on. Obviously, QXC knows better than both of us, to be entirely like QXC is especially a very intellectual player, which is actually really cool, because I also think that Kratos is a pretty intellectual player. He likes to think about the game and game design a lot as well. But I feel like there must be some reason why he wasn't really going for that, and whether that was because he felt comfortable, like, hey, you know what, I'm going up against like this kind of guy. You know, Kratos, I haven't really heard too much about him. Maybe. I feel like I can just deal with the Mutals harassment with just Marines, but I mean, maybe that was the kind of mistake that he was making with that thought process, or of course, maybe there was just resource stuff that was going on and how he's managing it. Would prefer to.
It's kind of a weird economic game, right? Though, like as far as Terran standard economy management, like QXC floated his base, like to the it took his natural as his third and did his main as his, I don't even remember the order like I said, but
Yeah. I think it was gold expansion, natural expansion, main base, and then fourth expansion.
yeah. So
I think
that could have been
only normal one taken there was the natural expansion was second,
yep.
and the fourth expansion was actually well, actually no, that was normally a third expansion actually. So I don't even know, man. It was pretty crazy, but I have got to say I'm pretty happy with QXE because he's been a total trooper. He's actually picking one of the new maps made by Alloy Esports. It is going to be AEM Colonial Province, and we're going to spawn up here on the top left-hand side of the map on top of the purple Terran player. Currently tied 1-1 with his opponent, and representing Team Complexity is Complexity's QXC.
Oh yeah. And his opponent in the opposite part of the map, top right, gonna be from Team Gravity. It is the Red Zerga, Kreos. A little bit of formality in the chat. Good luck, have fun, sir.
Indeed. And
This
again,
map, wow, I've
yeah,
never
we
casted a game on this map before.
we did get the chance to cast it twice on day number 1 of the Invitational, and then every player's been avoiding it since. And which is why I especially I've really got to give a big shout out to QXC because I'm almost certain he's never seen this map before. I mentioned to him obviously when he was saying that he was okay for the show match. Oh, is the game slow?
Uh, I don't think so.
Okay. I think that
Oh wow.
it should be okay. I am not a ref.
I don't think I am
Yeah.
either.
I want to tell them that they can remake if they feel like it's on the wrong speed, because obviously at this point, this is the time where you should remake it.
Yeah, I would say so. Early game, of course. I think
Yeah.
it is. Oh.
I think we'll just leave the game and remake.
Oh my God, Kreos wins!
Kreos! 2-1 victory. By the way, guys, for those of you who don't know or maybe tuning in a little bit late, this is in fact the show matches going on before
So
the
they have to
semis.
remake the game in order to.
Yeah. So it's the show matches before the semifinals, and these are actually for $25 on the line.
Okay.
So all these kind of
show matches are 25.
Yeah. All these players, pretty awesome troopers, showing some pretty good games so far. And yeah, QXC, I'm pretty sure he's not really ever played on this map. He may have just like taken a look and was like, this map looks interesting. Let's try it.
Exactly. Seems like a fun time. Another player that does something like that would say, every time I think of weird maps, I always think of Calibre, Root Calibre.
Oh my God, yeah. Calibre is
Like,
just a funny player, man.
But
all right.
of course, gonna remake the game. Are they remaking it or are they doing the
Wait, are you not in the game?
I'm here.
Oh, you're in the game.
I meant to say that I didn't know if they were doing the resume from replay or.
Oh no, I think it was pretty early in the game. I don't think I mind too much. But let's go ahead and once again introduce the players as we spawn down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map on top of the purple Terran player representing Team Complexity. It is Complexity's QXC.
Apparently, he didn't want to spawn on the top left. But his opponent will be spawning in the top right. It is Gravity's Kreos. Hot damn. I think he spawned in the same location too.
He did. He was just like, well, nothing's changed. QXC is like, yes, everything is working as
Nice.
planned.
Bottom right is exactly what I want. Before he wasn't really feeling it. But
one thing that does actually change with the spawn positions is actually, I mean, since a lot of you may not be familiar with the map, including actually you, Tempo, I know that you've not really seen this map as much. There is actually, but if they spawn horizontal spawn positions as they did earlier on, there's just a regular mineral expansion between the two bases. But now there's actually a gold mineral expansion between them.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And, you know, there are certain styles. I know that you said, like, QXE, not really known for going mech style. But if you do have, like, maybe a really strong army that can just kind of push along that side, you take that gold expansion, you can actually siege up your opponent's natural expansion.
Wow. Yeah, that's actually really close, the distance especially.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see how this is going to go. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, you were talking about how both of them are kind of aggressive players anyway.
Yeah.
So will they'll be fighting for it? Because I'm sure that both of them will want to get it. The gold base here.
Honestly, I just based on Kreos' playstyle though, I've seen Kreos go for Swarm Host in the past sometimes, more likely than not, I think that the Mutal style sort of suits him more, especially after watching that last game
Last
against
game, yep.
Kuski.
I would say so
Do
too.
you know what I would love to see? I would love to see Kraos do something like say, hey, you know what? I have super ultra mobile Mutals and everything. Even on Habitation Station, when he seemed really far out of position, he was able to get into position and clean up QXC's army. Imagine if he took the gold expansion on the left-hand side of the map, just
Oh yeah,
way far out there, and made it really hard for QXC to put pressure on there.
I would say so. Hmm. But this is gonna be a game though. I feel like kind of similar to game one, of course, where is it? Did he go? I don't know if Kratos went hatch first. I think he did,
He
right?
did go for a hatch
This is
first.
the
Yeah.
first game that he's gone hatch first before, so he's
Mhm.
been going for that 14-14 pretty much every time.
Mhm.
So I'm
And I
surprised that he
feel,
was able to keep up with the command center first to the gold base by
yeah,
QXC.
yeah. It was sort of weird because we were kind of expecting like, hey, this doesn't seem like it's gonna go super well for Chris, but it made it work out in the
In
end.
the end, it did work. Yeah.
This time he's going for the hatch first. The Reaper gonna coming out now, and the Queen obviously not gonna be out just yet. The Zerg players can do the good old drone micro, keep him alive for as long as possible, and he's doing a pretty good job of it so far.
Yeah. Reaper trying to get some damage done here. However, gonna target down. A nice spore made. The lings are out though, so he should be okay. I think he won't even lose a drone. Has he lost one?
No, he has
No.
not lost any so far. Hasn't lost any Zerglings
Oh,
either. Oh,
this is
there's
one,
the
though.
first Zergling. That sport color is actually still building. That's actually really awkward because if he cancels the drone, the Reaper is still close enough that he'll just pick off that drone.
Yep.
Finally gets a chance to send it back to the middle line, but now with the Queens out, it becomes
He should
way
be
harder.
okay, yeah.
Mhm.
But QXC, no shenanigans this
Yeah.
game. Pretty standard Reaper expand.
Mhm.
Gonna get that reactor on that barracks with the factory, which means that he will make some Hellions out of it.
Yeah, one cool thing about this map is that it's actually much easier to take 3 expansions just because you basically have, in a sense, 2 natural expansions kind of, in a some sort of weird way.
Yeah.
Just because of the way that the map sort of lays itself out. And one of those expansions is just protected by destructible bombs and a sight blocker.
Well, Reaper's gonna go down though.
Yeah.
And QXC doing a bit of that flash-esque, 3 Reapers, being very aggressive with it too.
Yeah, it doesn't quite manage to get that queen. Gets it pretty low on health once again. Actually, he got it down to, I think, about the same amount of health as he did in game number 1.
Yeah,
Like,
I
with
felt like he
those
wanted to
3
go back
Reapers.
into it, but
Yeah.
wasn't able to get the kill.
Well, Chris has just far too many Zerglings at this point, and Zergling speed is going to be finishing up in a matter of seconds. There it is. Going to be chasing down those Reapers. Will the Reapers actually be able to get back in time? This is actually going to be close.
He knows, but a little bit too late. One will get up, the other one will get up as well. And QXC is good.
Yeah.
That's a little scary though. He knew the timing of speed. He was like, if he was in the middle of the map, he would have been dead. Imagine if it was left or right position.
Hey,
perhaps.
Tempo, what do you think about this lair timing from Kraos right now? I mean, he still's not grabbed a 3rd expansion or anything. He's getting up his lair. He's getting up a 2nd gas geyser. What do you think could be going on here?
That's actually really interesting because he didn't put down the Evo chamber either
Yeah.
to get the upgrades. So he's gonna probably, I don't know though. He isn't mining from his natural gas, but he does take another one in his main. I don't know. I would think obviously really fast mutas if it was 2 base, but it's something that you usually will see against say like early mech play, right?
Yeah.
So you're only making siege tanks, and then the mutas catch your opponent off guard because they don't have any anti-air.
Mm-hmm.
But he's still gonna go for that really early spire.
Yeah.
And this is only 2 bit. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Well,
He's gonna.
he's gonna start saving up his gas count to try and get up as many mules as possible once that spire finally does pop out. But QXCC is okay. You're just now taking your 3rd expansion. That's got to be some sort of tip off.
Yep.
You got to be thinking like, wait a second, why is this so late?
And QXC is not a player that just plays like 1 or 2 ladder games a day and be like, all right, well this seems very normal. Nah, I feel like he has to think in his head that something could be up. But I wonder what Kraos' mindset is right now. It's kind of interesting to even think about it because he's not getting. I meant to say QXC. Not getting turrets. He has his E-base up, getting that double upgrades going.
Yeah.
And he's still fresh. Oh man, will these catch him off guard? Do you think the mutas will actually catch him off guard? Or?
Well, I don't know. I feel like QXC's got to be thinking like, okay, there's something going on. He has the engineering base down. He knows how long it usually takes for a spire or like a 2 base mules play to actually come out. So I feel like he has plenty of time to still throw down those missile turrets. But I don't know. In Kratos' defense, Noodles were basically like the MVPs of that last game, be able to
Last
do that
game, yeah.
constant harassment. So maybe Kratos' thought process is, I'm gonna just make sure that I get out really early Noodles. I'm gonna be able to put on that pressure from the beginning and not allow QXC himself to put on his own form of pressure. And
Yeah.
after that, he can worry about his economy and kind of playing catch up.
And he needs to play catch up. He's actually
Yeah.
40. He's down in drones. QXC's at 52 workers.
Oh yeah.
Turrets going down in the third, as well as his other bases.
Mm-hmm.
So even if QXC didn't know, the timing of these turrets are going to be pretty good.
Yep. I mean, if nothing else, the Hellions and the Reapers getting picked off by the Mutalists definitely revealed the Mutalists. And
Yep.
there's still some
Oh,
open spots for Chris to actually
he
pick up.
might.
And oh, he's going to be able
Oh
to...
my god, he's going to do
Oh,
it.
okay. Yep.
Hey,
Remainder of the
maybe.
SCVs finish it off, though. And...
Yeah, now Kratos is losing his mutas. He's on a worse economy.
Oh.
Not getting the damage that he wants to get done. Oh, gonna lose another muta probably. Oh no.
Oh, this is just about as bad as Kratos. It could have gone for Kratos, I think, right now.
Yeah.
He's
It's
gonna
a disaster, man.
picks off a couple SCVs, which is okay. But again, the thing that you have to understand, guys, is that QXC got up his third expansion way before Kratos even threw down his expansion. And Kratos had to do some good damage to make the fact that he went for those early Mutals worth it and delayed his third expansion. And he hasn't really done it yet.
Not at all. I feel like they're not really paying for themselves, and he's behind in upgrades now. QXC gonna go ahead and get 2-2. 1-1 is not finished here for Kratos at all. And he's just making mutas, but he keeps on losing them. The creep spread is really not that nothing to brag about at the moment. And like you were saying, QXC's third was up so much earlier.
And QXC is going to be pushing across the map, and QXC has been on top of everything he needs to be on top of. Has his 1-1 already finished up, 2-2 on the way, and he's actually going to be hitting before Kratos' 1-1 is going to be finished up. So this is everything just kind of adding up, and QXC is looking like he kind of has Kratos' number this game.
I think he does, man. He's taking it right now. Uh-oh. Not even paying a bill. He says, yep. Taking you out.
GG. And QXC gonna take the series 2-1, gonna be taking away that $25 for the show match, and big congratulations to him. But
definitely, yeah.
I do want to also give a shout out to Kratos. Of course, still played pretty well, especially in game number 2. I think game number 1 obviously wasn't like
It's kind of weird, yeah, right?
It was a bit of a weird game, and then well, actually, game number 2 was a really weird game, but game number 1 kind of had a weird ending. Game number 3, I think Kratos, honestly, he took a bit of a risk, and he didn't really find a way to make it pay off. So, really solid job by QXC being able to handle that, identify everything, and get up those missile turrets in time.
I would say so. It didn't work out, but I don't know. That was actually like against Mech, right? It works a lot of the time. And I don't know if he kind of was expecting it because of the Hellions that he saw. But if you were able to go ahead and do that kind of 2-base muta push, you can really just almost win the game with that earlier timing. So was more than prepared for it, though.
Definitely. But with that being said, that is going to be the end of the first show match. We still have 3 more coming up, featuring, of course, great programmers such as QXC, Masa, Petraeus, and Puck, actually. Puck and Petraeus probably going to be some of the later series. I know that Petraeus is playing in the MLG qualifier. Puck actually finishing up some other stuff for himself. So we're likely going to be jumping into Hendulus versus Masa coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello, guys. Welcome back. We are going to be jumping into our second show match series for the day before the semifinals. It is going to be a tried and true matchup. Tempo, it is going to be Team Complexity's Hengelas versus Root Gaming's Masa. And I will tell you, man, this is like these two players are like rivals.
Yeah.
And I feel a little bit bad for Hengelas because Masa kind of has Hendrix's number in a
Number?
lot of like in a lot of these series that they play against each other. I think Masa definitely has a very high winning rate against Hendrix. Uh,
Really? I feel like
yeah,
he loves his two Rexes, man, in
he
GVT.
does.
Like a
Hendrix.
lot.
So it's really funny because Masa is one of those players that gets inside of your head. And these two players are some of the best players in Canada in a
I
lot
was
of
gonna
ways.
say they're both from Canada, right?
Exactly, they're both from Canada. They go to a lot of those LAN events in Canada. And they like half of the finals for these LAN events ends up being like Handles versus Masa. And Masa is just like constantly just mind gaming, messing with Hendrilisk. And I've got to hand it to Hendrilisk. The past like couple months or so, he's been on an absolute tear with
Exactly. That's what
the
I was thinking of. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, like you were, I'm sure like you may have seen like the Shoutcraft Clan Wars stuff. He managed to almost nearly all kill Team Axiom. He managed to 3-0 Scarlet. He actually, in one of the Shoutcraft Clan Wars where he played against Root, he actually faced off against Masa and beat him in a
Yep.
1-0 in a best of one.
Yep. And
So
he's also been streaming recently too.
yeah, yeah.
Not to. I mean, yeah, to of course give a big old shameless plug. Um, very nice streamer, of course. He does a bit of commentary. I believe that his internet wasn't up. I think he just recently got like good enough internet to stream or something. But he was
Yeah, yeah.
definitely one of those players. He commentates very much. But Maso, is a player, of course, we know from DETL a little bit more.
Mhm.
That we have the little bit of familiarity, of course.
Yeah,
But
definitely. And I'm really looking forward to this because Tempo, I just found out what the first map is going to be.
and what is it gonna be?
It's going to be a map that we've not seen at all throughout the entire Breakout Invitational.
Oh,
Pendulous is going to pick Cottage Hills, the Alpha Esports.
I thought he vetoed it. Oh, he's funny,
Oh,
man.
hold on. I think that.
Oh no, first map. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought he was being a troll. He's actually gonna do it. Okay. First
Awesome.
map.
Well, so for those of you who don't know, again, these show matches are going to be best of threes. They are just happening before the semifinals. The idea is that it's going to be the semifinalists for the Breakout Invitational facing off against established North American pros. Masa, incredibly well respected. Honestly, one of the best Terran players in all of North America, hands down. Seriously, this guy is absolutely scary, and I can't wait to get into this series, but I'm actually having a bit of trouble, like with Battle.net. Like no maps are showing up when I try and make a game.
Oh,
So
really? Do
yeah,
you want me
it's
to?
really weird. If you want to go ahead and find it, it's
Alright.
8 EM Cottage Hills. By the way, guys, you can check it out on Being Out yourself. And this is really cool because Alloy Esports is actually giving this to the Breakout Invitational to like have these new maps and everything made. And this is the first time I believe that they are ever being played in a competitive setting. So all kinds of different crazy stuff can happen on these maps. AEM Cottage Hills and Colonial Province that we actually saw on that last game with Kraos versus QXC.
Hmm.
But that kind of gives players who maybe want to try out some new stuff, they have the opportunity to like really kind of try and mess around with things and throw
Exactly.
their
Yeah.
opponent off guard. Like they're not going to be maybe expecting some of the features of this map.
And the fact that Hendrillus did it,
Mhm.
and he's like, "Hello, hello, hello, hello." I wonder if he's gonna do something kind of crazy too. He
Yeah,
definitely might have something up his sleeve.
indeed. But
Oh no, I
with the
just joined his party. Oh well.
oh,
Wait, create his party with mod.
all
Legend.
right, guys. Sorry, we were handling all this kind of crazy BNet stuff. Sometimes BNet is just like, no, you're not
Mm-hmm.
gonna play StarCraft today. Like, oh, I
Nah, it's
really want to
okay.
play
It's all good.
StarCraft. All right, but
Cottage Hills.
Tempo, I've got to say, like, we're gonna be watching another ZVT. This is definitely something that Hendrils enjoys, like one of the matchups he enjoys. But he's also one of those players that likes to really get into playing against the player rather than necessarily just
The
particularly the
matchup, right?
race or the
Mm-hmm.
matchup. Yeah, and he's had a lot of experience against Masa. He's had a lot of opportunities to learn what Masa likes to do. Masa's had a lot of opportunities to learn what Hendrils wants to do. So I'm expecting to see a lot of mind games out of this.
I would
What
say so too.
Yeah, what are you kind of thinking that we might like be seeing? Because I also know that Masa likes to be aggressive.
Me too. That's what I was thinking of as well. And on a map that is a Hendrill's pick, of course.
Hmm.
He may try to get him out of his comfort zone, never let him get into a position where he wants to be, but he may. I don't know. Like I feel like setting off the series as well, best of three. Uh,
Hmm.
you set the pace and you go ahead and depends. There's really not that much, right, that a Terran,
Hmm.
of course, can do in the early game. Like it's
Yeah, yeah,
usually two racks or maybe like Reaper or something. I don't know. There's really not that many
yeah.
unless
It's
you're Nathanius and you go ahead and you make like
Oh my
six
God.
starports with Banshees and lift up doors in your medevacs and whatnot. But
Oh, that's beautiful. And of course you proxy and everything. And then there's like more things that you can do like toward the slightly later stage of the game, like around like 6, 7 minutes. You can do like all kinds of crazy Hellion stuff. I love those Hellion builds, like
yeah,
the double factory reactor Hellion, and then there's like the one where instead of getting a reactor on one of them, you get a tech lab, get blue flame research. Oh man, it just goes absolutely crazy. Um,
yeah,
yeah, we're gonna go ahead and try and get this game up. It looks like once again we try and make the game, and it's just like no,
yeah.
can't make it. Uh,
Trying it out again.
all right. Oh yeah, it's actually possible that someone is still downloading the map. But yeah, if Masa still actually does get the opportunity to pick the second map. But let's talk a little bit about Cottage Hills. So most of you probably are not as familiar with it. Cottage Hills is a really interesting map because it's a 4-player map with actually pretty short rest distances if you spawn horizontal spawn positions. And all 4 map locations are actually capable of being spawned. So you can see really, really different types of games depending on whether you spawn horizontal, vertical. It's kind of a lot like Frost in that sense,
Okay.
where the way that you take expansions, the way that you basically have to play out the map with how aggressive or defensive you have to be, can really
Yeah.
be altered just depending on where you guys spawn at the very beginning of the game. Um, but yeah, we're gonna wait and see if we can get this game going. Current, of course,
All
our lovely observer is gonna try and make the game instead.
right.
Sorry, that
There
was
we
just
go.
such a big
Try
delay,
now. Try
guys.
here.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and try it now. And I want to actually make sure that everyone is actually going ahead and voting over at goimba.com on these matches. All of these kind of results are actually available to be voted on. And of course, when you do vote, if you're tuning in maybe a little bit later for the broadcast, you may not know that goimba.com is actually giving a bunch of Steam gift cards away. So if you like Steam gift cards, if you like video games, and again, I assume that you like video games because you're watching a StarCraft tournament,
True, true.
then be sure to be voting over at goimba.com on whoever you think is going to be able to win this series. And of course, you can also tweet out over to myself and one of the players. Make sure you're following both of us. And tweet out, and you'll be entering a chance to win one of Azzy's plushies. Azzy's unique plushies, a really, really awesome store where the guy actually makes all these kind of StarCraft plushies. Has a Stalker, we have a Marine, we have a Zergling. All of them are super duper cute and adorable. And of course, you can give them to your loved one. And I'm sure that they will fall even more in love with you if they're not already in love with you.
Indeed. The
Um,
way into a woman's heart, of course, man, would be a StarCraft 2 plushie.
Indeed, but I think that we finally actually have the game at least up in the lobby and everything. So we're getting closer and closer to that glorious time where we actually get to start the game. But I mean, Tempo, I think we're still waiting to see exactly what Masa is going to be picked. Oh, actually, no, Masa did pick the other map. He picked
Did he
Colonial
actually do
Province.
it?
He
Oh
picked Colonial
man,
Province. Great.
Hendrillus was saying like pick that one, and he
Yeah,
actually did
yeah.
it.
So
Oh,
I
son.
gotta ask you. I mean, you saw Colonial Province in that last game. What are you kind of thinking? Like, especially maybe with these two players who like to play, uh, Masa playing him pretty aggressively and everything. Like, do you think that we might be seeing any kind of particular strategies come out maybe in game number 2?
I don't know. It's interesting that Hendrillus kind of suggested it,
Hmm.
and Masa agreed.
Yeah,
And we saw how different the situation could be with the spawn position just from last game.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know though. I think we're gonna have to watch game number 1 in order to see how they are gonna go
That's
at each
true.
other
Yeah.
and see it because yeah, it's gonna be the same matchup, but we got two different players here, and yeah,
Yeah,
I'm interested, man.
yeah, exactly. We can't really expect the exact same kind of play, especially like I mean QXC, a super drop heavy Terran. Masa, he does like crazy things. Like oh god, I remember there was back in the day when Blink Stalker all-ins were a huge concern for a lot of those Terran players. Masa did like one of the coolest things where he basically did a big push out.
Yeah.
And it was in the Damos Esports Team League, I think, actually. He did like this big push out against a Protoss player. And he said, you know what? I'm going to do like this nice little, not a big push out. It's like a moderately sized push out that was like a really, really weirdly timed with a couple of Marauders, some Marines. And he loses the entire army because normally it's like you don't do this kind of push outs because there's photon overcharge.
Yeah.
But if you expect that your opponent's going to be going for a blink stalker all in, they need to keep those initial stalkers alive because it's all about kind of snowballing, keeping those stalkers alive. They're like low health, but he trades them out, his army, for those stalkers, even though he's losing his army to the photon overcharge as well. He's killing off the stalkers of his opponent. So now his opponent is invested in this blink tech that's not going to be quite as useful moving into like the mid and late game stages.
Yeah.
And he doesn't actually have to worry nearly as much about the blink stalker pressure, and it worked out really, really well. So Moss is the kind of player who does like those kind of weird little timing pushes or whatever. Maybe he makes an extra Reaper instead of making 3 Reapers, he'll make like 4 Reapers.
Like 4, yeah, something. Okay.
Just to mess with you. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what exactly Masa has in store for both the game, like the series against Hendrils, because again they know each other very well. There's going to be a lot of mind games going on.
Yeah.
But honestly, even just for these maps, because Masa may even just try and do some improv, like, oh, this is a really interesting map. Let me try this. It's $25 on the line, but honestly, these two players are pretty friendly with each other.
Yeah, this is
show match. Yeah.
Apparently, me and Hendrilisk are similar, man. He goes 5 a.m. D3. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh man, it's all about that 5 a.m. D3. But
I'm trying to like figure out how to be a better Zerg player, and it seems like I'm on the right path. So I'm really happy about that.
If you want to be a better Zerg player in Diablo 3, all you got to do is play a Witch Doctor and just make as many minions as possible. Heart of the Swarm, man. Heart of the Swarm. But Tempo, take it away with that first player introduction.
All right, well, our first player spawning in the bottom right corner of the map, it is going to be Complexity Sound Blasters, Hendrilisk.
And his opponent spawning up in the top right-hand corner of the map, representing Team Root Gaming, it is Root Gaming's Masa.
Both players opting to pick different colors than the standard. The yellow and the sky blue.
I always feel like players should pick colors that go with their team. I really think that Hendril should also always pick orange whenever possible. Orange or like a reddish color.
Yeah.
At least. And I feel like Root Gaming players should actually also pick orange. So, so both these players should have picked orange.
They'll like fight over it and see like who has it.
Thank God they're not the same race. That would have been horribly confusing.
Oh, the most terrible, like literally a mirror match.
Oh God. You know what I could have seen.
Who would be the actual one and who would be the reflection? That was a question.
Oh, that's a good question. Regardless,
yeah,
it's pretty standard opening coming on
Masa. I was gonna say, yeah, very standard, of course. Reaper gonna be the choice for Masa here. Not gonna shake it up with the 2 racks or something crazy. It is a 4-player map.
Yeah.
And he's not setting an SCV out either, so he doesn't care where Hendrilisk is. So he's gonna use the Reaper to scout.
To be entirely honest, he may not be aware that this is 4-player spawn positions.
Oh, really?
He's probably gonna scout all 4 locations, but it may just be occurring to him right now. He is actually gonna ask for a pause. I was actually just waiting when I saw the pause. Like, is he gonna ask if this is 4-player spawn? But no, I don't think he's gonna ask that. He's probably resolving some sort of issue. But I mean, just talking a little bit about this map, it is a bit of a weird map. There's kinds of some weird parts of the map that's worth talking about. So first of all, the natural expansion, it honestly looks pretty normal, except for the fact that there's actually 2 openings to it. And we'll hopefully get a chance to look at that once the game kind of resumes. But there's 2 different openings to it, and one of them you can actually kill off destructible rocks to to cover it up. Not going to play as much of an impact, I think, necessarily in this matchup. Except for me.
Oh yeah, I see it now.
Unless like Hendrilisk decides to go for some kind of big Zergling run by or something, and Masa hasn't walled off both of his walls that he has to do. But there's even kind of cute stuff. Like there's a cute little place so you can proxy things where there's like a site blocker. It's just like out in like a little corner of the map, but it's right next to the main base of your opponent.
Yeah.
So again, I feel like we could definitely see a lot of stuff. And I'm just looking around, seeing what Moss is up to. And he's probably going to be making that first Reaper, but he's also saving up a good number of minerals, so I feel like he could be going for that command center.
Yeah, he probably
Yeah.
will. Seems like he's not doing anything too crazy at the moment.
Hmm.
I think that, yeah, seeing one gas and then the barracks
Hmm.
most likely will definitely. But I was gonna say, I think he's gonna go for it. And Hendrilisk isn't doing anything crazy. You see the drone already, meaning getting ready to make the spawning pool
Yeah.
for the 16 pool after the hatch first.
Yeah.
And I think we're gonna see like really, you know what though? Interesting here from Hendrilisk is that he's not taking gas.
Hmm.
And I remember, I think he was on stream actually a few days ago talking about how he does like opening gas.
Yeah.
When he isn't able to
Hmm.
scout his opponent like a 4-player map,
Yeah. Yeah.
but he's just gonna go for gasless regardless. He feels like he can hold this natural base without the need of speedlings or anything.
Yeah, and that is kind of interesting. I'm curious, like, what the logic is behind that. And hey, you know what? It could even just be Masa sometimes likes to play like sort of weirder, whatever. So maybe I'll try and open gasless and like
Yep.
do something a little bit different than maybe I've some of the other games I've played against him. Who
Yeah.
knows?
As you were saying, like Massa apparently has Hendrilisk's number.
Yeah, no kidding,
So
man. Well, he's gonna be making
he's
some
trying to
questions.
change it up right now, man. He definitely does not want that to be the case here in the series.
Hmm. Yeah, first Reaper is gonna be popping out for Masa. He has a second Reaper queued up. Still looking everything pretty standard, pretty normal. Um, I am kind of wondering, like, about the third location, because there's actually kind of a few different locations. It's not super obvious, but there are actually a couple locations that you can take a third base on this map, both for
Hmm.
Masa and Hendrils. There is the one that is actually moving towards your opponent, which I don't really see other of these players really taking. It's
Yeah.
like the one that's on the right hand side of the map between the two main bases.
Yeah.
Um, but there is also then like the slightly closer by expansion. We actually do see the Reaper kind of do some
Reaper's
nice
going in.
harassment.
Yeah, he's going ham right now. Nothing lost yet though. But he is going to be aggressive. You know, he's not just using
Mhm.
it to scout. A lot of times you will see the Reaper control being very aggressive by a Terran player. And this is like one of the most APM focused moments of ZVT. Like attention, I swear, man. Every time that I'm streaming and I'm playing, this is the moment where I go silent and I just don't want to lose a drone at all.
Yeah,
You know, it's one
this
of those things.
this is the moment where someone says, "God, I play Protoss, but Zerg is so easy," or like Terran is so easy. I'm gonna do this, and then they try and do this micro, and they're like, "Oh,
Just
I'm
get
gonna go back.
silent, man.
I'm
Oh,
gonna go back to
always good.
something else.
Yep.
Go back to my original race."
Yep. Three
Uh,
Reapers once again, you said. And is there a fourth one on the way? I think no.
nope.
2 command centers going to be on the way though for Massa.
Yeah, I think he
So
did start that third command center though after he started or finished up the factory and everything.
yeah.
So he's gonna be. It's still looking like a pretty normal looking opening from Masa so far.
Hmm.
Is gonna be transitioning out into those Reapers, and actually one of the questions is, we saw in on King Sejong Station versus Kraos, QXE versus Kraos. QXE landed that third command center over by his third, like much earlier than
Yeah.
a Terran player normally does, and I'm actually kind of hoping that Masa won't do that, just so we can kind of get a feel for maybe anyone that's not as quite as familiar with it, like how much later Terran players usually like keep that third command center in their main base.
Yeah. Well, Hendrilisk is just not taking gas. He's gonna delay it until about I think 44 or so is when he took it.
Mhm.
So he realizes that yeah, he's gonna set up really defensively. Oh no, he got the gas for speed. I didn't see that. So
Yeah, and
yep.
the
But
speed
look, he's already
Zerglings.
killed the rocks.
Yeah, he knocked down the rocks, and now he's killing them to secure that nice little area to his third base. And honestly, this third expansion is kind of interesting. And here's the thing: it's a lot closer, so you might immediately think, well, this is just the obvious third expansion to take. But if you look at how things are, look at those
Hmm.
Hellions. They're now on the low ground, just above that third expansion. They can actually fire at the drones of that third expansion. Even the Reapers could even just hop up
Oh
easily
wow.
the main, like the third expansion and the low ground and poop
Yeah.
and kill off creep tumors and stuff. So this is actually kind of a weird expansion to defend.
I didn't realize that. That is really weird. And look at the alt. Wow, the bases are really kind of goofy on this map, huh? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
like all over the place.
Third base. That's almost kind of why I was wondering, like maybe if Hendels would try and take like that bottom left-hand expansion, the one that's actually just to the left of his main base. That I almost feel like that may have been potentially a safer expansion
Yeah.
because yeah, the Hellions would have to like it would be really really far away off of creep and everything, but there's no real escape for the Hellions if they go into that area. It's basically just like this big old choke. But oh, Roach is coming out for Angelus and he's gonna try and take out some of the Hellions. But God, that's a lot of Hellions.
That is a lot of Hellions here from Massa. And he's going to get Cloak Banshees behind it as well. Is he going for mech or is he, yeah. No, he's still going to go for bio.
Yeah.
No E-Bays yet. There they go down.
Mm-hmm.
And a little bit different than what we saw last time because I think QXC focuses on those upgrades really, really early.
Yeah.
You got the base running by like, 8 or so minutes, even maybe less.
Mm-hmm.
But Massa is going for Cloak Banshees, which is a different little bit of a mix-up.
Yeah, I'm actually really okay. So here's actually a cool thought. Normally, actually, when we see a bio player facing off against a Zerg, we end up seeing a lot of Widow Mines and all that kind of stuff, or Marines and Marauders, whatever.
Yeah.
Imagine if we saw a reversion back to like a Wings of Liberty style, and you get Siege Tanks, and oh my God, Massa's doing it. He's getting Siege Tanks. Because again, going back to that third expansion, what happens if Siege Tanks siege down on that low ground? They are now covering both the ramp that the Zerg player would want to go down from their natural expansion, and they're sieging up the third expansion.
And they do really well against the Roaches as well, so
yeah,
it's kind of a double. You hit it on the spot.
Oh man,
there it comes though. And you know what's kind of cool about this push is that it kind of sells mech, but he's not going for mech behind it. So like this kind of push that you look at, you think like, oh, this guy's definitely going mech, but he has a third command center. He's gonna start pumping out the 1/1 upgrades for his bio, and then go ahead into bio. So if Vangelis kind of over invests in the Roach kind of composition, eventually it's not going to be able to keep up with the Marines and Marauders and Medevacs. So, but there definitely are good times where you can take advantage of it. And it could also play into fact that if he gets the range upgrade instead of them, okay, so he's going to get melee. Ooh, okay.
yeah.
I thought the Hendrillus may have been tricked and he got the range upgrade for his Roaches instead.
Oh man, that would have actually been really weird. But we do see a Spire coming down for Hendel, so he's going to be transitioning out to that Spire tech, not going to be going super duper crazy on the Roaches and everything, and maybe transitioning out to Hydos. But Banshee's now coming in for Massa to the natural expansion, picking off a couple of these drones. And as you were saying, Tempo, it's just that kind of mind game that Massa is doing with Hendel. Yeah. He's saying, hey, look at this cloak on the Banshees and everything. Like, I am so going mech, man. Are you ready for mech? Because I'm not ready for mech.
But Hendra's not buying it too, which is really interesting because he hasn't scouted. If you look at Hendra's vision, he's not seen much at all. He's only using his game sense to make decisions based on what he sees.
Oh my God.
Massa. So,
but I mean, it doesn't matter at this point right now. Like the big concern for Hendel is this third expansion, like being so hard to defend. Look, the Marines are gonna come to the low ground.
Oh my God.
They're gonna start killing off drones that are mining a little bit too close.
Yeah, what can he do? Hendrillus is in an awkward position. He has a lot of lings though. Baning speed about to finish as well. Here come the lings, gonna go ahead. Looks like Massa is on the creep though.
Oh.
And the army's gonna get cleaned up.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Like the creep definitely helps, especially with those banelings, considering I don't believe that they had centrifugal hooks researched just yet.
Like it just finished as he went in.
Yeah. So I mean, the thing is about Massa, he's actually still trying to push out with a handful of these Marines and a Siege Tank. The Siege Tank going to be very, very good against these Roaches, but not in such low numbers, not without backup or reinforcements.
Those Banshees.
Going to be saving grace, man.
Yeah.
19 kills, 13 kills.
Hot. Nah, 1913. What that? Wow.
A lot of those are Roaches too. They're not just like kind of like
Ling kills or
units
right?
like Lings, yeah.
Creep tumor kills us.
Oh my God.
But no, it does seem like this is a really weird position for Hendrillus. He is kind of like that, the parade push, but how close is this? Like, wow.
Oh, he doesn't have any banelings in this round of defense. He does manage to pick off both of the Banshees, and that is a really, really nice win, obviously, because those Roaches are going to be a little bit more effective, especially against those Marines and everything. But he does have to retreat his drones out, not because his hatchery is under siege, but because the mineral line is under siege.
That's so weird, right? It's just so far. I mean, it's so close to the push itself. Yeah, man. I feel like Massa is just in a great position, making another command center, adding in Thors, and we're still not seeing any Widow Mines at all. It just seems to be this kind of style, right?
Yeah, exactly. The kind of interesting thing though is that Hendrils does have some nice creep spread. And that's the kind of thing that still works out is Masa can be in this position and it's a great position for him, but he's also like in the middle of like a large amount of creep. He's not really going to be able to split quite as well once those Banelings actually come out. And now Hendrils actually has those Banelings. Is he going to be able to save this third expansion though? It's so low on health.
He's trying.
Oh
There's
no.
nothing mining from it, but he does not want to lose it apparently.
Oh,
Because his upgrades, they're there as well.
Yeah, C-Shank is in range though. That hatchery is
Done.
definitely going to go down at this point. And
Oh no.
Hendos, I mean, he has his bottom left-hand expansion taken, but losing that expansion is pretty painful. And as you were saying, like the double evolution chambers there and everything too. But now we end up seeing Hendos trying to charge forward. He's on creep. He has the Baneling speed upgrade, and he is actually doing a pretty good job cleaning up the army on the creep. But there's still a lot of Marines left over for Masa.
Yeah, and Masa's economy is so good right now. He's on 4 bases. He took out the base of Hendrilisk, and he's just going to continue to do this. Choke out Hendrilisk, and it's a really rough position to be in as a Zerg. Obviously, you never want to be 1 base down. But the Evo Chambers are going to go down. 2-2 is on the way here from Masa. And that upgrade lead is going to be pretty significant as this does go on. Because Masa already has the army position, the army advantage, and the economical advantage as well. So sniping those Evo Chambers makes it even more of a solidified position. So I don't know, Hendrilisk, I don't know.
And part of the problem is like Hendrils has all these Beetles out, and he's actually been doing an okay job of like maintaining the Beetles count. But Masa is constantly at his front has been at his front this entire game, basically, with the Reapers and then the Hellions coming in with the Reapers and then going for that big C-Shank push and everything. He hasn't been able to get on the offensive with these Beetles.
At all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hendrilisk has been defending and defending. And it's not like he's like saving up for ultras or something crazier, you know. He's just surviving pretty much. So it's gonna be really tough. Masa just continuing that dominance. And I think that if we were to, of course, give an advantage to one player, it would definitely be our Terran one for now. But it's only gonna be it's gonna continue to be a factor, you know, because he is resetting the upgrades of Hendrilisk with those Evo Chambers having to be remade.
Yeah, definitely. God, the siege tank positioning from Masa is just so abusive. Like, he's like, I think he actually may be barely in range of like any units that ever try and move in, like just beyond that Rochefort and the gas. If they like any units cross that sort of line, then they're immediately in range of some of those siege tanks. And Hendrils has to defend because Masa keeps dropping a handful of Marines over there, just to try and pick off one of those gas guys with the Rotor, and then Hendrils has to come in and defend. But Hendrils does have another expansion down in the bottom left-hand side of the base, or the map, and I think I really like this expansion pattern a lot better than the one who's...
The other one, yeah. And imagine if that was the base that he took before instead of now, you know, like, he's holding on. But I feel like right now what Masa's doing, he's maxed out. He's trading, and he's making sure that Hendrilisk just can't keep up. Eventually, Hendrilisk will not be able to keep up with the same trading that Masa's doing. So,
yeah, well, 2-2 is going to be finishing up relatively soon, but Hendrils is just going to go for it right now. He's going to be off of creep, though, and there are a lot of siege tanks. The Banelings just get decimated before they even get a single hit off. The Marine count is absurd, and GG's going to get called.
Will be called. Hot damn.
Root game is Masa taking game number 1, and honestly, Tempo, I've got to say that was just a really good example of Masa playing the map.
I know, right?
I think he just played the map better. That's like the best. That's like the most important thing to take away from that game.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Oh, but it seems to be the trend continues, huh?
Yeah, no kidding. And
Masa seems to have Hendrilisk's number.
You know what? I will say though that it was just like Hendrils took like that really far out third expansion, which was just gonna be really difficult to defend. But he's actually doing a pretty good job for quite a bit of time. It was only once Masa really started getting to like a slightly bigger like siege tank count and being able to siege up in that position and stay there to snipe off the third expansion, which is not something that would normally happen on most other maps.
Any map, yeah.
On Cottage Hills, that's a thing you can do.
Yep.
So I feel like Hendrils is just sort of unprepared for that. It goes to show that he was unprepared for it because he was doing things like throwing down his evolution chambers at that like for kind of vulnerable third location and everything. It's one of those things that I think he's probably looking back on and be like, why the heck is that third expansion right there?
Yeah. Yeah.
But the next map is going to be Colonial Province,
The
and
other map that's
yeah, I
unfamiliar to most people, but
yeah, I actually still cannot see a single map. Like
oh,
I'm
it's
trying to make maps and everything, and the
okay.
Battle.net is just like, you're not allowed to make
Nice.
maps today for your dragon.
It's all good, man. We got your back. Well, at least
You
Curran
know,
does. You can follow him at Twitter at Curran
Current
TV.
TV at Current TV. Of course, I actually do want to note, guys, that you can actually vote on all of these matches and kind of place your bets on them over at goimba.com. And if you, whatever you do bet, you actually do get entered into a raffle to win some Steam gift cards. Definitely worth doing. And I'm actually just trying to take a look at what the betting has been for this series so far, because again, I know that a lot of people are probably betting on Masa. Masa
Seems
kind of
to
has handled some
be.
number in a lot of situations. And it looks like, yeah, 72% in favor of Masa for game number one. Game number two, though, look, well, actually, no, hold on. 72% in favor of Masa winning the series. But game number one, it was actually about 52% Masa, 48% Hendel. So pretty gosh darn even. And
Really
even game
nice.
number two is actually looking pretty even. 50, it's about
Even
50-50.
even Hendula saying this map looks more Zerg friendly, and then
Yeah,
Masters
it's
goes
like
early GG.
you're,
Oh man.
oh, it's like, yeah, you really enjoy having your third siege up by siege shakes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as soon as players are ready, we can go ahead and get the game started. Once again, it's going to be Colonial Province and Tempo. Now I have got to ask you.
Yeah.
We've gotten a chance to see these two players
Mm-hmm.
on a slightly different map, right? Cottage
Yeah.
Hills, which I think honestly prompted a bit of a different response from how Masa played it out, and just changed the way that Hendels had to play it out. But
Mm-hmm.
what are you kind of expecting as we move into Colonial Province?
Yeah, I feel like game number one was kind of like a respect game, right? Like no, neither of them did anything out of the ordinary at all.
Mhm.
Of course, yeah, the play style though from Masa is a bit. It's kind of cool, right? Like he did this widow mindless build,
Yeah,
similar
yeah.
to what we saw in QXC, and it feels like Marine tank, Wings of Liberty style, getting the Marines in tanks, and I don't know. It's very. I wonder if that's going to be the case here. Another four-player map too, so you got to take that into account. But I don't know.
I think it would actually be really cool if we saw like Masa saying, "No, that wasn't just a Cottage Hills thing. I'm actually going Siege Tanks against you
Again,
because
yeah.
yeah, that would actually be really really cool to see. But only one way to find out. We'll have to jump into the game and introduce the players to see what they're going to do as we spawn up here in the top right hand corner of the map, Colonial Province by Alloy Esports. It is going to be Complexities Complexities Angelus. Oh man, still in the mindset of that last game.
The last one, right? Hey, well, his opponent spawning in the bottom left corner of the map, Colonial Hills. It is the red Terran player, Roots Masa. Man, you know what? Like you asked me, man, and you're like, what do you expect to see? What do you want to see? And when you're in a best of three kind of series, you never know. Like us casters, yeah, we're like, yeah,
Mhm.
maybe we'd like to see this, but
Yeah, yeah.
how confident is Masa feeling right now? He's up one game. He can afford to take a chance if he wants to, but he just showed that he can rely on his macro and a
Yeah.
little bit of the map, of course, but some strategies. But
And here's honestly like one of the really cool things to me. It's the fact that these two players, like, they're really friendly. They know each other. They play with each other a ton. And it's
mhm,
a show match. Yeah, there's $25 on the line, but they actually just want to show like really cool games. And that's
yeah,
why these players have been really good sports and picked the two Alloy Esports maps that we haven't seen quite as much of in this tournament.
mhm.
So honestly, like, we can even throw some like strategy out of the window and say, like, you know what? These players may even just want to try and show some cool like builds and games.
Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of cool builds and games, Hendrilisk is going to go ahead for that gas first, getting the pool too. No expansion
Ooh.
has been taken by him either.
Oh.
So that is
This...
definitely something that you don't see as often,
Mhm.
and I like it.
And you know what? That's actually super counterintuitive, and it's almost playing the map again, because you look at the map and you say, "Oh, I have a very very safe quasi in base and natural expansion. That's just protected by destructible rocks. And then
Yep.
I have an equally easy to
That's it.
defend third expansion, easily-able
That was
to
a
defend
very,
third
yeah.
expansion. So obviously this is an economic map because you can take those expansions early. Nope, Hendulus gonna be putting on the pressure nice and early.
He will, and he's gonna be able to deal with the Reaper. Reaper's not gonna scout in the right position yet. But I think that I'm wondering when or if Hendrilisk will take that base. He hasn't taken it yet. He's investing a lot into those lings, and he might actually go ahead and take it now. But this is something that you usually see
Oh,
to punish a Reaper expand. Like your lings are out before the Reaper comes. Speed finishes, denies the natural base.
mhm.
And I don't know. What's Hendrilisk gonna do though?
So
Off of it.
here's a cool thing. Handles could try going after the destructible rocks that protect that natural expansion because otherwise he's going to be trying to barrel down the front, which is going to be a little bit more difficult. But Handrelus finally sees actually one of those Reapers, and Masa actually sees the Reapers. And I don't know, at this point, Tempo, if you see like this many Zorgans out on the map, are you kind of thinking something's up?
Yeah, definitely. Usually a Terran player is the one that is aggressive at this stage of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But with speed finishing, these Reapers actually are thinking of the regular speed timing.
Mm-hmm.
They don't realize that it's about to finish in about like 3.6 seconds.
Oh, he's not going to see it at all. The
You won't
Zerglings
know
all
because he
get
killed the lings,
off.
exactly.
Oh my
And you might
god.
see it when he goes here to this watchtower.
Oh yeah.
I think he
Tags
saw
the
it.
watchtower, and he was like, nope, getting off
Nope.
the map.
And Hendrilisk is making a bunch of lings here. He's up to
I mean,
18.
yeah.
He has more lings than drones right now. He's at 20. And
I mean, he
the
has
good
to
part
at
for Masa, though, is that he hasn't taken his natural. He's still in his main, kind of chilling.
And just
Which
like
means-
the Zerglings.
Yeah, this is not going to do too much.
Yeah. Well, Reapers are going to see the Zerglings at the front. And actually, wow, Masa doing the barracks and factories
was-
at like the exact right moment, like a second later, and Hendrils may have been able to swing up there, but ooh, does Masa
a
actually see
risky
those
move,
rocks
but he-
being knocked down? He does. Oh, he just
Base
selected the
is
destructible
under
rocks. He knows that's going on, but guess what? There's a sight blocker there. It's actually really hard to actually pick off those Zerglings. Oh,
What?
GG.
Oh, okay, well.
All right. Well, I guess Masa gonna be taking game number 2 very, very quickly. Hendrils, I mean, he did really commit pretty heavily to making that work.
Yeah, he was pretty behind, obviously,
Oh.
but he wasn't able to break Masa at all. Didn't do any damage. You do it as you want to take advantage of the early Reaper expand,
Mm-hmm.
deny the natural from mining,
Yeah.
and maybe even get the Reapers on the map. But Masa definitely saw it
Mhm.
and said, "Nope." That Jeff walked back home and just prepared.
Yeah, honestly, pretty solid job by Masa. Handel's showing some, he did a good job like in game number 1, trying to hold on to the defense. He went for a big risk in game number 2, and again, it didn't pay off. Kind of interesting how it ended up playing out. It's sort of interesting build to try and do. I'm wondering if maybe he was doing it specifically because he wanted to try and knock down those back rocks,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, it honestly just didn't. Like Masa was he was on top of it. But yeah, I think that's pretty much going to be it for the second show match. And that means that we're going to be jumping into our third show match coming up next. Guys, don't go anywhere. We will be back in a little bit. Be sure to go ahead and place your bets in the meanwhile over at goimba.com. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We're going to be jumping into our third show match of the day. It is going to be a PvP between Siphon and IVD's Puck and Tempo. I mean, you know a little bit about IVD's Puck, right?
A little bit. I've heard of them on the internets before.
He's been around. He's been around. He's also actually a teammate of yours, which actually makes it super awesome.
He
Um,
is. He is.
he is like an amazingly super solid Protoss player. Definitely one of the probably top North American Protoss players, at least, if not one of the top North American players. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how this show match is going to go.
Me
Siphon, of
too.
course, done pretty well for himself. He's the only Protoss that's made it out to the semifinals alongside his three Zerg companions.
Dang, yeah.
And
Is Siphon teamless at the moment?
he is teamless. He was actually, so the story is Siphon used to be on Team Clarity Gaming, which
Okay.
is why he's apparently always giving shout outs to the Goat Lords on his winners
Yep.
interview and everything. And after that, he moved to Deimos Esports.
Yep.
Deimos Esports unfortunately did end up disbanding, which kind of actually leaves Siphon teamless. So
Yeah.
if you're interested, he's a good person to hit up for a really, really solid Protoss player.
Indeed. And he's gonna show it against Puck, who is pretty strong. Puck has been around for a bit, for
Yeah.
sure. Making more of noise, I believe, this year than ever. I think he was, but didn't he get to oh, what was it? I don't remember if it was WCS. Was it Challenger? I forget the round that he did. He actually
Yeah.
traveled very recently. So
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was WCS Challenger.
mhm.
But yeah, Puck has honestly been incredibly solid throughout like time and of its like past like year or two,
Yeah,
and he's one of those players actually that remind. It's like I put him on like the same level as Minigun. Of course,
I would
Minigun.
say so. Yeah,
Yeah, not feeling too good about himself right now because he's obviously in the hospital and get well
yeah,
soon, Minigun. But
definitely
yeah,
get well
like
in Chad Jones.
I mean, if you respect Chad Mother effing Jones, you definitely gotta show some respect, of course, for Puck as
Yeah,
well. Um, yeah, the first map has already been picked. It's going to be again a PvP, and the map is going to be Habitation Station for
habitation.
game number one. Uh, once again, I just want to note, as if you were tuning in for yesterday's stuff, you would be familiar with the fact that Siphon has never really liked Cottage Hills. He's been
No,
banning it every single ban I think that we've ever seen out of Siphon has been Cottage
got
Hills.
it. Well,
Oh.
it was a fun map. Definitely, we didn't get to see a PvP on it. We haven't even seen a Protoss play on it today. But yesterday, he said it was a little bit not in his favor at all.
Um, yesterday it was sort of interesting. We saw a PvP or two on it with Siphon versus Believe.
Yep.
Believe obviously being the only other Protoss in the group, and those games were so back and forth that they were almost blurring in my mind of like what
Yeah.
happened. Because there would be points in time where like one player felt like they were like somewhat like a slightly ahead, but then the other player would just like do something really, really awesome and cool and just get this
Yeah.
enormous advantage. One thing I will say though, Puck ask Puck is asking if he can play Zerg.
I don't know if he trolls, man. I switched to
I
Zerg two
I
months
I
ago.
don't even know if he's being serious.
Uh,
I
nah,
mean,
he's trolling.
oh, okay. Well, regardless, it should be a PvP. And on Habitation Station, one thing kind of worth noting is that there is the gold expansion that people always think about on Habitation Station. But in PvP, that gold expansion is so difficult to take because there's early game Blink Stalker play and, mid game, like late game Colossus play that just makes it like almost impossible to defend.
Yeah.
You end up almost seeing it as like a last resort kind of base that gets taken like as your fifth expansion or something if you feel like you have control of the center.
Yeah,
Um,
it's not like GVP where you take it
yeah,
to do
yeah.
some kind of timing attack or something.
Or TVZ. I mean, we saw it today with
Oh God,
QXC.
yeah.
Take it as like your first expansion, your first base, not even expansion. There's
Yeah.
nothing's being expanded to.
Mm-mm. Just lifting off and going. But it
Uh,
will be a new matchup, folks. PvP will be it. Gonna see a lot of lasers, possibly.
Possibly. I mean, Team Laser has been pretty fantastic. Where you have the Oracles, the Blink Stalkers, you have the Colossus. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
lasers are just pretty much awesome. It's every Protoss player was inherently born into a rave. But we're going to be spawning up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, on top of the blue Protoss player representing Team IVD. It is going to be IVD's Puck.
Why you banning me? His opponent in the top right, perhaps gonna answer his opponent that has just spoken in the chat. It is the orange Protoss player, Siphon.
I've been given the heads up to Puck.
Yep.
Been banning it since yesterday. It's been a long time.
What a hipster, man.
No turning back. He needs to have a 100% ban rate. All he has to do is keep that going up until the semifinals, and he will be golden.
He'll be good to
Just a,
go.
just a
Well,
one.
he is kind of golden already by the color.
He
of
is
his-
golden. Okay, so speaking of like teams and colors, Siphon,
Yep.
he can do whatever the heck he wants. He's teamless. He can rock out black, pink, purple, blue, orange,
Yep.
magenta, whatever. But Puck, man, Puck knows where it's at. Representing
Gotta rep
IVD.
it. That blue, yep.
He's got that blue, that IVD blue. He's dripping blue. IV dripping blue. IVD drip blue. Something like that. Anyway.
I can dig it. I can dig it. It's very nice. The jerseys actually just came not too long ago, and they're like the black and blue.
Oh man. Yeah, I think I've seen some pictures of them.
I got my
They look
own jersey,
so
man. They
slick.
gave me a freaking jersey, dude.
Those things look so slick, man.
So happy about that.
All right. But, you know, PvP, the things that can happen in this matchup really, really vary. I mean, it's one of those matchups where you have to really identify where does my small little advantage lie based on however the openings go. There's all kinds of openings. There's like DTs, Blink Stalkers, Oracles, Phoenix openings, Robo with Immortal openings. I've even seen like Warp Prism drops with DTs, like so mixtures of different tech paths. So almost everything is possible. Even just like pure gateway aggression is possible. So
Yeah.
it really just does come down to what do these players decide to do, like preferentially, and there can be
Yeah.
small advantages you get from it. But after that, it's about identifying where does my advantage lie and how do I press that advantage.
Yep. I know Puck though. A lot of the times, even on two-player maps, he goes for a very early Nexus in ZV.
Oh.
I mean in PvP. But I don't know if he's gonna do it this game. But I've seen him do it at least 2 or so times. In the past few games that I've casted from him. So I wonder if we will see something like that.
Yeah, it's definitely a certain possibility, but I almost feel like right now, again, PvP is a sort of reactive matchup, and Siphon just threw down the Stargate with the probe just kind of like sitting there, didn't
Yeah.
even wait for the motion core and everything. And that just tells me like the fact that he's not canceling it, yeah, he may cancel it still like right before it finishes or something.
Yeah.
But I feel like this is just him saying, I need to get up this like Oracle as fast as possible. I mean, even got it before his third pylon and everything.
Yeah, he's gonna get it out, and it looks like Puck is gonna be going for the Twilight, which could mean, of course, DTs. But if he does go for the Blink, then you know that'll be another attack that he can do, which can deal with the Stargate opening of Siphon.
Yeah.
But the thing is, of course, if he did go for DTs, the Oracle would have to be kept alive and would need to be utilized in order to get the detection. But it doesn't even look like Oracle is gonna be made. He's gonna go right into Phoenixes.
Yeah, and that is actually pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Making straight up Phoenixes when you're going for this fast of a Stargate is not exactly what you expect, and yet instantly reveals it, sees the Twilight Council, and honestly, this is basically just like the standard response for a Protoss player when you see someone opening Stargate. But the thing is, it's kind of like Pokemon. You can have a Water Elemental type facing off against a Fire type, and yeah, you definitely quote unquote have the advantage. But I will tell you, my level 40 Charmander
I was gonna
will
say
destroy your level 20 Squirtle. Like, I don't care what's going on with the elemental like charts and everything.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking the same way. Oh
Um,
man, that's pretty fun. I like it, man. I like it. But a really cool move here from Siphon is that he's gonna jump into the robotics. He, excuse me, he identifies that it is Blink.
yeah.
Of course, getting those immortals out do really good against stalkers. And the Phoenixes is pretty much scouts, it seems, as he has not made any after that.
The cutest thing just actually happened. Corinne caught it. The Phoenix lifted up the probe that was going to the natural expansion. That looked like it was maybe trying to build a Nexus. So Siphon lifts it up to like cancel the command of building the Nexus. And then Puck just like takes the probe and sends it back in the main base. It's like he's happy, man. Trauma, man. You lift it like 50 feet up in the air. You don't want that to happen again.
Never.
Yeah, so here's the kind of interesting thing that's going on right now. Siphon, he went out with the Stargate opening. He's made like one Phoenix, exactly one Phoenix, and he's just stopped it and made the robotic facility and has allowed himself to really get up into sort of tech mode if he wants to.
Yeah, he's gonna go
And
right into the robotics bay.
yeah, this is actually super duper fast and honestly really really greedy play from Siphon. But I think this is a response because he's seen everything he needed to see out of Puck. He saw that the probe was trying to build a nexus, so he knows what Puck wants to do.
Yeah.
So he's gonna play as greedy as he can, and just all he has to do is get up a defense in time for any kind of push out Puck wants to do.
So are you thinking right now, right? The two positions that they're in. Do you think Puck's early opening with the blink, he just kind of said, not gonna go for it because he got scouted that early, and he's kind of making a new plan?
You know, I think it's one of those things where I wouldn't even necessarily say like it was just the way that like he said like, oh man, this isn't gonna work now that it's been scouted out. I think it's more of one of those, hey, you know what? This is the way that this works out is if my opponent sees the Stargate, then awesome. I can just immediately transition out, just make one Phoenix to get some nice scouting information because I've invested in the Stargate. And after that, I can transition out because I see that my opponent is going for, you know, a Blink Stalker like Twilight Council and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And if it was something else, hey, you know what? Then he could very well have just continued to produce more Phoenix or gone for an Oracle or something if he felt the right situation.
I feel like both players kind of did that. Yeah, you're saying their openers never really interacted with each other. You know what I mean? Like in PvP, of course. But very, very cool though. You know, both players getting their naturals expansions there. Pretty even on probes actually. 41 in Puck's favor to the 37. But we're looking at a robotic, like a very, very nice, well-rounded army from Siphon. Whereas Puck, oh, he does have his robotics bay as well.
So. Yeah, both these players getting that Colossus production going. Oh, actually, Puck just finished up his robotics base, so now he's just made an Immortal. Immortal's very, very useful, especially in those late game PvP armies. Especially if you tuned in yesterday, you'll definitely know that.
No.
But Siphon is actually a good 2 or so Colossus up on Puck. And he actually has the Void Ray, which is a really, really nice touch. I actually really like the Void Rays mixed in because it forces your opponent to get anti-air like Stalkers. But Stalkers are not exactly what you want when the armies start to get maxed out.
To late game, yeah, I agree. And you know what it also does? Even the Stargate being there allows them to be able to get the Fleet Beacon eventually to mix in Tempest to thin out that Colossus count, so...
Yeah, this entire game is sort of... Like, Puck is a fantastic player and everything, and he's definitely not, like, behind it by any means, but I really do like Siphon's position just because almost like the mind games that he's been able to play and, like, the corners he's been able to cut. Because of like the earliest game scouting information he got.
Once again, will the hallucinated Phoenix beat out the regular Phoenix?
I don't know, man. Hallucinated Phoenix, they just don't do quite as much damage.
They gotta buff that, man. But yeah, like you're saying, Siphon really, like his army, it's not that scary at all, right? But he's gonna be scary very soon.
Exactly. It's once he starts to get up those, because honestly, like he's sitting on 2 Zealots and a Stalker. That is the sum of his gateways. He has 3 warp gates out on the map right now. Puck at least has like 5 or so. He can warp in a handful of more Stalkers and everything, but it's really just like this pretty big deviation in the way that the army compositions are going to be forming.
Well, they seem to be pretty comfortable though. Puck is gonna go ahead and take a 3rd, and it's immediately scouted by Siphon, so Siphon knows. And he's been on top of everything, like seeing what's going on.
Even Puck has actually as well with the hallucinating Phoenix.
Yeah,
that is not quite as real. But honestly, if you have a Sentry, what are you really gonna?
If you have a good enough imagination, man, it's okay. It's pretty much the same.
Pretty much. Well, we do actually have double Robo now out for Puck, so he can maybe try and play a little bit of catch up on that Colossus count. Siphon does have his own double Robo going at the same time, though, and is actually, you know, getting up that +1 weapons and everything. Puck actually, he's already finished +1 weapons. He's getting up +2 weapons, getting up charge. Puck actually might be able to move out with a pretty scary looking army compared to what Siphon has right now. I think that if he's able to do that, he may be able to make something work. Although, I will also note that Siphon really has not been making more of these Void Rays. It was kind of just that one Void
Ray, right? Yeah. And it's kind of interesting, too, because as soon as those Robos were finished with the Robo Bay, it's all Colossus. Not mixing any Immortals either. Do you think that having those in the army are.
Mhm.
You could get to a certain count of Colossus, and then you start mixing them in, or you.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It's a
Like
bit of
neither
a
players,
difficult.
but I'm saying like
Yeah.
neither of them. I wasn't sure if.
Mhm. Mixing in the mortals is always really weird because some players like to do it earlier and some players like to do it later. But hold that thought, Puck actually taking a lot of damage from that splash damage for the Colossus of Siphon, but these two players, they're going to be able to regenerate those shields if they don't engage anytime in the near future.
But it doesn't seem like Siphon is going to have that happen because he is on the doorstep of Puck. Puck has his third base finished, but he is taking his own as just about to finish. But I think Siphon's he wants to do something here.
He needs to split up his army really, really well. Just because, I mean, Puck has already split up his army, and Siphon's going to be the one moving down the ramp. So those Colossus, sometimes the AI not as good. Oh, the
Whoa!
that is actually enormous. That actually might even cue Puck to just go for it right now, because that means that he has time warped. His opponent is not. There's not going to be much running over here for Siphon. Siphon going to be taking a massive amount of damage after those gateway units start to expire, but he warps a couple more Zells. Is he going to be able to get a decent engagement over here? The Colossus count, the concave over there for Puck is just so damn good.
I think Puck is just, yeah, that was crazy. Sniping that Mothership Core allows Puck to engage how he wants to on his terms, and there's no support for these Colossus, man. Wow.
Siphon, he's doing his best job trying to like micro back that Void Ray, that one Void Ray. Oh, but 5 Stalkers, I mean, they do a little bit more damage than a single Void Ray, a little bit quicker, and that is actually a really, really sick warp in from Puck. GG gets called. Puck is taking game number 1.
Definite. Wow. Jeez.
It is those small victories that make the biggest differences. Sniping off the mush, of course, making sure that your opponent is not going to have the time warps to slow down your Colossus, as
Especially
they sort
when you're
of
on the offensive too. Like
exactly.
yeah.
It makes an enormous difference. So Puck was able to do that. Honestly, a lot thanks due to that that mothership core being signed off. And I have to say, even like the small little touches toward the end, where he had the pylon down at the very south side of the map, and he warped in 5 Stalkers like a good 20 or so, 20 or 30 seconds before we actually even saw them on the stream.
Yep.
And anticipating that, okay, Siphon is he's starting to run, pulls the Stalkers up to the top side, to the center of the map, and intercepts those Colossus, is able to do some really nice damage to them and take them out and close out the series, or close out the game of an already kind of really heavily advantageous game in favor of Puck.
A Puck, yeah. Really nicely done. Oh, man.
I'm
that
looking
moment,
forward to this game.
I think it was kind of like a confidence thing, too, because
Yeah.
the whole game, they kind of were just dancing and not really, Puck opened Blink and he didn't do a timing attack. There wasn't an Oracle, it was a Stargate, just like a Phoenix scouting to see. So
it was a lot of like both players adapting to each other with constant scouting, but they're not actually, they weren't ever really actually interacting.
Yeah, until that one like Mothership Core, it's like, oh, there's the advantage, I'm gonna go take the game.
Exactly. I think that was actually the first unit interaction where it, you know what, I actually need to take a look at
No, Rip and Feast, the hallucinated Phoenix, man. Don't forget about that one.
Hallucinated Phoenix, yes. I think besides hallucinated Phoenix, I'm not sure that any units actually died. Besides maybe actually,
maybe like a probe
died. The real Phoenix may have died because I didn't actually see that in like with the army or anything. And it can one Phoenix can actually make a pretty big impact, more than you would think, just by lifting up like an immortal or something.
Yeah.
You get out of the fight. That's a lot of reduced damage. So you never know. But that's one thing I like about this is that it came down to like that one sort of split-second moment. And then when one player got that one big advantage, which is Puck.
That's what it was, yeah.
It
was even blinking his Stalkers onto the Colossus. He was like, okay, buddy.
Yeah. It was like that one really subtle thing. And that kind of gives me hope that, game number 2 could honestly go either way. And we do actually have the map. Colonial Province.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. And Puck picking Terran again. I hope he doesn't, race. Playing random.
Trying to be a sneaky little troll. Getting out with Terran.
But it will be another PvP, though, yeah.
And I think this may be the first PvP we've seen on Colonial Province. I want to say it is, because day number 1, we only had 1 Protoss in the group. Day number 2, Siphon was banning Cottage Hills every single game, and I don't think that Believe ever wanted to play Colonial Province.
Yeah, they don't like this map, apparently, huh?
I mean, the players just have not. The players have just been so evasive with some of those new maps for a while.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we're getting the chance to see it in the show matches at least. But now let's go ahead and jump and introduce the players as we spawn down here in the top right-hand side of the map of AEM, a colonial province. Top of the blue Protoss player, it is Siphon.
And his opponent representing IVD, switching up his color, but it is the red Protoss player, Puck. And speaking of Puck, man, I've been playing a lot of Zealot hockey lately, man.
Oh, did you see the trailer for the Zealot hockey thing today?
I didn't. Oh, wait, was it the event?
There's
Swarm of Hearts event?
Oh no, there's another event going on, or not an event. It's a I think I don't even know. It was like just a generic Zealot hockey advertisement. It was like a parody advertisement. It was pretty funny. I highly recommend everyone go check it out. So you can find it on Reddit.
Okay.
Or StarCraft. But let's talk a little bit about the Go Imba betting. Because by the way, guys, if you haven't been betting on Go Imba, go bet on GoImba.com because you'll get a chance to win Steam gift cards. You add to the prize pool of the Breakout Invitational, the actual final tournament, not so much the show matches. But
yep.
Oh, pretty different timings on these gateways. In fact, we actually have Siphon. He's sitting on 15 probes, building up his mineral count. Tempo, are we gonna see Nexus first in a PvP?
It could be. I think he's gonna do it.
Tempo.
He's gonna do it. And what is Puck gonna do? He's gonna go ahead and get the same kind of standard opening, but yeah, Nexus first. Wow. Uh-oh.
Tempo, what the heck? And oh my God, Puck's gonna scout in the wrong he's gonna scout the wrong way first.
Yep.
And he's actually gonna scout Siphon last, most likely. This is actually good. This is
balls of steel.
Siphon doing this on a 4-player map that Puck's probably not played on before, is not as familiar with. It's a safer natural expansion because it's in base. Everything is actually kind of working out for Siphon right now.
This actually might be, yeah. And Puck wouldn't even know if he scouts. He will see the timing, of course, and be like, there's something up. But like you're saying,
man,
he's not going to do it at first. He doesn't actually know. And even the second scout, he's going to go to the bottom right. Uh-oh. The Nexus will be finished by the time he gets there.
Here's the thing. The longer that Puck takes to react to it, the less likely he's going to be able to do anything about it. Because guess what? Photon Overcharge is going to be is going to be totally fine. Because either Puck is going to try and knock down the destructible rocks at the backside and try and move into the natural expansion, or he's going to have to move into the main base of Siphon where he can actually use a Photon Overcharge at either the main base or the natural expansion, wherever Puck decides to commit to. Because and the thing is, if Puck spends time knocking out the destructible rocks to the bottom side, then Siphon's going to have plenty of time to react.
The time is really,
yeah.
But I feel like the Photon Overcharge really, the distance, like look at the ramp, of course, right? Between, like the natural, right? You get the natural, you get the main. Photon Overcharge doesn't really cover you.
Yeah, that's true.
If you do one. But I mean, once again, it is, oh, this pylon from Puck could be indicative of what he wants to do, maybe. Oh, no. Oh, man, I am like, this is
Puck is taking his natural expansion now, but it is so much later. Like, unbelievably. And Siphon gets a scout off on it. He sees the natural expansion. Puck is sending a stalker in, and he's going to see, okay, you have 2 gateways, you have a sentry. I mean, what's the sentry really? Oh my God, that sentry's actually got to be careful. He's got to wait for the mothership core. He's got to retreat back out. Yeah, pulling probes, honestly, at this point, I wouldn't even really blame him for doing that. He needs to keep it alive. Oh.
That's it.
That
might get taken out.
No, Stalker's actually. Oh my God, Stalker's
getting away. He didn't get to scout the natural though, but maybe he assumes it. Seeing the timing of the mothership core.
Well,
look at that, crouching Stalker hit and there it goes.
Seriously, here's the thing. Puck can go in for a round 2 over here with these 2 Stalkers that he's coming in with now. And Siphon, he's down a sentry. That sentry was supposed to force field the ramp and basically keep these units from even be able to go to the main base or the natural expansion. And now he just has this unit advantage. More probes have to be pulled once again for Siphon. And, oh, is he actually going to be able to get that stalker? That would be huge for Siphon.
So close. He's going to still micro, try to get as much HP done as he does try to, but no, Puck is going to retreat. But he does lose a stalker, which is good, so.
Yeah, I mean, still not too bad of a situation. Again, he gets up his Nexus way before Puck and is able to transfer those probes over. Has a really healthy probe count. sitting up
Yeah,
at 38 to 31.
definitely. The build order advantage goes to Siphon, and that's because he did play a bit greedy, but
Mhm.
it paid off because he wasn't punished for it.
Yeah, well, he hasn't been punished for it as of yet. I do want to note that, Puck has had the opportunity to get up his robotic facility and everything, though. So it's definitely not over by any means. And of course, he also has a forge. And Siphon losing that sentry, he invested in the sentry 100 gas much earlier on to try and make sure that he could defend against any kind of
Yeah.
early aggression. And that meant that he delayed his tech. So this Twilight Council, yeah, he's getting up Blink, but of course, at the same time, like he's going to be down in a +1, and Puck's still going to be sitting in a pretty comfortable position, or a pretty okay position tech-wise.
Okay, yeah. Well, Blink is going to be the choice, yeah, for Siphon. Chrono boosting out his units now. He has his economy in check. So now he's just getting as many units as he can out. But Puck is going for the Robo.
Yeah, Robo
Getting
does.
Immortal, so I feel like, yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
oh wait, when Blink finishes up, he can blink over those rocks.
Oh my god,
Those
yeah.
rocks could act as a giant, like, destructible rocks that he can basically just circle. Oh, well, they are destructible rocks. They're gonna act as a giant wall. You can actually circumvent, but no, he's actually just gonna go straight for those rocks and take him out. Does Puck actually knows? I don't
I
know
was
if
gonna
he
say,
has
is he
vision of
aware of
it.
it? I don't think. Oh,
He
he can
doesn't.
see it if he's paying attention.
I think, yeah, he should be able to hear the sound effect for it, actually.
Yeah.
That's so weird. Destructible rocks with sight blockers on them, man.
That's
All
actually pretty cool. Well,
Oh,
Blink
wait.
has been revealed.
Oh, that's the coolest thing. Okay, so Siphon has 2 sentries with this army. Because if Puck has positioned his army over by the main base, not expecting the destructible rocks to be taken out, then he could have force fielded Puck outside of the natural expansion. He's actually going to be going for the natural expansion. He's just focused right down the Nexus, now going after some of those sentries, force fielding away the Immortals. He's doing a pretty good job keeping them away, but is it enough? These Immortals are going to be hitting like tanks.
And a nice aggressive Blink there from Siphon, gonna take that away, but the Immortals still are alive. And Siphon is losing a lot of Stalkers here. With the Photon Overcharge being there in conjunction. May have been a little bit overzealous move there from Siphon.
Well, he still does have actually quite a few gateways. That's something that we haven't really touched upon, is the fact that he's actually gone up to, I think, what, like 6 or so gateways, and alongside a robotic facility. So he can reinforce and actually make a lot of zealots, and maybe he can continue to push in, but Puck, the Immortals are just adding so much value to this army.
I would say so as well. The tech choice is definitely in the favor of Puck. The tech advantage, rather, with the Immortals being there and Blink Stalkers being Siphon's choice. Ooh.
And yeah, I honestly, Temple, I think that it was a really cute idea from Siphon, going and saying, okay, I'll take out destructible rocks. If he's not prepared, I'll force field him out, I'll kill off his Nexus, and I'll be way, way ahead. But, I mean, Puck's army was there, and Siphon's still committed to it. Thought he could get a better end of the engagement, but 3 Immortals is... I don't care how many Blink Stalkers you have, unless you are actually like 27 Blink Stalkers versus just pure 3 Immortals, no backing up units, whatever.
Yeah. And he needed to snipe them. Like, the fact is he blinked, he aggressively blinked, and didn't kill them. They were still alive shooting, so...
And he was going after the Nexus for a while, too. So overall, the engagement just did not work out very well for Siphon, but it was a cool idea. Now he's going to have to deal with the fact that he just does not have that much of an army to deal with Puck's army moving across the map.
Yeah, this is actually really scary. Gonna try to take this third. I don't think that's gonna finish at all. And the army of Siphon, and he's doesn't even have a sentry to try to force field here either. Oh, there he does. He does here.
Yeah, just gets out 1 sentry, and Puck's not even going to take the chance because he doesn't have the high ground vision. Mothership Core lacking a little bit behind, so, I mean, why would you let your army get force field off? Just go for the safer side.
Once
go
again,
for the rocks.
The counter. Oh, man. Very, very interesting thing about this map. Where you can do this, you know, you're trying to hold your rampant, but here's Puck on the doorstep of Siphon. Gonna use that Photon Overcharge to ward him away. Puck is perfectly fine with that, too. He's making 2 Colossus at a time. There's no Colossus with this army, so he's probably not going to try to win the game here. He'll wait for those to come, but...
Well, actually, yeah, speaking of the Colossus count, I mean, Siphon does get up 2 Colossus of his own, and Puck's going to be falling just a little bit further behind. Actually, Siphon does have double row going with the Colossus production, so... Wait. The 3rd expansion is back up. Siphon actually immediately retook that as soon as Puck had left. He
Yeah,
actually retook that third expansion. This is actually a really, really nice move by Siphon. Is he actually gonna be able to come out okay from this?
I think maybe. Seems like Puck has retreated. Didn't push the issue at all. Just kind of scouted, seeing if he could kill Siphon. And then he
Huh.
just goes and takes a third for his zone.
Well, I mean, I really can't blame him for like trying to back out over there because he'd be moving through like again, it's a small choke, or sorry, a pretty large choke, but still, it's a choke, and he didn't have any units that could really knock down force field. So Siphon could have just force fielded Puck's army in half if he overcommitted, and he would have been in a ton of trouble at that point.
Exactly. Yep.
Um, so yeah, Siphon actually manages to hold back for a little bit longer and actually gets a nice little lead in the Colossus count. I mean, he has a solid 3 Colossus up, and Puck, he's going for double Robo himself, but he's actually getting Immortals out right, or getting at least 1 or 2 Immortals out right now, and rather than Colossus.
Yeah. And it goes to show, like, I wonder, because I think we were talking about it last game, where
Yeah,
you do mix up those Immortals. If you have the better position, Immortals do so much damage to Colossus, but Colossus just kill everything, right?
well, I have a question
Oh
here,
my god, that
Tempo.
mothership core. Whoa.
Ooh. Well, I have a question here, Tempo.
Okay.
On the topic of Colossus and Immortals, how many Stalkers or things that are not like that the Immortals don't do well against are there in Siphon's army?
Ah, true. It is really only the Colossus, pretty much.
It's really, really zealot heavy, and I mean, I expect that he's going to be getting charged at some point soon. Actually,
Yeah.
has he already
Oh.
gotten it? No, he has
I
not.
know
gotten
the Puck is getting it. I don't know if
Yeah.
doesn't
I'm
seem
kinda
like it. Yeah.
especially after seeing like that your opponent has all those immortals and everything. And the fact that he's going so zealot heavy, it kind of tells me that he's doing that because of the immortal count.
Yep.
I'm sort of surprised that he's not getting charged yet.
May have overlooked it, perhaps.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, it's not like his gas isn't, he's at 0 or something. He's actually getting
Yeah.
a pretty good gas income. And
Well, he still has opportunity
Yeah.
to maybe get it and Rotobus it out. He's getting other things, Templar Archives. Maybe I think he might be saving up his gas for one big warping round of High Templars.
Yep.
So he can get out a couple of Archons. Archons tanking damage so well.
yeah, and they do a lot of good damage to the Zealots as well.
Yeah, actually, Puck has 19 Zealots.
A lot of That's a lot.
So yeah, that may actually just be the kind of logic for Siphon saying, you know what? I'm not really going to be able to win in the Zealot battle at this point. I'm much further behind, so why not just make Archons instead?
Well, we're looking at a really big macro game here. A Siphon going to take another base at the gold, of course. And this is the difference, of course, of the spawning position being a horizontal instead of vertical.
Yeah.
Excuse me, where you can take it
Yeah.
without being contested too much.
If they're spawning vertical, then only one player gets to take that gold, and they're in a world of trouble if they do not have the better.
Don't get it, yeah.
Like for 1 second, if you don't have the better army, your opponent walks from their natural expansion over to your gold expansion and kills it.
Yep. And we kind of saw that too in the ZVT before, as far as getting that position, the dominating position in the position, the spawning
Yeah.
one. So
Well, Puck's moving in over here. His army is a little bit split up. He has to regroup over there. Siphon going to do the exact same thing, warp in a lot of zealots, and just both these players need to make sure that the split is as good as possible. Siphon right now looking much better on that split, I have to say.
yeah, and he has a
Oh,
really big
the
Colossus.
Prism Harassment drop over in the main base, actually with a couple of DTs mixed in as well.
Whoa.
He's able to snipe off one of the robotics facilities he's going to be able to. He's going to be able to snipe off the second one as well. And if he
my
actually
God.
does that, that's actually going to be awesome because he's going to stop all the Colossus production.
He has, and like, he kind of poked at the front in order to get Siphon's attention away, but now he has something to deal with, and Siphon is going to push. Oh my god, he feels the pressure right now, man.
Siphon is maxed out at this point. He actually can't do anything. And now the robotics bay is going to go down for Siphon. This is actually huge. And if Puck can just now defend over here and trade relatively evenly, not die over here, he's going to be in a fantastic position because Siphon can't replenish that Colossus count for a really
But he does
long
have
time.
a lot of Colossus, man, and he needs to hold here. Puck is gonna go in. Uh-oh, a bit of a retreat. Gonna get slowed down by that time warp, and this base is not long in this world. And the army, Puck doesn't feel confident in engaging it.
Well, here's the kind of the interesting thing is Siphon's kind of just given up on that main base at this point. He's just gonna go for it at this point. He doesn't have any energy on the recall. He's throwing down the double time warps. But he's gonna go back and try and engage this army.
But a beautiful engagement here by Puck, luring Siphon into that little choke point. The Colossus are now in the same location, but look at the spread from Puck here. But does he have enough units though?
Well, it doesn't actually look like the Immortals are going to survive over here for very long for either of these players, actually. But Siphon actually does have a nice little lead on the Colossus count. But again, it does also matter where the splits are actually coming out. At the same time, I want to note, Puck has actually just killed almost everything
He
in the
is
main
annihilating
base.
the main base of Siphon right now at the same time.
Oh,
But he
man.
needs to worry about this army that he's facing. The Colossus still live.
Well, Siphon does have a big bank. He can still warp in units. I mean, he still does have at least a couple of gateways, and he's able to take that army. And he's takes out.
DTs. There's no observer here.
Oh my God! Puck was able to snipe out the observer for Siphon. That could be game ending. That
I think
might
it could be because the
There's no
Robo got killed. Oh
Both
my
of the Robos
god.
got killed.
Oh no. There's no observer on the map at all. He can't see
Oh
these.
man.
Oh my god. These oh I think Puck might have done it here.
I think that might have been the winning move tempo. The Colossus are retreating to the safety of the
Ooh,
cannons.
the cannons though, yeah.
But at this point, I mean, he's going to lose his army, and that was the big advantage he had. He's lost his main base. He's lost all of his tech. He needed to keep that army alive to continue to put on the pressure.
And he does have the bank like you were talking about, but he doesn't have any production, really. He has like 2 gateways and 2 robos. Oh no. I think he's going to get an observer now, of course, but the damage is being done. Even during that whole push, all we saw was DTs and Zealots just destroying the base of Siphon. So we needed to make that, that was actually what Siphon needed to do, but it's going to be GG well played. I think Siphon did it right, but not having detection is what swung it in Puck's favor, so.
Yeah, and I could have sworn he had an observer at some point at least, but I mean, in the end, if your observer gets sniped off in those big PvP engagements, warping in DT is a pretty damn good option. And
yeah, for sure.
It's really cool because I would say, yeah, it's a 2-0 in favor of Puck, but I think that Siphon showed some really, really great games. Those were really, really close games that were decided by very, very subtle and small things that could have gone either way.
Indeed.
But yeah, with that being said, the 2-0 once again going to be going in favor of IBD Puck. We have one final series remaining for tonight today for the show matches before we actually jump into the actual tournament again, go into those semifinals. I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, stick around, guys. We are going to be seeing Reborn hopefully play against Patreus. The reality is that Patreus is actually also casting as well as also playing in the MLG Anaheim qualifier. So we're going to see if he can play. If not, we may actually get a replacement for Patreus. But yeah, guys, stick around. We will be back in a little bit. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Breakout Invitational show match series. We're jumping into our final show match for the day. Before we jump into this actual semi-finals and the finals, it is going to be Clarity Gaming's Reborn facing off against Root Gaming's Masa Tempo.
Yo,
Tell me, what are you thinking about this? Because we have Habitation Station, ZVT. I'm feeling it, man. We're getting another ZVT on the map.
I don't know. Do you think we're gonna see another command center lift, or
Oh,
I don't know.
okay.
I
You
think
know what?
QXC is kind of trademarked it.
He
Don't think that
has.
Masa may do it, but I mean, you never know.
Here's the thing, like I totally agree with you. This is definitely QXC's kind of trademark thing, but Masa is also one of those kind of players who loves to do like weird and wonky things. So
Okay.
this is exactly the kind of thing he would like to do. In fact, I'm pretty sure that he did do this is his map pick.
Oh,
So,
okay, okay.
I think this could
Alright.
very well be what exactly he's thinking of doing. But I also want to
Uh-oh.
remind you that similar to how Kraos faced off against QXC. This is
Mhm.
the actual map that he won on. QXC did that.
Okay.
So maybe it may not even be like the best strategy because I think that some Zerg players are actually trying to figure this stuff out. And QXC again, he was like the one that's like really made that style work.
Yep.
He's the one that lost it. But let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players as we spawn up here in the top right hand corner. In this moving base expansion, it is going to be the blue Terran player representing Root Gaming. It is Masa.
Uh,
Oh man, that poor logo. We gotta talk to Gameheart, man. We gotta fix that logo when they lift off.
his, his opponent spawning in the top left corner from Clarity Gaming, representing it is the Zerg player Reborn. Oh man. Well, Fear Dragon.
Series.
Fear Dragon, we have another gold lift. Will Reborn's response? What do you think his response will be? You know, the kind of player that he is.
You know, I could really see it going anyway because Reborn, he's one of those players that definitely is perfectly okay with it moving to the later stages of the game, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, he is also an aggressive Zerg, so he's gonna see this. And I think that honestly, okay, so one of the things that we saw in the Kraos versus QXC game is I don't know how much I agreed with like that early Zergling opening, right? That he did.
Yeah.
One for the early spawning pool and for one for the guys. All the stuff that Kraos did in the later stages of the game that really made it kind of work out.
Yep.
And we are going to be seeing the spawning pool first coming out for Reborn. Is he going to be grabbing a gas geyser before a hatchery?
He hasn't got it yet, and he has the minerals to do it. So we may even see him take the gold as his natural too. If he does want
Yeah,
to.
that is weird though, because then it's like, yeah, it's like this idea of, oh, well, you're taking gold, well, I'm taking a gold too. But then you're also moving closer to your opponent, so it's like it's like further from your main base, so it's harder to defend.
It's really hard to defend.
Yeah. So
But he's gonna
I
have
don't
to
know.
defend like really hard here. We got 3 Vex coming out from Masa.
Oh man.
This gold left off is a
Pretty
little bit
strong.
scary. Yeah, I would say so.
Well, 4 Zerglings gonna be on the way for Reborn. And again, like I feel he should know that Moss is probably planning to get a bit aggressive. I mean, when you do this, you're generally looking to get that big mineral surge so you can make a ton of Marines. But oh, bunker being thrown on the low ground. Look at that. Reborn actually already prepared for it. He had
He
a
knows
drone,
exactly. Yeah.
and he's gonna send the Zerglings out. This is actually what these Zerglings are for. It wasn't necessarily to get on the huge offensive style. I think that this was in preparation for that kind of bunker.
Yep, and he's gonna pull all of his drones. He's taking this pretty seriously right now. Bunker will get canceled though.
Pulling all of your drones, I definitely understand. Like he's taking it very seriously, but again, like it's all those small little things. His opponent is on gold minerals. He's kind of already sort of playing a little bit of catch up.
Yep,
I feel like he really needs every bit of minerals he can spare.
he does, and it wasn't even like the natural was finished, so we could just kind of mine there.
Exactly.
Had to go all the way back up to the main. And Masa's gonna continue to do this, man. He's gonna put down this bunker.
Well, Queen is out. He can try and pick away at that SCV. He's actually being very, very careful with that Queen. He's not going after the SCV just yet. He's pulling all of his drones once again. And Masa, I honestly feel like at this point, Masa could just kind of bail and wait around for some more Marines to come.
Yeah, and he's gonna continue to go. Might get the surround on all of these Marines.
Oh, that's actually a really nice surround. Picking off the SCVs as well. The remaining Marines gonna get surrounded. And how many drones have gone to... Oh, there's not a single drone that went
Not
down.
even
Only
one, yeah.
five Zerglings. This has been really
Only
well
Lings.
controlled by
Wow.
Reborn.
Absolutely. Really nice around there. And he's going to hold. He has his natural base up. But here comes Masa again. Doesn't have an SCV to build that bunker. Oh my god. Yeah, the Queens should be able to hold this for now. I think that Reborn is in a great position, especially he may even feel confident to not even let that Spine Crawler finish, but he does let it go.
I think Spinecrawler is like that extra little bit of safety, and you know what? With Spinecrawler and 2 Queens, unless this Marine count gets like to an absurdly high number, which it doesn't look like is going to be the case, Masa started transitioning out, getting up his command center and whatnot at his natural expansion.
Yep.
Once again. Putting up these gas geysers. It's looking like Masa's going to try and poke over here, make sure that nothing funky kind of happens, but
yeah, I think the pressure's pretty much over here. Queen's gonna try. I mean, the Marines will try to do a little bit of damage, but with the Spine Crawler and the Queens, I don't think Masa can really do anything here. So he's gonna have to transition.
I think that's the big thing. He's because there are these. Oh, actually, he's killing off the Queens as well. And I mean, hey, these Marines, they've kind of done their purpose already, and now drones being killed. Oh my God! Now Masa's actually starting to do some really nice work on this.
Wow. Yeah. He loses all the Marines, but ooh, that last poke looked really painful, but. Yeah, he doesn't really have a threat anymore on the map, you know? Like, before, he did have that threat of denying the creep. But now, not so much, you know? We got Reborn sitting here at 32 drones to the 19. And once again, remember, this gold base is on a timer, of course. And it mines out incredibly fast. And mules do not benefit at all, you know? Like, there's no advantage to dropping mules there.
Yeah. I mean, just to put it in perspective, these gold mineral patches are already sitting around 500 minerals left. And if you look at Reborn's main base, he still has 1,000 minerals on all of these patches, and he has 2 extra mineral patches because those gold mineral expansions only have 6 of those rich mineral fields versus the 8 of a normal base.
Indeed, but Masa's still trying to put on some pressure. This one Spine Crawler definitely was it gives Reborn such security, you know? Like I feel like if he didn't have it, that push with the Marines in the earlier stage of the game could have done a lot more damage, but
yeah,
I think that Reborn is perfectly okay here.
So after all of this has been said and done, I mean, in a weird sort of way, this has sort of been a gasless opening for a while for Reborn, and then he kind of transitioned out and said, let me take to both my gas geysers and I'll kind of catch up in gas, get Zergling speed up and everything. Where do you really play this out as Reborn from this situation?
Yeah, from Reborn, I feel like he's just going to take the standard well, to be honest, I'm not sure. He's only making 1 Evo Chamber. He's getting the Baneling Nest in the lair, so like Ling Bling Muta most likely. But the fact that he only got 1 Evo is, unless I missed one. Is there another Evo? No, he's only getting 1. You don't usually see that, but he did opt to go for the lair before getting the upgrades. Yeah.
I'm almost wondering if maybe he's gonna be going for some kind of big attack to try and deny like a natural expansion team, because he has so many Zerglings. Zergling speed's gonna be finishing up, as well as the Baneling Nest, all around the exact same time. And I mean, that's the thing about. Okay, first of all, I want to point out, also has this really cool wall end going down on the low ground of his gold expansion. But his main base, his natural expansion, I should say. Oh, the supply depot's down, and the Zerglings actually managed to get in.
And a hold position there. There's only 2 Marines inside of that bunker. Oh my god. Just the economic damage of not being able to mine there. And you know what? There's not even enough. Oh, here they come. I was gonna say there weren't enough Marines to actually deal with the amount of Lings that were there, but now they're just gonna die. Look at them, just accepting their fate. Apparently,
they've done what they needed to do.
Yeah.
Except for that one Zergling, he's just like, I'm out of here.
Nope. He goes to the main and says, "Where's your base, bro?"
He's gonna be the star of a new hero movie. His entire squad has been killed off.
He ran into the main only to find an abandoned wasteland. A remnant of the Terran base that once was. But yeah, the Terran, of course, is Masa. Gonna have that tech lab on the starport, but he's only gonna be going for a Viking. I thought he was gonna go for Banshees with that, but
well, he did actually get a single Banshee out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the Banshee is actually with the main army, as he is actually trying to push in with the Siege Shake and the Banshee. Mainly did some okay hits off, but I mean, not quite able to clean up this big Marine count that Masa is actually threatening his third with.
Yeah, and that's a lot. It's just one of those situations where the building speed, of course, isn't done yet, but it's going to be finishing soon. The creep is nice, of course. It's already at the ramp. And he has a lot of queens, man. Wow.
I mean, the queens are going to be very useful, of course, just for picking off that Banshee. It's going to be very difficult for the Marines and the Sea Chanks and the Banshee to focus fire down all the queens before the Banshee gets taken out. And there it ends up going, but at the same time, it looks like all the Banelings have been used up. Masa still has a handful of Marines left over, but I want to note, he doesn't have any medevacs, so every time he's stimming is actually making it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, he didn't actually make it out. He's making them one at a time now because he doesn't have the reactor, of course.
Yeah.
But that gold base is actually about to mine out, so Masa's really on one base again, and only now making that command center. We'll probably see him do the same thing as QXC did, like lifting off the orbital to the main again.
One Zergling's actually still
That
there.
lane, man. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you.
He's gonna block it. He's gonna be the MVP.
Give him burrow too, and he just pretty much is.
Oh, that would
the
be
most
so sick.
cost efficient.
Well, Needles are actually gonna come
A lot
out.
of pressure here from Masa on the third.
Yeah, you know, Zerglings and Banelings trying to find some good connections. They actually managed to. I mean, they hit the Siege Tank, so not the best connections for the Banelings. But I mean, the Mutals are out now, so Masa may have a bit more of a difficult time actually trying to hold this position. Just because those Siege Tanks could be very, very vulnerable if those Marines ever try and stim up to like the front or anything and deal with those Zerglings and Banelings. They're just, the Siege Tanks are immediately going to get picked off.
And it comes into play, of course, that one Evo chamber. I don't know if these have the Carapace upgrade. They only have the attack one, so the Siege Tanks do one-shot them. And
it shows, man, these Siege Tanks sitting at like 13 kills, 8 kills on one that hasn't even been around for very long. Another Siege Tank that just got to the fight, still sitting at 2 kills.
And bunkers too. Like he's really setting up a position here, man. Oh. And no real damage being done with the mutas. One Viking will get taken out that is annoying those overlords, but that's about it, man. Like there's really Masa's doing this really well, picking up the medevac into the medevac wherever the Lynx try to surround his army. Whoa.
Reborn's
I've never seen something like this before. This is why it's actually really interesting because like look at him, yeah.
It's like a quasi-contain almost, just not even in the sense that Reborn doesn't have an opportunity to leave his base. It's just that if he does, he's gonna lose his 3rd expansion.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I would also maybe like to see Reborn try and go across the map and like put on some aggression. But at the same time, if he does that, he just may not have enough to defend this 3rd expansion. I mean, it's already coming so close.
Yeah. Wow. And with the bunkers too, every engagement is going to be cost inefficient for Reborn.
Indeed. And God, the Siege Tank of the high ground, everything is just
this is actually really
so
nuts.
damn well for Masa. Reborn, I think he's kind of struggling to try and figure out what exactly can I do about this. Every single time Masa moves in with a handful of these Marines, if he honestly doesn't mind losing,
GG.
Reborn just doesn't have an answer. GG gets called.
Damn, son. That was pretty cool.
That was actually that was like Masa. He's like lightly gripping his hands around Reborn's like neck. He's not actually choking him just yet. He's not actually killing. Reborn is just like, hey, look, you can't do this. What are you gonna do about it? And Reborn's just like, hey, I don't have anything to do. I don't have anything to do. I don't have anything to do. And he finally has to tap out.
Wow. And even the opener too, you know, was very pressure oriented, of course, and we were kind of thinking that Reborn held on, but
and Reborn also he did a pretty good job with how the opening went, and he even did like nice moves. He got like the Zergling run by over to Masa's like natural expansion, kind of delayed him from mining for a bit of time, but just that setup for Masa outside was
way too much. Yeah.
But yeah, we are going to be moving on to the next map then, and it is actually going to be now Reborn's pick, which was Way Station.
Okay. A newer map in the map pool too.
Yeah, and it's actually a map
Ladder.
Newer map. I'm trying to think of any games that we actually saw on this map. Actually, I don't think we've seen this map in Breakout Invitational yet.
Yeah. Everyone vetoes it. They're like, nope.
Oh, actually, yeah. Our observer, current TV, has a much better memory than I do. I think that we did have one series on that on day number 1 with SWS. I think it was a PVT versus EJK. Could be wrong about that. Oops. I might just be mixing up StarCraft in my head, but regardless, we are going to be moving on to that map for this next TVZ. And I mean, Tempo, there's an interesting feature about this map depending on the spawn locations.
Exactly.
You want to talk about it?
Yeah. Well, it reminds me of what was it? Core Hall Sky Island, was it?
Oh man.
Where there were two different ways if you spawned.
Hmm.
Well, regardless, yeah. There's like a long way, and then there's a very very
Yeah,
short
yeah.
rest distance one. So, we'll find out. It's kind of funny too, like to be somebody that picks this map
Hmm.
because you might have like strategies for certain maps, but like this one you don't even know until you get into it. So
Exactly. You kind of have to adapt to like where you spawn. But the nice thing is it's not like one of those four-player maps like Frost or anything where you kind of may have to like decide where you're going to take a third expansion and everything a little bit later after you
Mhm.
find out where they spawn. You know exactly where your opponent is spawned. You don't have to like scout around and be like, oh man, I scouted two bases. I don't know where he
Yep,
is. Four-player
it's
map.
always force cross no matter what. So
Yeah.
all right, all right. Well, there's not going to be any of those shenanigans though, like lifting off.
Yeah, I not
Unless you
expecting that.
really, I wouldn't see like there's no
Unless you
advantage.
really
Like
want to be
yeah, to the
crazy, it's like,
island.
wait, I thought I knew way station, but maybe you can spawn on the other two bases.
You can. Yeah,
That'd actually be like the sickest mind game to do in like Bronze or Silver League.
I would do it. Yeah.
Oh man. But regardless, it's gonna be interesting because if we do end up having that the shorter rush distance, then I think that Moss is gonna really enjoy that. Moss is the kind of player that likes to get super duper on the offensive. Reborn likes to get on the offensive, but more toward the late game, I think.
Okay.
Masa, I feel like likes to do crazy stuff, like lift off to the gold expansion and start doing the bunker setups and everything outside of your opponent's base. The long distance, I've got to say, I've seen like Swarmos and stuff popular on it, but at the same time, like Swarmos and Mech,
Mm-hmm.
but neither of these players really strike me as like meching or Swarmos players.
Players, right? Well, we'll find out. The map may kind of play into that factor. We'll find out. Both players are going to be ready, and soon we will find out exactly.
You know, one thing that we haven't talked about Waystation is we haven't mentioned the island expansion.
I was gonna say, like, imagine if Masa like lifted up.
That would actually be the sickest thing. Oh man! Except you scout with your overlords, is there? So
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah. That's what I'm thinking too.
that wasn't that clever. It's like, what are you doing?
It's like, why did you do that?
Why did you do that?
Just because I can.
All right, guys, spawning down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, Waystation, we have the purple Zerg player looking for the comeback. It is going to be Clarity Gaming's Reborn.
And his opponent spawning on the opposite side of the map. It is the player from Root. Up one game. It is Masa. Represent.
Indeed. And I actually want to, I totally forgot to mention this. This was supposed to be the first thing I said. But by the way, guys, thank you so much for betting on goimba.com. We've actually reached the $100 limit that we actually were shooting for. So now GoImba donating $100 to the Breakout Invitational prize pool has actually already been donated. So thank you guys so much. I hope that you continue to use GoImba and support them. They are super duper awesome. And if you need a reason to, just continue betting because they still have those Steam card giveaways that they are doing. So highly encourage you guys to continue betting and continue to bet, especially if it's a little bit late for this game.
Yeah.
But I think if you believe this is going to go to a game 3, there's still ample opportunity and time to go ahead and bet on that.
Indeed. And of course, different map. Got to see a little bit of what we were talking about, right? Masa and his aggressive style in the open.
Yeah, definitely.
But you can't really do it on this map, so we may seem to see a little bit more of a standard play.
Yeah, I mean,
but no, oh my God, look, Reborn. He's doing this for. Is this like? Am I missing something, man? We've seen this a lot actually. 14-14 into
Yeah, and really delaying that natural expansion from ever going down. I mean, he's got to be aggressive with this, right?
Yeah.
I'm actually a little bit. I'm a little bit sad that I don't know like the reason or what exactly is trying to be accomplished with this, because I think that we saw Chris do it, but it was against QXC, and it was on that game where like QXC lifted up to the gold.
He did. Yep, exactly.
But I wonder if maybe when you do this build, you're also maybe trying to get a cancel on like the natural expansion from going down for a little bit, like delay it or something like that.
It's mainly for that, yeah. And you want to, of course, deny the Reaper. You get speed a lot earlier too.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that he did take out of gas is definitely going to be that case. So
Yep.
the Lings are actually going to be out. Usually there's a period of time where the Queen isn't out when the Reaper does the harass.
Yeah.
But for now, it seems
Well,
like...
Oh, last second sport caller going down.
I was going to say, if you lose a drone here after going 14 pool, it's actually really, really bad.
Yeah.
Because the economy is sacrificed so much.
Exactly. And, I mean, the Zerglings, they're going to be able to do a nice job trying to chase down this Reaper for a little bit, at least keep it busy, as well as that Queen is, of course. But I want to say, like, Zergling Speed's going to be finishing up in a good 15 or so seconds. That Reaper, Masa has seen the gas geyser. He's got to be thinking, like, okay, you have the gas geyser and you're not mining from it. You must have been getting Zergling Speed, but he's going back in with the Reapers.
Yeah, and he's bold because he's putting the command center on the low ground too. So.
Oh, but Reborn Zerglings are on the other side of the map. I mean, they're moving out. So
yeah,
I think he was hoping to try and get some damage done since he had 2 Reapers versus just potentially 1 Queen. But now we have a lot of Zerglings moving across the map. And these.
Oh my God, they're gonna get the cancel. I think too. Gonna kill the SCV first. Then down it goes. They might have to get if this. Oh my God, if this thing is canceled. Masa's gonna be pretty far behind. He's not even able to lift it because it hasn't completed yet.
Yeah, and with the reinforcement Zerglings coming in, there's no way that these Reapers are really gonna be able to save this. And cancel does go down. Reaper's gonna have to retreat back over into their main base, but the damage has already kind of been done over here. Where do you feel like this game is kind of sitting after that?
Now it's like an awkward situation. I'm actually really questioning the fact, well, the decision of putting it on the low ground.
Mm-hmm.
After scouting with the Reaper, because you do the Reaper opening obviously to scout, right? So
yeah,
you're like, okay, you have a Queen out already. Your natural isn't up.
Did the command
I'm gonna go
center
ahead and put it
actually
in
go
a command center.
Did the command center actually go down after the Reapers scouted?
Yeah, like the Reapers
wow.
went in and then he put it down on the low ground.
Yeah, that is really interesting. But regardless, it looks like Masa gonna be trying to play a little bit catch up, going for the double CC to make up for the fact that he had to cancel his his initial command center expansion. But he's also getting up with Starport, and he's gonna have some pretty fast tech up because even though his expansions have been delayed, his tech is still very much on point.
Yeah, and he's gonna actually go for Banshees too. Mining, yep, Hellion Banshee pretty much. Well, of course, no. It's just really hard to know what he's gonna do because usually you'd be mining at your natural as a Terran player. But
it's also hard like to even say exactly what Moss is planning to do in terms of is he gonna continue to just go for a more like mech oriented route?
Exactly.
Or
yeah.
is he
doesn't have the gas from the natural to really dictate that. So it's like we'll find out soon. But right now we really don't know. But what Reborn's doing. He still isn't taking his lair. He's using his gas over to get these roaches, and he's really under-droned for this period of the game.
Yeah.
But he's making a bajillion roaches, man. That's a lot of freaking roaches,
He needs to. I mean, considering like what's going to be coming across the map very soon. Well, did actually Reborn see much? Okay, he saw Factory of the Reactor, he saw Tech Lab on the barracks, and he saw 3rd CC. So, maybe he was looking to do his own bust. I mean, he's pulling his Queen and everything, and Moss actually going to lose one of these Hellions immediately. Is he going to try and go for the runaround? I mean, these roaches do not have speed or anything.
No, they don't. And I feel like with skipping that lair, he doesn't have detection, so eventually the Banshees will clean up. But it's going to be a very long time, and it is only 1 Banshee. Maybe 1 more will finish, but this natural is going to get evacuated. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is gonna be like a really weird situation for Masa right here because he actually just doesn't have that much to defend besides the Banshee. I mean, it's the eventual cleanup, but is it gonna be able to clean up in time? It looks like Reborn is just rallying units straight across the map, trying to go for the bust. He's moving so close in, he's trying to get past this wall, and he cleans up the final Reaper and is able to move in past the buildings, past into the Hellion line, and the Banshees, they are the saving grace for Masa.
Literally, man.
Oh, God.
But how much damage is going to get done before this? 20 more Lings on the way. And remember, this is the close spawn, so those Lings are going to get there pretty fast. The 2 Queens are kind of just like chilling. Now they're going to go join.
Man. Those Queens would have been so helpful if he was able to like at least force a cloak out or, you know, push these Banshees back for a second. It would have been so nice, but Masa, he's lost so many SCVs at this point. He's sitting down at 11 SCVs.
Yeah. Wouldn't mind going to go ahead and not get too many Lings. And here comes Reborn is on the doorstep, bringing the Queens now. But still no detection, so if these are, they're gonna cloak, and Reborn can't actually kill these.
Yeah, Reborn has actually been making more and more queens back at home. He actually still has 3 queens at home to do larva injection and everything with. And he's actually starting up his lair attack, realizing he has done the damage he needed to do, even if Masa is sitting on 3 orbital
I was gonna say, how the hell did
commands.
I miss that? Look at the island base got taken. I
Yeah,
totally
yeah.
missed that. Wow.
That is a nice way to deal with the fact that your opponent is coming at you with roaches and zerglings.
Well, resources lost though. Reborn has thrown more away, but a
Mhm.
lot of damage has been done. 35 workers killed already. That's wow. But Reborn has no idea about that island base.
Oh,
And the
well,
supplies are
Sport Color.
really similar. What the wow?
Sport Color actually gets canceled over the natural expansion. One of them, there's still a second one, but I mean, there's just 3 Banshees. 3 Banshees can do a lot of damage,
They
and
threw a
another
lot of
queen
work.
pops out and it gets taken out immediately.
Oh, this base is gonna go down. Reborn is only on 2 bases too. He doesn't have a third behind any of that.
Oh my god. This
And
game is
Masa has
not
a
over.
supply lead too. Whoa. What are we looking at, man? What? 20 workers, of course. It's triple orbital.
Oh, he's trying to burrow one of those Sport Colors a little bit closer. He's gonna be able to try
Oh, the
and focus
micro,
fire
look at
down
the
one of the
micro.
Banshees. Oh, he doesn't focus fire.
Dang. Well,
Oh.
Reborn gonna lose his natural base. And now he's in an awkward position.
Yeah, I mean, he has 2 Sport Callers in his main base, which is definitely going to help. And a lot of those Banshees have lost their energy for close. Oh, Queen gets
Ooh,
a
one
nice
does go
snipe
down.
off. Oh my god, the Spine Pool is vulnerable.
Oh no, and
Oh,
that means that
God.
no more queens either.
Well, I mean, Sport Caller is going to reburrow, so it should be able to cover this one angle for the spawning pool, but
But he could actually set the spire if he wanted to. Oh, and he's gonna go for it. Oh no.
that's going to be a juicy target right there.
Yep.
And Mazda, I mean, behind this, I want to note that Reborn's trying to drone up, but now he's basically has 1 base worth of larva, and Mazda is back up to 27 SCVs. He's making the eventual comeback in the, like, his worker count.
I think he's doing it. I think he's actually gonna.
Yeah.
These 3 banshees have been like so
Godsend,
crucial to
yeah.
this. 20
okay,
kills.
look at the kill count on these.
What the wow, yo. 20, 10, and then of course the one lagging behind with only 2. What a disgraceful wow. I would not want to be that one. I would just literally hope that I was the one that got sniped off earlier.
Oh my god, that's like the Banshee though. You're at the the StarCraft Academy. Your friends are like, oh yeah, man, I killed so many Zerg the last day. I'm getting all A's. I got a 4.0 in my StarCraft Academy.
GG. Mas.
GG. Moss is
Dang.
pretty damn good, okay?
He's pretty damn good, yo. Wow. That's
I
pretty good.
I was impressed with like Reborn's initial like attack and everything. He was doing a lot of damage and everything, killing up a lot of those workers, making the bus work.
Mm-hmm.
But those Banshees.
Them banshees. What?
And Masa going to be taking the 2-0 over Reborn. So Masa, I guess 4-0 in the Breakout
He
Invitational.
just kills it.
So congratulations to Masa. He will be walking away today with $50, $25 for each of those show matches. And that's actually going to put an end to the show matches. So still a good showing by all the players. Siphon, Reborn, Hendrillus, Kraos, all of them put up some pretty good games.
Yep.
And of course, you know, this was sort of something that was kind of thrown together. They didn't really know who they were going to be playing until kind of last second, so they didn't really have time to prepare or anything. But still, I think that they got to show some good games and showed that a lot of them can actually keep up with some of these top pro players and, you know, take games off of them and kind of go a little bit blow for blow.
Indeed.
But
So,
yeah, with that being said, I do actually really quickly want to note, guys, we're going to be jumping in the semifinals next, but we're going to be taking a quick break before that. So it is currently 3 o'clock Pacific, I guess 6 o'clock Eastern. And if you're in Europe or you're in like the Central European times or
midnight.
wherever, I don't know what your time is, but we're
Midnight.
probably, yeah.
12,
Oh,
12.
yeah. But we're going to be resuming in about 45 minutes. So it's going to be at about 4 o'clock Pacific and 7 o'clock Eastern. So, guys, hopefully you guys decide to stick around for the actual semifinals. Then we're going to be picking the tournament back up. Be sure to place your bets over on goimba.com. Tweet out about the invitational. And so we're going to see who is going to be the most likely player to break out of the North American scene. Hope to see you guys there. by your like blocking. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Breakout Invitational number 2. My name is Fear Dragon, and today I'm joined here with Tempo Starcraft as my co-caster. How are you doing today, man?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Not too bad. And of course, we cannot ignore these two other lovely faces. We have Kevin Siphon Bentz. How are you doing today, man?
Doing pretty good. I actually slept last night, so hopefully
Oh,
hopefully I put on better games than last night. So
looking forward to it, man. And Arthur Reborn Lee, how are you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. So really damn good.
All right. So, Siphon, I gotta ask, man. I already
what's
know that
up?
you're gonna. I could ask you what you think the score of this series is going to be as we jump into the semifinals, but I already know you're gonna say 3-0. So let me ask you this: what exactly do you have planned for Reborn? Because I know that you said that you've actually like been able to practice with them. You guys were practicing before the actual tournament with each other, and you felt like you were winning a lot more of the games, and you still had some secrets up your sleeve. So can I
Yes.
ask you, do you have those secrets like ready for these upcoming games?
Yeah, I've been looking at some replays for the last couple hours that we had for the downtime
Me too.
from when I played Puck. So yeah, I've been looking at some builds. I'm looking to try something out. So
Oh yeah,
you just have to wait and see. Yeah, buddy. I am.
it's
Okay,
good.
okay.
All right, Reborn, do you have your special strats of your own, or I mean, just standard play gonna be enough for you?
I also been watching replay. That's why I didn't respond on Skype just now because I wasn't paying attention. So, I wasn't- hopefully, we did play a couple of games before the tournament start.
Mhm.
Kevin has some really strong all-ins and he has really good macro too. So it's gonna be hard to play against him, but I think I can take him on for sure. No problem.
Back off.
Siphon, are you gonna take that sick manner talk right there?
Yeah, right. What is that?
Oh my god,
He might win a map. That's about it. So
Oh yeah.
looking forward to it. All right, guys, I'm gonna let you go ahead and get ready to go into the next series as we jump into our first semifinal match. Best of luck to the both of you. I'm gonna be kicking you guys out. And Tempo, we're jumping into our first semifinals, the first real matches of the day that are
That we
actually
are.
that are going to affect the tournament itself. It's not some show matches. It's not about fun and games anymore, Tempo.
But apparently between the two, they might put on a show regardless.
Yeah.
So this is where it all counts though.
It really is. And you know, for those of you who don't know, Siphon, he's currently teamless, but he actually used to be like a long time ago a member of Clarity Gaming. He's still very much in touch with all the members of Clarity Gaming, still hangs out with them and everything. Shout out to I'm just gonna do it for him. Shout out to the Goat Lords, apparently. A lot of the Clarity Gaming members and everything. But I mean, they know each other. They're comfortable with each other. They are probably comfortable with each other's play styles. They're even doing some friendly talk over in the chat.
Yeah, they
But
were actually before we went live.
oh yeah,
They were talking to each other quite a bit, and we'll see though who's gonna put their money where their mouth is.
yeah.
Yeah,
Interesting.
look at this chat. Oh my
Oh my
god.
god, this chat. Reborn complimenting Siphon on his color changes, and I don't even know. They're like going BM in like weird directions at this point. But I do actually want to note, like for those of you who did not tune in for maybe the end of yesterday's winners interview with Siphon making it out of yesterday's Group B. Siphon actually kind of mentioned, like, you know, he's going to be facing off against Reborn. And again, he's played a good number of games against Reborn. He got to practice against Reborn before the actual invitational began. And he said he was actually winning more games than he was losing against Reborn. He still has more builds that he feels like Reborn won't really be prepared for. So,
Yeah.
I mean, just hearing that, Siphon is the kind of guy, like, he's the kind of guy who will toss out a little bit of BM. He'll put up a little strong front and everything. But you know what? I gotta believe, kind of believe in him. I think that he might have some tricks up his sleeve. And I feel like Siphon may be kind of like, you know, some ways just because of that, the favorite.
Indeed,
Statistically.
Maybe so. He was a little bit more, let's say, assertive.
Yeah.
Definitely. Obviously, it's always friendly, but
Mm-hmm.
first map will be King Sejong Station.
Indeed.
ZVP will be the matchup. Our first ZVP, is it? Yeah, our first ZVP
yeah,
of today.
first CVP of the day.
We've had a few ZVTs as well as the PvP between oh man, I'm a fool.
The
It was
PvP
Puck and,
between Puck and of course Siphon.
Siphon. So,
But
yeah.
let's jump into the game and introduce the players as we spawn. Down here in the bottom right hand corner of King Sejong Station, on top of the blue Zerg player representing Team Clarity Gaming, it is Clarity Gaming's Reborn.
And his opponent spawning in the top left corner of the map King Sejong Station, it is the orange Protoss player, Siphon. That camera work by current TV.
Oh man.
Follow.
And I gotta give a shout out also alongside Current TV to Cybert, who actually made those sick player intros that you guys are seeing. Amazing guy.
Nice.
And I mean, Tempo, I gotta say, first of all, let's kind of go over for, of course, people who were not able to see what we saw during the downtime break.
Yep.
The way that the map picks actually went was Siphon banned Cottage Hills, so he's 100% ban rate on Cottage Hills.
Okay.
Which actually won't factor. He won't be able to ban Cottage Hills if he makes it to the finals.
Uh-oh.
Because there are no bans, but Reborn banned Alter Zeem Stronghold, which means that there were 5 maps left over. Unlike the best of 3s, that means that every single one of those 5 maps, if this goes to a 5-game series, will get played.
Played, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Siphon
And-
is saying that it will not go to that case, but
Yeah.
well,
He's following
we got
through.
a little bit. Well, the Forge is gonna go down here. A really aggressive Forge from Siphon, so he could go for Cannon Rush if it was a hatch first. But Reborn playing it safe. He's gonna go ahead, grab that pool first.
And
And,
honestly, like, it's one of these things where...
Whoa! Nice.
Ooh.
That was
Actually-
that's like
Yeah, that was not supposed to happen exactly, I think, for Siphon. But, you know, I've got to say, Reborn going for that, like, spawning pool first and everything, I feel like, considering Forge expansions are becoming much less popular, I mean, when you go for the Forge first,
yeah.
I think that's just Reborn saying, like, I know you, Siphon. I know what you're up to. I know you like these kind of tricky Forge first openings, even though it's kind of fallen out of style. He's going to go for the spawning pool first, just play it safe, as you were saying.
I mean, it's really cool too because if Siphon scouted a hatch 1st,
Mhm.
he's able to punish it, right?
Exactly.
He didn't go out of his way to actually go with the Cannon Rush.
Mm-hmm.
It was more so I'm gonna punish you if I'm able to. And this map is
Yeah.
like really good for it too because of the
Yeah.
space. It's really good for Cannon Rushes. You see Stardust do a lot of those on this map.
Yeah,
So-
Stardust definitely enjoys his cannon pressure. we'll say.
Shenanigans. Yep.
Shenanigans. I
Yep.
don't think I've heard that one before.
Really? Oh man. From
I've
the
been
old
missing
days of
out.
Wings of Liberty, I remember.
Oh,
I don't know where it came from, but Rifkin says it a bit too sometimes.
I believe it, man. But third expansion going to be going up for Reborn. Looking to be a pretty standard looking game so far. And I don't know, Tempo. I've got to say we've kind of talked about it. I think we talked about it in one of the earlier games today.
Yep.
But mules, they tend to make a lot of sense on this map just because of the way that it's sort of laid out. Do you
I
think
would
we
say
could be
so
seeing
too.
that?
We probably could. Right now though, we don't know. Reborn hasn't taken any gas, and of course we're going into this kind of Wings of Liberty-esque, with the forwards fast expand and then a lot of greed from both players until about that 8.5 to 9 minute mark,
Hmm.
where we will see the gas being taken. Either from both our Zerg player and our Protoss, of course. But if we see the Chrono Boost on the Forge, as well as maybe Warp Gate, there could be some kind of 4-gate pressure, especially with that
Yeah.
probe gonna get hit.
That's actually a really good point that I'm so glad you brought up about the Chronobus, and that's actually something worth noting right now because really Siphon has not been saving up that Chronobus, so which is something that you want to do if you want to go for one of those big two-base all-ins or pressure plays, and that means that yeah, he's getting the +1 weapons, and obviously he's getting Warp Gate technology. Who a Protoss player does not do that unless you're
Yep.
Proxy 2 gating, but that means that really Siphon, I think this is all kind of telling to me that either he's going to go for some sort of light pressure.
Yep.
Or he's gonna just try and go for like a third expansion, and some honestly, probably both.
Yeah, with the Robo coming out too.
Mm-hmm.
And the probe getting scouted is important too, because it wasn't able to get a pylon on the map. And since
Yeah.
there is no Chrono Boost here, it doesn't seem like he's in a rush. Double gas getting taken at the natural. So he may just go ahead and gear up for an expansion. But we're going to find out how many gateways will he add. Siphon is adding 2 gateways. I don't think that's going to be the end of it.
Well, yeah, it looks like there is going to be a third gateway, but Probe is still hanging around. He's gonna build a pylon and go back to mining. So it's gonna be 4 gateways and a robotics facility. This is actually a really nice production composition, not unit
Yep.
composition, to actually go for an expansion or something. I mean,
I would think so, yeah.
And
If we saw like 3 more gateways get put down, then we could think that it was going to be an all-in. But the fact that it's only been 3 and double gas being mined, I think that, yeah, and especially because it was the observer coming out.
yeah,
So we're most likely are going to see an expansion from Siphon.
indeed.
And Overlord does see the amount of gateways that got put down.
Yeah, he did
Oh,
actually.
did I see the Robo Bay? Oh, didn't
Yeah, he did not see. Siphon actually put down the Robo Bay as the Overlord was moving out of vision range of that area. So
Ooh.
it's the kind of like the funny little juke where it's like you were just here, so now I'm gonna put that the tech building where you just scouted. It's
Yeah.
like nobody ever really thinks to turn around the Overlord. That'd actually be like the sickest mind game. If you're
Yeah.
like, I know that pros players like to do this. So midway through, I'm gonna scout the exact same location I just scouted.
This changes things though. Putting down the robotics bay, we may see a really strong 2-base push
Mhm.
from Siphon. We saw those
Yeah.
gateways get down, and it's like, no, he's not going to go for the all-in. But the fact that he did put down the Robo Bay means that we may see a very strong attack. Usually, you'll see the Robo Bay get put down after the Stargate, like a Phoenix
Yeah,
opening.
yeah.
But this is a straight up, 2-base push. It's not an action.
Yeah.
Very interesting here from Siphon.
Yeah, he's going for the Warpism drop over the third expansion. He's warping a lot of Zealots, and I want to remind you guys, he does have +1 weapons, which, I mean, it's not going to affect any of his Zerglings because there are no Zerglings out on the map, but it still does help out against the Roaches a little bit. But for the most part, Reborn has an absurd number of Roaches over here. He's going to be able to clean that up without really too many problems, but,
Yep.
I see what you're saying, Tempo. I think that he could still hit a pretty nice timing with some of these Colossus and Thermal Lance and +1 armor and everything is finishing. And he's adding on
And
a couple
3
more
additional gateways.
But
Oh, God.
I'm wondering how well this is going to work right now because he's trying to get some damage done and force out a ton of these roaches over here.
Yep.
I feel like it's still going to be difficult though because he just does not have that big of a gateway count right now, and this push is not going to be coming out until he at least has a second Colossus. It's not going to be on Reborn side of the map for another 1.5 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, definitely about 2. But the only tech choice here from Reborn is going to be Roach. He's going to
Yes.
rely on Roaches, but they're going to have Burrow too. The
Oh.
Observer, of course, can be able to detect it, but
But there is okay, the Observer is actually out on Reborn side of the map.
yep.
But yeah,
It's
still
still
it's
straight Roach against the really strong Gateway with Colossus build.
And roaches
there's a lot
move
of
really
sentries.
fast with burrow, right?
Yeah.
You get the point is that you get underneath those force fields incredibly quickly. And ooh, a single
Ooh.
roach from Reborn actually out on the other side of the map, scouting, sees the sentries moving out, which is already kind of like weird that it's not exactly where you'd take a third expansion. But more importantly, he sees the probe also, so he's got to be thinking, okay, wait a second, you're getting ready to set up proxy pylons.
Yep.
Something's
And
going on.
he's had his Ling at the third for so long.
Yeah,
So he
yeah.
knows. He's about to be maxed though. Reborn's gonna have a maxed roach army.
Hmm.
But I mean, roaches are not the best against Sentry Colossus. But with the burrow and the movement,
Oh, these sentries are
it
so
is
far in position.
so.
Force shields going down. Those are pretty good force shields to save these sentries, but he needs to throw down some more. One of the sentries does end up falling. Another full energy sentry goes down, and the proxy pawn gonna get picked off as well. Siphon on the full retreat, and actually, oh my god, he's actually walled himself in. His immortal and his sockers could not get out of his main or his natural.
Oh, so that's gonna he's gonna take out one of his own gateways. And here
Oh.
comes the oh my god, the roaches have the burrow movement. Force fields are useless. He is getting pressured. He's supposed to be the one doing the attack, but he has a bit of a problem on his doorstep.
This is an
Oh,
enormous
the
problem.
exterminator, man.
Oh, the cannon is giving that detection for whenever those roaches do end up burrowing, but the stalkers are starting to fall down in the unit count. And really, after that, what is there going to be left to defend these Colossus? Looks like a reinforcing warping of Zels does help Siphon maintain his defensive position over there, but I mean, he took a lot of losses on very, very gas-intensive units like those sentries. He actually does have that warpism on the other side of the map with 2 sentries and 2 zealots, which is actually a really cool composition because then he can go for the force field on the ramp, go for any kind of shenanigans. But Reborn's going for some shenanigans for himself. He's going for those destructible rocks behind Siphon's natural expansion.
And he will go for it. Oh no, I think the big problem here is that it was a 2-base push from Siphon that never actually happened. Like,
Yeah.
the actual fight was outside of the base of Siphon.
Oh, Siphon getting the force fields down maybe a little bit late. He does manage to keep his Colossus alive, but the remainder of his gateway units are going to end up falling. Tempo. Is Siphon actually going to be able to hold over here? It's looking
He's
grimmer and
microing
grimmer.
so well with his, he
He
has
is.
3 Colossus out. The Observer is there, so the burrow is not gonna really be a factor. But
he's losing
how many probes
probes.
are dying here?
And
Oh my
there's
goodness.
not much he can do right now. He's doing his best job to like try and micro these Colossus, but there's only so much you can do. You just actually need a numerical larger number of units.
Yep. And this little drop that we were talking about isn't in effect. It's like just
Yeah.
been chilling there, literally. It's like a little
I mean, he's been so
look at
busy
this
with
rave. Look at this rave with that disco ball just
Oh
kind
my.
of
It's a much happier camping spot than over at the natural expansion of Siphon.
Yeah.
Uh,
Corrupt is even being added to the army of Reborn. This next push is just gonna I think it may be a little bit too much.
It may be. Siphon's going to have to make an absolute miracle happen to really even just hold this push. But even if he manages to hold this push, Reborn is going up to his 4th expansion now, and Siphon is yet to even secure or start his 3rd expansion. And that is going to be the big problem. At what point does Siphon ever take his 3rd expansion safely?
I don't think he's gonna, man. I think we may see it right here. The end of the game. The Corruptors are gonna go to town on those Colossus, and now there's really nothing. The meat of the army of Siphon is just it's a vegan diet, man. There's nothing here.
And as a vegan, I can tell you, man, that it is not very strong. You definitely need a lot more of that protein. Those Colossus they provided. The Stalkers, the Sentries, and the Zealots are going to survive for a little bit longer, but... Oh, actually, Siphon, he has another bit of an army reinforced by that War Prism. War Prism does get taken out, but I mean, he's still kind of pressing forward. He's not giving up just yet. He's not going to give up until he's lost all of his units, but... Oh, God, Reborn just has such a sick economy, and Zergans and Roaches are just cost-effective units.
Yeah,
So,
this
this
is
is going to
real.
be hard.
it is. You know, it's more so the economy. GG.
GG!
Yeah. Siphon gonna get taken out by Reborn. Reborn doing a really fast roach max.
And I have to say, like, one of the biggest, most important things to note in that game was how sick the timing was on Reborn for, first of all, scouting and figuring out what was going on by having, like, the Zergling at the 3rd expansion, obviously waiting there. That's pretty standard for a Zerg player. But having that Roach kind of poke in around, see exactly what's up with Siphon's army. And because he was able to see that, King's of Junk Station actually has a pretty long walk distance on ground. So he was able to move his entire Roach force and catch Siphon before he had anything outside of those two Colossus and a couple of sentries. And he was able to snipe out the sentries, stop the push from happening. That was going to be a really scary timing or push. That was going to finish with like +1 armor, thermal lance, etc. Like all the gateways and warp gates finishing up. And after that, Siphon was playing from behind the entire game after that.
Yeah. So it was rough. It was really, really difficult to be on, 2 bases against 3. Your timing push is supposed to hit, but then you're defending. And that's not how you wanted it to be. So
exactly. Well, it is worth noting that you are actually still in the game.
Oh my God! Whoa.
Yeah. So as soon as you get out of the game, we can go ahead and start. So real talk here, guys. What we actually are doing is we talk about the game and everything because there are definitely a lot of things worth talking about and after the game, and we like to recap and everything, especially if you didn't really get to stick around for like the first part of the game or something. You're tuning in a little bit later, but yeah, we're like sitting here and making lobbies and everything. Except I pass it over to Current TV, who's get him to do all, of course, the game hard lobby settings and everything.
Yeah.
So big shout out.
I was making a tweet. That's why. My bad.
oh, you're all good. You're all good, man. But I mean, the next map is going to be Way Stations, as long as we're bringing up the next lobby and everything. And I think that is actually Reborn's choice. So maybe he'll feel a little bit more comfortable on this map. Again, it's losing on your opponent's pick, especially like when it's very early on in the series. It's like game number 1. There were 5 maps available for Siphon to pick. He basically got one of the best choices that he can get. And from this point on, it's going to become more and more neutral, I think, between the two players.
Yeah.
Siphon, though, Reborn, though, he has that opportunity now. It's his map choice. And we'll have to see what exactly he has planned. Because, I mean, he's already up 1 game now, Reborn is. And Siphon has to come up with some sort of response for that.
Yeah, I would say so. And, ooh, it's gonna be rough. I feel like that the 2 base push, Reborn is more than prepared the way that he played.
Exactly.
And there's only so much that a Protoss can do off of 2 bases, of course.
Exactly. I mean, people like to joke about how many different all-ins a Protoss has, but honestly, at the end of the day, a lot of those all-ins, like if you're prepared for just the general timing, because they all tend to hit around 10 minutes if you go for the Forge expansion, 8 minutes if you go for like the Gateway expansion.
Yep.
And then there's a couple other ones, like there's the 4-gate aggression comes in like 6 minutes with Protoss player opening up Gateway expansion. There's like other weird stuff that can go on. But for the most part, Zerg player can kind of just see that it's happening and prepare.
Make roaches.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Make a ton of roaches. Sometimes you'll mix in some Zerglings and everything, and sometimes you'll go for like the Carapace upgrade or whatever if it's like going to be a lot of Zealots or whatever. But there's small little tweaks you can make. But for the most part, Reborn is gonna be prepared. And the cool thing is Siphon is one of those players who I think will do well in a best of 5 because he has a big variety of things that he likes to do. And I think this is going to be his opportunity to kind of mix in and see what is working and what isn't in the first like 2 or so games. And then he's really going to be able to try and capitalize on whatever was working.
Yeah. Well, we're going to jump into the game. Fear Dragon, are you ready?
I am ready. The map is going to be Way Station. We're not going to be seeing kind of crazy Masa style. I'm just going to defend with Banshees and lift up to the island expansion on this map.
Crazy, man.
But I think it's going to be a good game nonetheless as we spawn up here in the top right-hand corner of the map. Way Station is going to be the orange Protoss player currently down 0-1, but still looking for that comeback in this best of 5 series. It is Siphon.
And his opponent spawning in the bottom left. Showing a really nice dominating game. Last game, it is going to be Clarity Gaming's Reborn. Le Cordon Bleu Zerg.
And tempo, we saw it in the last game.
Yep.
Maybe seeing it again this game. Siphon sending out a very early probe scout and could be going for that Forge expansion again.
It looks like
Forge,
it will be.
Oh,
whoa.
actually, Gateway. Ooh,
Okay.
This is really okay. So this is interesting for a couple of reasons. One, this is an incredibly early Gateway tempo.
It's on 11, yeah.
Or
was it on 10?
I think it may have been 10. And you know, I gotta say, tempo. I don't know if you saw yesterday, but Siphon did actually say, in his games against Fog, that he has this build. He used it against Fog, and he liked to call it the Siphon build.
Okay.
Because the way that it works is you go for a really early 10 gate, and then you make zealots, and you keep chrono boosting them out and sending them across the map. And with these spawn locations on Way Station,
So close.
it's so close, the zealots can walk straight across the map. And basically, you keep chrono boosting those out. You get about 4 or 5, and you try and force a reaction out of your opponent. Try and force a ton of Zerglings out, because if they don't, you go kill their natural expansion.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, okay? Here is the really big thing to note, is that Reborn not only had the opportunity to maybe watch yesterday's games and see this against Kraos, Fog, where Siphon did this, but he also has been teammates with Siphon. If there's a build known as the Siphon build, Reborn probably knows about it, and he sees the gateway chrono boosting stuff out at the natural expansion. He's got to know what's going on.
Yeah, and the pylon block, which means that Reborn will not hack. He was not gonna have creep there at all. You know, he can't make a spine crawler. He can't even take his base yet. The spawning pool just finished. But
Exactly.
Reborn, he does know.
Yeah.
Did he? Wow, yeah.
he's making
That's a
a roach.
really early roach Reborn.
Oh, that's
He
actually
knows
a
what
really
build
good
this is, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, he knows exactly what build this is, and that's a really sick response. Probe and Zealot, of course. For those of you who don't know, 1 attack from a Probe and 2 attacks from a Zealot, that'll kill a Zergling. So that Probe is actually really, really valuable for Siphon to have right now. He's actually doing a good job protecting that pylon, which is honestly just kind of nice. It buys a little bit more time and everything. It kind of annoys Reborn a little bit more, saying like, you have this building in my natural expansion. Get out of here.
I'm a little bit worried though for Siphon because excuse me, he doesn't realize that the Roach Warren is on the way. One base Roach push with no mothership core because there is no gas
Yeah.
could be very, very deadly. So
And
Siphon
even the
needs to
natural
kind of
expansion. Yeah, the natural expansion is pretty delayed too. So he wouldn't even have anything to photon overcharge for a while anyways.
Yep.
Hmm.
But now here comes a forge. Wow, this is what a build, huh?
So one thing that's worth noting is when he did this to Fog, Siphon had done a lot more damage than he's done in this game by far. Although 2 Zealots actually do get surrounded by these Zerglings. Is he going to be able to kill off? Honestly, I think that killing off a couple of these Zerglings would actually be beneficial, since these Zealots are not going to be quite as useful against the Roaches. But generally, Siphon has gone for the 2 cannons, following it up behind this. So I think that 2 cannons may end up being enough. He's planting down 1 cannon. He's trying to buy time with these Zealots. He's trying to kill off the Roaches, and you have to remember, a Zealot wins against a Roach in a one-on-one man fight.
Really? Oh yeah, but
Yeah.
as far as closing the distance.
Exactly. So you want to still make sure that you're microing, and honestly, that's what Siphon's trying to do. He's trying to just buy time for these
3
cannons to get out.
man. He's scared. Siphon is
Ooh. I mean,
he doesn't want it, of course, die. Yeah, can't blame him.
Well, at this point, I mean, he really has not done maybe as much damage as he wanted to. The natural expansion has been pretty far delayed, but now the Roaches are going to be able to try and attack. Are they going to find? Oh, he finds a sweet spot on the gateway. There's no Cybernetics core coming down like anytime soon. Or sorry, the Cybernetics core is done, but there's not going to be any kind of big range units that's going to be able to kill off these Roaches for a little bit. So he may actually be able to snipe off that gateway.
Yeah, that 1 cannon though is gonna be able to push away the Roaches. But I don't know. I like this. I kind of like Siphon's position, to be honest.
I mean, he definitely has a very defensive position. It's going to be pretty nice. Like, there's no way that this number of Roaches from Reborn is going to be able to break through 3 cannons and now more gateway units like sentries and stuff coming out.
Yep. But look at this worker. Yeah, 32 probes to 23.
Oh, yeah.
And the army value may kind of look like it's lacking on Siphon's terms, but the 3 cannons is his army right now. That 1 sentry and the 3 cannons is pretty much. So.
Yeah, it's really, really kind of a weird situation. Now the Mothership Core will come in over here and it's like poking and prodding these Roaches with the 6 and get out, shoot. It's like I don't know. I'm an Indian, so like it's like in India when there's like a cow on the road or something. You're just like get out. You just like poke it and prod it until it finally ends up moving.
Yeah,
takes a while sometimes, but yeah.
What do we?
Okay. Whoa, Tempo. I just had a thought.
What were you
Robotics
thinking?
Facility comes out.
Yep.
From Siphon. There's an island expansion. Siphon has shown that he likes to go for the Warp Prism.
Indeed.
He has 3
You
cannons
vote
defending his natural expansion, and there's nothing that can really attack the island expansion. You can take a safe 3rd.
He actually could. And the thing about this map is that if you do take the 3rd in the open, it can get pretty difficult, especially if you saw a big Roast Max from Reborn. Excuse me. But like, that style is so deadly on this map too.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, with the Robo and Immortals coming out, gas has already been taken at the natural for Siphon.
Well, I have to ask you, so Temple, this has sort of been a weird game, timings and all that kind of stuff. They're kind of been very different. And I have to ask you, do you think that going for a two-base push would work? Because logic would dictate if you go for 3 photon cannons charging up for the defense, you're committed to not going for some kind of big all-in, because you're obviously investing 450 minerals. That's not going to be on the aggression. But at the same time, he's done a lot of delaying on Reborn Zone build. So
Yeah.
he's adding on so many gateways. I feel like he's going to be trying to make this
5
big
gate.
push.
Yep.
He's up to 8 gateways and a roboticity. Like, this is definitely going to be like some kind of two-base all-in. But do you think this is a good idea?
It's a good idea only because of what he forced Reborn to do. He delayed the expansion for so long that the drone count is only now going in Reborn's favor. He has 56 now, and is just getting his third going. So there was the delay, and then also the fact that he forced out all those roaches that didn't do anything. They actually didn't do anything. They may have killed a few zealots, but this push is definitely really scary. I just think that this map though, it's not like King Sejong where there's you know, when you attack the third, you can that big
Force field
chasm in the
chokes
middle.
and- yeah.
There's really not that much here.
It's a pretty
Like,
wide open third.
Yep. So it depends if he's gonna go for the kill or if he wants to deny the third.
Oh my god, he could catch some of these roaches completely off guard. Okay, Reborn pulls back at the absolute last second. Just a couple of force fields, and with those 2 immortals, he would have been able to kill every single one of those roaches, barely taking any losses. But
Yeah.
Siphon does actually have enough energy for 1 time warp. He's gonna have enough energy for a 2nd time warp very soon as well, so that could definitely play a factor.
Yep. Mothership Pro gets
oh!
sniped immediately.
Now Siphon has no energy left over for time warps.
He said it. He's committed. And Reborn's position is great here. Force fields are not going to be as effective as he would want them to be.
Oh, force fields, I mean, they're going down. Siphon's force field's pretty damn good so far. He picks off a queen, picks off a couple of Hydrals, and he still has a good number of force fields left over. But as you were saying, his third expansion is also super open, so I feel like his best bet is going to be force fielding, between that little choke and the hatchery, and just go for the hatchery, and maybe think about retreating.
Yeah. I guess it is kind of like King Sejong with this little thing here. Whatever the grinding the gears or whatever that are going in. But here come the drones getting pulled. Reborn is feeling the pressure, but that all those force fields there allows him to be so aggressive without really worrying too much.
Yeah, and now he's warping in Zealots as he's starting to run out of the force field. The third expansion does go down. He keeps it alive just a little bit longer to act as an extra big force field. But he's losing a majority of his army. He's losing those Zealots to the Hydras. The Hydra's DPS is so heavy with the +1 missile attacks. And he's going to clean up Siphon's army. Was it worth it for Siphon? Dropping out the Stalker, I feel like that must have been a mistake.
Yeah, it's either, I don't know, but it seems
that
like
or,
Reborn will hold. He loses his third, though. And they're equal in drone count. The army value for Reborn is much better than that of Siphon's, but he lost a third. Ling Hydra is like the best way to deal with Immortal, well, say Robo-based all-ins.
Yeah.
That are not, say, Colossus like last time.
Yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, they're just so effective against gateway units. And Immortals, I mean, they can do okay against Roaches, but... And they'll absorb some good shots from the Hydrals for a little bit, but the Hydrals attack it so fast. They go through those Immortal shields so quickly. It just doesn't work out, but Robotic Space finishing up. First Colossus being chrono boosted out. Reborn playing it out pretty nice and safely.
Forge goes down. Reborn knows. I mean, Siphon knows. He makes another one.
Yeah.
But he's losing a lot here.
The 3 cannon's going to be very helpful at this point, because honestly, if Reborn comes up a little bit too far forward, what he's really scared of is those sentries force shielding in some of the Hydralists.
Yep. But that pylon, that's the last one that remains. However, another one is going to come. And with the Colossus push, or whatever his follow-up is going to be, it could be very powerful. But, wow, we already see a Hive.
Yeah, Infestation Pit out and Hive coming out for Reborn. I mean, he knows that he is in a really solid position. He's retaking his third expansion, just now getting up. Of course, Siphon does see this, so that is actually something to factor in. The fact that Reborn for this entire time has not been able to mine a third expansion. And there was a cost to that.
Yep. And here we go. We're going to see that attempt of trying to take a third here from Siphon. But, I mean... Reborn's macro is on point. Well, he's at 58 drones, so he got his third back up. And obviously would have loved to hold without losing his third.
Mhm.
But, you know, he's getting back up here. His tech, I wonder what he's going for the hive for. To get Vipers, perhaps.
I think Vipers, yeah, makes the most sense with the Roach Hydralis composition.
Yep.
And yeah, it is going to be Vipers, which again makes a lot of sense. But he's also going to be going for that +2 missile attack upgrade. He's going to be getting Galileo Reconstitution, actually, surprisingly
Just
late
now.
in the game. Yeah,
I think the Hydra speed is going to finish before the Roach speed.
not something you see every day, but God, tempo. I just got to say, like, imagine if that War Prism had survived a little bit longer, or after that Tubus thing. That's third expansion that's super open wouldn't have had to been taken. Could have taken the island expansion, and
Yep.
it
And
would
he
have
would
been
be able to harass too. Like he wouldn't let.
Exactly,
He hasn't
yeah.
done anything to Reborn since that attack.
Okay.
So Reborn is sitting pretty. He's hanging out at 64 drones. His army value is nearly doubling that of his opponent, and he's gonna have Roach Hydra Viper against a 3 Colossus in this army here, but the rest of it is really not there either. So I feel like the timing is gonna hit before Siphon is ready for it.
Yeah, well,
Especially because he's
Siphon's-
pushing. He's the one that's bringing it. Wow.
Yeah, and I mean, Reborn knows about this push coming across the map. He's going to reposition his army because he sees with that pretty nice creep spread actually going. And the Roaches, the Hydros are all moving in. They actually get into a pretty decent position. The Force Seal's finally coming down. Siphon going to be backing up, but God, that is just so much Zerg. GG gets called.
Heart of the Swarm. Just too much. And the map just allows that. He still pulls. He still pull. Sorry, but after the game, he pulled the Colossus. But yeah, it's just a little too much.
Yeah, it honestly just was a little bit too much. And that does mean that Reborn is now sitting at a comfortable 2-0 against Siphon in this best of 5 series. 1 game away from advancing to the finals of the Breakout Invitational.
Wow.
Siphon has got to win 3 games in a row.
That's rough. And he was the one that was, you know, Reborn was the humble one, let's say.
He
In
was.
the pre-game interview. I feel
Yeah,
like,
good
well,
luck.
Siphon maybe,
We're gonna have some good games. Siphon's like, yeah, it's gonna be 3-0. I guess
I
he
didn't
forgot,
realize.
forgot to say again, like, which side it was gonna be 3-0 on.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's definitely not over yet. And as I was actually saying, one of Siphon's strengths, Reborn is actually a pretty aggressive Zerg player. And I think the cool thing is we see a lot of kind of maybe small mind games going on between these two players because they know each other so well. But
Yeah.
also, it's also worth noting that Siphon is, again, one of those players that really likes to mix up his builds and everything. So he's tried kind of 2 different things in 2 different games. I mean, the first game we saw him go for that kind of big Immortal Sentry, or Immortal Sentry kind
Colossus
of push.
one.
Or Colossus push, sorry, not Immortal. I was like, that doesn't sound right. Colossus push with a bunch of the sentries. It didn't work out just because Reborn was super on top of it.
Exactly.
Then game number 2, he went for the Siphon build. And
yeah.
it almost worked out, but not quite.
Not quite, yeah.
But here's
I
the
feel
thing.
like he did.
Yeah.
He did a. I feel like Reborn was just ready. Like his reaction
Exactly.
was pretty perfect.
I think Reborn is familiar with the build because he instantly knew, okay, I need to get out my Roach Warren and everything. Like, not a lot of Zerg players may think, like, okay, I need to get out Zergling speed or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, just speaking of it, like Fog from Team IVD, an incredibly solid Zerg player. That was his reaction. It was like, get out Zergling speed, and kept trying to force those those Zealots back by trying to get engages on. It didn't work out so well. So it's not exactly the easiest thing to come up with like a reaction on the spot.
Reaction. I think the Roach he skipped the link speed.
Exactly.
Because what it did was force 3 cannons, right? Roaches at your door, they're killing your fours, they're killing your gateway, and then that extra investment in the defense means that, like, wait a minute, now I was supposed to be the one putting the pressure on. Now I got to invest in 3 cannons, like what? So,
yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, I have to say, Siphon, I almost would call him like the timing attack pros because his timings for the most part are really, really spot on.
Yeah.
But I would really like to see him maybe try and play out a longer game this time.
I would say, yeah, like we haven't really seen, you know, Stargate out of him yet in PvZ.
Yeah, that's something that it's sort of funny because we see that a lot less out of non-Korean Protoss players.
Yeah.
Because I know that it's very, very intensive on the micro and everything. Keeping those units alive, getting your money's worth from them is kind of hard. But at the same time, I think Siphon's shown some pretty good control for the most part. Like, especially with his force fields have been super on point this series.
Yeah.
Actually, just even through yesterday's series, his force fields have been pretty on point. But I'm interested to see, like, the map is going to be Frost. It's actually a map that I think Siphon picked.
Okay.
So, you know what? Maybe we will see a bit more of a macro-oriented game, especially with the spawn positions, as we see moving up to the top right-hand corner of the map on top of the orange Protoss player, currently down 0-2, but looking to win 3 games in a row to make it to that finals. It is going to be Siphon.
And his opponent, spawning on the opposite side of the map, it is the Blue Zerg representing Clarity Gaming. Up 2 games. Will he be able to clinch it? It is Reborn. All right, man. Well, you were asking for a longer game, perhaps out of Siphon, and the map, of course, being Frost, does lend itself to some pretty epic PvZ macro games, I would say.
Especially in cross spawn positions when you don't
Yep.
have to deal with the horizontal spawn positions and Protoss players being like, well, I can just deny your third by like walking 20 feet over.
Yeah.
But I already kind of like that Siphon is mixing it up. He's going for the pylon in base, going for the gateway expansion.
Interesting,
And
actually, yeah.
I think the key thing is Siphon, he needs to change things up because Reborn seems to really have a good understanding of what Siphon has been up to, either through scouting or even just through knowing, kind of like having a good feel of what kind of player Siphon is. But I don't know, what would you like to see out of Reborn this game?
I love this, by the way, from Reborn. Even though it is Frost, you know, a 4-player map, not going to get scouted soon, he still plays it safe, grabs that pool first, not going to go ahead and be like, hey, I'm up 2 games, and then go hatch first, and then, you know, lose to, say, some crazy cannon rush or anything. He's playing it safe once more. Not playing too greedy, like 3 hatch before pool.
4 hatch
But-
before pool.
He's definitely, you know, he feels really comfortable, I feel like. Reborn. Kind of feel, you know, he just, I don't know, like, one of those things you usually see, especially even me on, oh god, I go ahead and I'll take, like, hatch first because I'm feeling like a boss. And then I just lose because I think the Protoss player will think that too, like, hey, the Zerg is feeling very comfortable on Frost. I'm going to go and take
Yeah.
advantage of that false sense of security. But, of course, we do see the gateway coming out of Siphon, so...
Yeah. So, I mean, again, a lot of different opportunities are still opened up. Siphon still could go for one of those big 2-base pushes. And the cool thing is when you go for a when you go for a gateway expansion, your timing's basically hit. The rule that I generally use is kind of like a vague rule, but for the most part, your gateway timings come about 2 minutes earlier.
Earlier than, yeah, I would
Uh-huh.
say so too.
And, you know, that could end up working out really well, especially if Reborn takes a little bit longer to scout out his opponent. He's actually sending some Zerglings cross map, just since he has an Overlord in the top left-hand side, and you might as well send it straight across the map and cover
Yep.
the diagonal spawn
You're
location.
like, well, you know, he's gonna have a long journey ahead of him for sure. But yeah, man, he'll get there, man. He's the man with the mission. Eventually, he
Zealot.
will get there. But obviously, it will be only maybe to try to scout the gas.
I have not actually seen like this kind of move out with my first Zealot kind of pressure from a Protoss player against a Zerg in a really long time. It's a little bit refreshing, actually.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, Mothership Core can do a little, like the defense against like these Zerglings over at home. Zerglings are going to get a scout, but honestly, there's not a whole lot that he's going to be finding. It's nice to know that the second gas geyser's not up yet, but
Yeah.
honestly, Siphon could be throwing that down any second now.
I think the most important fact is that he did see the Chrono Boost on the Nexus. So it wasn't
That's
like the
true,
warp gate
yeah.
was being Chrono Boosted. He sees, of course, that the Nexus is coming down at the natural, and he is gonna get the probe, but he does get it.
Ooh.
And 2 additional gateways being added, of course. But big important thing is to know that there's not some kind of rush being Chrono Boosted out from Siphon yet, at least.
Yeah, Forge is actually coming up, and he hasn't, as you were saying, like he's not saving up Chrono Boost or anything, or Chrono Boosting out his warp gate technology. But the Forge does make for an interesting choice because he could go again for those earlier upgrades and everything. And, you know, again, if when you go for the Forge, it
I think we
generally
may see
does
a
allow you.
Robo.
Yeah,
I
Robo.
think we may see the well, I'm not one to just say like, hey, this is how it's
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
go. But I'm thinking though, the fact that there's only 1 gas, he may drop a Robo, get +1, and then do one of those pushes with the Zealot and Immortals with the Warp Prism as well. But if we see more gases get taken, then maybe that won't be the case. But the fact that he hasn't taken gas right now, I think that we may see something like that.
Well, let me ask you, Tempo. We saw that in game number 1 in King Sejong Station, but
Yep.
with a Forge expansion, it did not go well. Like, very, very bluntly, it did not go well at all for Siphon. Do
No.
you think that this game could change the way that that goes? Is there any other like factors about the map, or maybe just the way
I
that
think
we're playing?
The thing about this build is, first of all, like you were saying, it comes off of the Gateway expand, right? So it's not going to be like the Force Fast expand where you
Actually,
are
hold
expecting a
on, tempo,
certain.
tempo.
Hmm.
Is it kind of weird that Reborn hasn't taken a third yet?
That's what I'm thinking too. And you know what? This is how you hold this push, though. I don't know if he realizes what the build. Oh no, whoa, more gas being taken, so it may not be that same build that I was thinking. But yeah, this is kind of weird. A layer's already done for Reborn. No third.
Siphon just scouts over there with his Zelts. He's like, "Where's your third? Okay, it must be in the other location. Heading up there now."
Yeah.
And wait, what? Oh,
Like, wait a
okay.
minute.
Oh, I guess I'll go for your natural expansion and see what the heck is going on.
Yeah, and this is something that, like, you know, you do this push, of course, as
Yeah.
Protoss to punish the third, but when there's nothing to punish, what do? You just recall and go home and
Well-
say, okay.
Well, I mean, the nice thing is he still had like, it was like a nice little pressure with a handful of Zealots in the Mothership Core.
Yep.
But he still has enough energy, he's going to have enough energy for a photon overcharge, and he still is not really invested that much in that push. He had like 3 or 4 gateways going up, and he's getting up the +1 weapons, but
Yep.
he has a robotic facility behind it, and he can start teching up and getting up that War Prism, etc.
Yeah, I feel like he's changed his game plan too. He's dropping the Twilight. He sees that there's no third, so he's like, I don't know if I want to go and try to kill you because Reborn, of course, is sacrificing economy in order to do that
Exactly.
to be safe. But I don't know, man. It's weird. I think I feel like Siphon is just like I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna switch up my whole game plan. You're getting Blink as well, +2. Do
Yeah,
not think he was expecting to go this route.
but you know what? I kind of like it. I like the reaction because, yeah, he's not going to be getting splash damage. That's the only kind of thing that I'm sort of worried about. But he gets to put pressure on with this War Prism. And if Reborn is across the map like he is right now, guess
Yep.
what? War Prism with Zealots may even be able to get cancel off on that 4th expansion. Reborn trying to poke in at the front and managed to pick off, I think, a single sentry or something. And, Mothership Core going to be able to wail away at that. But honestly, I think that Reborn's going to have a hard time moving in over here.
Oh my god,
Siphon
no!
not
Siphon
force fielding.
losing all of his army at the front.
Oh my god.
The Roach is gonna bleed through. And now there's really nothing here. It's just a photon overcharge in a force field. But there's so much havoc being wreaked at the third of Reborn
Oh god.
as well.
Siphon, he's getting out another Immortal, but he's losing so many of the probes. He's whole positioning them, just trying to buy as much time as possible. He's killed off the 3rd expansion of Reborn because he had that War Prism with the Zealots in it. But the Immortal doing some really nice work. Roach is actually running in over into the main base. The probe kingdom is actually relatively alive, and I mean, Siphon lost a lot of sentries over there, but he actually came out relatively okay there.
Yeah, but look at this in the main of Reborn. He's in trouble, man. He's never getting his economy rolling from that third. It got taken out as soon as it finished. And remember,
Oh,
we were
man.
talking about how late it was.
Yeah,
So-
and these 2 Zealots have actually already managed, between them, they've managed to kill a good 7 or so workers, I think.
Yep.
Which is kind of freaking awesome for Siphon. He holds over his natural expansion, I'll bet barely, but he holds, he kills off the 3rd expansion, and he does some nice drone damage in the main base.
And yeah, the hold was really impressive, but yeah, I feel like he didn't have to take as much damage, but
Oh,
look at this transition coming out of Reborn. He's still on 2 bases essentially, but he's getting the Swarm Host, so he feels like he does want to draw the game out to a longer, you know, he's not going to try to end the game anytime soon.
yeah.
Anytime that you go Swarm Host against a, say, like a Robo-based opening, obviously, you know, he's not trying to win straight up. He feels like he's behind, and this is going to be his choice in order to get back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Siphon has a 3rd expansion up and running, and it's actually, I think his 3rd expansion finished before Reborn tried to retake a 3rd expansion.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. Tempo, Swarm Hosts, they can be pretty powerful. They can put on some nice constant aggression, and that's something I do like about Reborn. He does like to put on aggression, even if he's going to be going for Swarm Hosts.
Yeah.
But this is still kind of a scary Roach Force over here.
Yep, and they do have the burrow upgrade as well, so if they do get trapped, they can burrow, but there is an observer, of course, for Siphon. But now Reborn goes and scouts and says, what? You have a 3rd, 2, and I'm going Swarm Host. We may be in for a very long game, or we may see Siphon try to kill Reborn before he's able to get going as well.
Certainly possible. Oh, Siphon actually does have that War Prism hooked up once again with 2 of those Zealots. Keeping that War Prism alive has actually been a huge boon for him. There is actually a Spine Crawler burrowing in the main base for Reborn, so he's kind of anticipating this, which I really, really like.
Yep.
But it's only gonna buy time. This is
Yeah,
not
this-
going to be a solution to the War Prism harassment.
At all. And here it comes. The two Zealots are gonna start getting poked by the Spine Crawler, but another warping gonna happen. And I don't know if there's enough defense here. He's gonna have to move all of his army into the main. But is Reborn? Oh, yeah, I think he's gonna be fine. I was wondering if maybe Siphon was what his plan behind it is to get Colossus.
There's no anti-air actually. He killed
No.
killed off the queen, so there's no anti-air. He moves over to the natural expansion, and he's gonna continue to try and do a little bit of harassment over there. If he kills off that queen, his War Prism can actually do whatever the heck it wants. But
Yep.
no, queen's gonna survive. And oh, I mean, Simon.
Look
he's
at the
just so
pro
ballsy.
count, man. Look at the worker count right now. We're looking
Yeah.
at a 3-base Protoss on 73 workers
Now going to 4 base.
to a 3-base Zerg with only 61.
This is how you play against Stormhost, man.
Yep.
This is how you play against Stormhost. You get a massive economy while they are committed to the defense.
Yep.
And staying at home and not being able to really put on a whole lot of pressure. And you just
Frost is a
power
great
up.
map for that too. You just out expand your opponent. It's almost like how Zerg reacts to mech by being super duper greedy.
Yeah.
But as a Protoss player, you just kind of expand all over the place, and then you harass with a Warp Prism and whatnot, while getting your tech up and getting the army that you want for the late game composition. So he's definitely setting. He knows how to play against it. He recognizes it, and Siphon definitely showing some life in this series, folks. So he's not gonna just let Reborn walk all over him. He will put up a fight here, and he's definitely looking really good
Exactly.
in this game.
And a lot of it is thanks, a lot in part due to just the way that the whole opening of the game happened. Siphon was able
Yeah.
to secure a nice advantage, and he's doing everything he can to really just keep that advantage going. And I also like the fact that, yeah, he's getting Colossus out, but he's also immediately getting out those High Templars, because those High Templar storms on the Locust is so immensely helpful.
Yeah.
He makes a big push out, maybe when he gets to around like 180-ish supply, with maybe some Psystorms. Well, actually, he's making Archons and not actually researching Psystorm. So maybe I take it back, but I still feel like he could hit the Swarmhost count before there's too many to deal with.
I agree. But that's all that Reborn is making right now. Swarmhost, Swarmhost, Swarmhost. He is going to add on some Corruptors to deal with these Colossus, as he is not on the lair, on the Hive Tech yet.
Yeah.
He does have the Infestation Pit, of course, because that is what you use to build the Swarmhost, but opting not to go for the Hive and using Corruptors, a little bit interesting, of course. Swarmhost Corruptors,
Oh, blinking forward the Stalkers. This is a really nice move by Siphon. He does get caught out by a couple of Locusts, but I think he actually managed to pick off one of those Swarmhosts. And now these Swarmhosts are going to be laying out another swarm of those Locusts, but is it actually going to be a time? He traps in 4 of those Swarmhosts, just barely. Those, oh my god, those Swarmhosts are glitching out like crazy, but definitely Siphon is getting the advantageous position in this engagement.
yeah, and I think Reborn is maybe perhaps trying to snipe the... Did he snipe the Observer? No, I think he may get the Corruptors, of course, with the Overseer to try to snipe the Observer and then force out time. Like, every time that an Observer gets sniped, it means that Siphon has to back off, and it buys Reborn time. Wow. It doesn't... Where is the Observer? I don't know why.
The Observer is like
with the
right on
army, right?
top of the Colossus and everything. It's like
Oh,
crushed
okay.
into the Colossus underneath it. But yeah, it's also worth noting that Reborn does have to actually, it's actually kind of hard, even with the Overseer, when you have this army, it's like you're saying, we have 20/20 vision of this,
Yeah.
and we're having trouble finding the Observer. Reborn has to find the Observer and right-click it, because otherwise his Corruptors go after the Colossus, but hold out the Siphon going for some War Prism harassment in the main base while he pushes into the Swarm Hosts.
Oh my god, and another, the Warp Prism is going to go to the north side as well, pushing down in the middle of the map.
Oh, the Corruptors are going to the War Prism, they pick it off, but there's not going to be anything to defend those Swarm Hosts against these Colossus.
No, and looks like Siphon is going to continue to push here. Swarmhost getting caught out of position. Uh-oh, the Observer is still there. Going to kill some of the creep as well. This third base of Reborn is in trouble.
This positioning, if he gets behind that mineral line, that'd be absurd. But actually, he doesn't have a Mothership Core, so he doesn't want to do that. He's not going to be able to recall or anything out of there. So he's going to back up a little bit and wait for the creep to recede, because honestly, that's one of the big things you have to remember about Swarmhost. You want to be fighting with the creep by your side.
Yes.
Oh my
As
god,
they
most
do get
awkward, the most awkward run by in history. Reborn's Roaches walking straight past our War Prism with a bunch of Zealots, and Siphon walking past the Roaches with his Zealots.
Yeah, I saw that too. That was pretty weird, but oh wait, what did I just do?
Uh-oh.
Oops. I didn't even know I could do that.
Yeah, when you are a referee, you gotta be careful about those plus and minus buttons.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad, man. It's happened to GSL before too.
I remember that hold on.
Oh god,
That
that was
was a
crazy.
Star Station, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that, man. But god, I think that right now Reborn might be seeing stars because this is a scary as hell Protoss force barreling down this left-hand side of the map. These Swarmos are now burrowing into position, but there's a nice. Honestly, the Spinecrawlers are almost creating chokes for the Locust to just take extra splash damage from those Colossus, but the Corruptor count is pretty high, and he's actually gonna be able to take out most of these Colossus.
What is there to actually kill the army? It's going to be a bunch of swarm hosts. It is in between the spawning of the Locust. The Observer is still alive, is it? Oh, I think it is.
Yes. No, okay, he's getting another one over there, but there is no Overseer to pick off the second Observer.
Oh, okay.
So he's actually gonna be okay. Another one of these Colossus getting focus fired down by the Corruptors. Well, actually, no, the Voiders getting focus fired down by the Corruptors. The Zergling's able to take out the Colossus, but this fourth expansion is in a lot of trouble. I don't see really how this ever survives, just because Siphon only needs to attack it once or twice more, and Faster is gonna be coming out. That's gonna be helpful for the fungal growth, but is it gonna be enough? This is actually turning out to be a pretty close engagement.
It is, and the thing behind this, of course, is that Siphon is expanding, but oh my god, I think Reborn is doing an amazing job in actually dealing with the army, because a lot of these stalkers are about to go down. Oh no, I think Siphon might lose his whole army here.
Oh man, he's continuing to warp in with that warp prism, but he is gonna have to back up. He has a very comfortable army and economy, so he can replenish this army. Whereas Reborn really doesn't have much of an economy right now. He's basically mining off of one base, a natural expansion, barely actually mining. And Siphon actually sees that with that warp prism harassment.
And he might get that warp prism taken out.
Oh, Reborn, he's definitely not in a very comfortable position right now, but he still does have 12 swarm hosts still left over, and I'll tell you, man, Tempo, you can just slowly replenish that swarm host count, you can actually start taking expansions again.
Yeah, and this is a map that is definitely not lacking in expansion, so...
Yeah. Great
83 probes here for...
oh, yeah. Jeez.
Siphon. He is doing exactly what he needs to do to play against it, but he's not able to break Reborn, which is very scary, of course, because you felt like you are in a position to do it. You kill the third, or you kill the fourth, rather, and then your army's like in jeopardy.
Exactly.
So we are going to see a little bit of a transition here coming out from Siphon. Triple Void Rays are being produced. I didn't see him put down the 3 Stargates, but this is going to be a very, very different transition that Reborn may expect, but hasn't necessarily scouted yet.
I'm not sure if Reborn's actually expecting this, because you see that he's morphing in these Corruptors into Broodlords, which,
Broodlords, yep.
It's okay, free units are awesome, yeah, free units OP, but guess what?
They don't
There's not
suit
much
up.
of an where's the answer to this triple Stargate Void Ray production? I mean,
Seems like he's going to rely on the Infestor.
But I mean, he's gonna have to get repeated fungal growths, and he's gonna have to just really, really get a lot of Infested Terrans. That Infested Terrans is not quite the former glory that they used to be, and especially with High Templars out, and finally with Storm out as well.
Yeah.
You can feedback and storm any kind of Infested Terrans get lopped out, and I'm worried about the anti-air capabilities of Reborn right now.
Me too, as well. The fact that he is just now gonna be mining again from his 4th, he's not getting gas income from that, and unless you're making queens, I really don't know what else do you have as anti-air as a Zerg.
Well,
especially
could make spore crawlers, as
you could.
Zergs would say.
Yep.
But
wouldn't well, that actually wouldn't be a bad idea at all.
yeah, but I mean, he's gonna have to make them soon, because Siphon is now maxed out. He's getting up his fleet beacon. He's finishing up his final 2 Void Rays and getting his +3 armor upgrade. He's actually already gotten +1/+1 for his air army as well, and
Wow.
he's pushing in. He knows this is one of the few remaining expansions left for Reborn.
And if he cuts this off, then it's pretty much, you know, he's expanding behind it. Every single time we see him do a tech switch or an attack, he goes and expands. He goes ahead, uses his minerals, he has enough, and just takes another base.
Oh, there's a lot of potential for some safe fungal growths, but no! Actually, feedbacks go down on the one infestor that actually gets close enough to do any kind of big fungal growths. Now fungal growths going down on top of the Voiders, but the Voiders are target firing down these Broodlords. Oh my, wait a second, the Broodlords are still alive, and they are dominating this engagement.
Infested Terrans are saying, don't you laugh at me, because they are going to ward away this army of Siphon, but oh, those Voids are doing the dance right now. Doesn't want to engage those Infested Terrans.
Dark Templars at the top left-hand expansion of Reborn. They're actually going after, or at least one of them is, and he could get the snipe up on that. It looks like Reborn, he's rallying some of those units over there. No, the Dark Templar, he's not target firing down the hatchery.
Oh no, they're going to go ahead and kill some roaches, but Wait, I don't even think there's an overseer. Oh, there's one overseer that is
it.
alive.
He's going for it. He's going for it. The Broodlords are coming in, but it's not going to be in time. Tempo. The expansion
Goes
down.
down. Really nice move from
Reborn.
Siphon.
On a
Just-
one-base economy.
Just cutting off the economy. He's literally playing this like, the War of Attrition, where it's just like, as long as I out-expand you, I'm gonna win eventually, right? So
Exactly.
Reborn's income is just nothing. He's at 37 drones. He has like 600 mineral income, 400 gas to the 2K, 1K of his Protoss opponent.
Exactly, and I've got to say, man, Siphon has been impressing me. Like, I know that a lot of players and people have been complaining about Swarmos, especially when it goes into the longer games, but Siphon has been playing this out beautifully. I mean, we're seeing a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at 6 base.
How many?
Six base
Yeah, that's a
Protoss
lot of
player.
orange, man.
It's like 29 minutes in. He's looking like he's gonna take a 7th base up in the
Might
top
as
left-hand
well.
side. He may even decide to take the bottom right-hand side. He's maxed out. He has a nice little bank and everything. He has a ridiculously sick upgrades, getting a Tempest, and he's just playing this out really, really freaking smart and really safe. He knows that he can't afford to make any mistakes and lose this game because he has got to win
out.
3 in a row.
Exactly, and this is how you do it in a game such as this. We were talking about it, like, hope to see Siphon go into that late game, and we are seeing that he's actually pretty strong in the late game in this matchup specifically. So, the 2 timing attacks didn't really work out, but now he's actually playing this beautifully, and I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. We're seeing like a new player almost, just in this one game.
Exactly. He changed up his style. He's tried out multiple different styles in games where he's finally kind of hit something that has been working for him. And GG is finally going to get called as Reborn sees the Tempest and taps out. Siphon putting his name on the board. 1-2, but still.
Well played. Very well played. Like, that was a definition of the saying well played.
Yeah, that is the way to play against Swarmhouse after you have like a bit of an advantage in the early game. If your opponent is trying to, for lack of better words, trying to pull a Stefano and come back from a game that they were sort of felt down and out in, that's how you play as pros.
That is how you do it.
You take the map, you max out, you get out every upgrade possible. You literally just have the most comfortable time ever because it's fun when you have access to a 200 arm.
It's
you
nice,
have,
right?
You have all the units you could possibly want. You have all the income you could possibly want. You're like throwing away an army like in this engagement, and surprisingly enough, it's like, oh man, I didn't actually win that. I didn't just like win over there, but whatever. I could remake all those Colossus and Voiders. I have 3 Stargates.
Exactly.
It feels good, and I'll tell you, Tempo, I'm sure you and I have both experienced this multiple times as we've been playing on the ladder. It sucks to be in one of those games where you're like losing for like 20 minutes. And it's just this elongated 20 minutes.
Yep.
That you're trying to play this, make this comeback, and it sucks. And I'm actually wondering if that could maybe affect the mentality of Reborn moving into game number 4.
I mean, it could. That was a very long game, and it was one of those. Oh man, I'm impressed, dude. Like, I have, we were seeing the games before, and it was just like, to see Siphon's grasp on the late games EVP really shows how like strong he actually is in the matchup. He's not like a one-trick pony where he's just like, oh well, my all-ins didn't work. He actually was playing that perfectly on Frost, playing to the map as well.
Yeah.
I definitely I'm feeling that trash talk now. He's like, all right, I got you comfortable now, Reborn. But
You were just making it interesting, Tempo.
exactly.
You want to give us a good show.
Yeah. So the next map is going to be Habitation Station.
Indeed it is, and this is honestly a pretty different map, Tempo, than Frost.
Very different.
Because it's a much smaller map, especially since compared to the cross spawn positions of Frost. Gold expansions, of course, can play a part, and honestly, I feel like it's really weird to say, but we saw Siphon not really successfully doing a lot of the 2-base pushes and the 2-base all-ins in the game number 1 and game number 2. Game number 3, he went for like a more we went for do some damage, but he transitioned out really well and everything. Habitation Station, though, it is such a good map for a lot of those kind of big Immortal Sentry all-in.
I was thinking the same thing, yeah. Walmu, definitely a player that you see loving those kind of pushes. But
it's hard because it's like I feel like Siphon, he showed that he does really well against Reborn. At least today, he's doing really well against Reborn when he goes to that later game stage.
Yep.
Not so much when he goes to 2-base home, but I feel like this is such a good map for it. So I don't know.
And he has the
What do you
momentum
do?
of that last win too. So
Exactly.
now Reborn doesn't know what to expect. He's like, oh great. You know, before I was kind of holding on and then just expecting some kind of all-in or an attack. But that last game, it actually never came, and it was just a really long, drawn-out game that
Yeah.
Reborn tried to do, but Siphon just out. I don't know. He out-zerged Reborn
Honestly,
almost.
it was after maintaining a lead, just managed to continue to outplay Reborn. And not necessarily because Reborn was playing like really poorly or anything.
Yeah.
It's just once you get that lead, Siphon did everything right to maintain it. Like
Yep.
everything that is okay. If you have trouble with Swarm Host or Broodlords on the ladder, go and just look at the VOD for this game and see how Siphon played that out because it was honestly really, really well done.
Really well done, for sure.
Again, totally different map, totally different game, but still very, very important. Siphon cannot drop this. Let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players as we spawn up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, Habitation Station, on top of the blue Zerg player representing Clarity Gaming, and still up 2-1 and 1 game away from winning. It is Reborn.
And his opponent, showing that he has some life in him, he has some fight in him. He is the Orange Protoss player, currently teamless, but never to be forgotten, it is Siphon. All right.
No 6 pulls coming out yet.
Nope.
Yet. He may still kill off 5 of his drones and go for the 6th pull.
He could. It's possible. But what are we going to see here from Siphon? You know, we saw him do the Forge Fast Expand before. And the last map, he did a Gateway Expand on a really big map.
Mm-hmm.
And ended up winning the game as well. Just that kind of the threat of the Gateway Expand, which doesn't let Reborn be comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
He always has to guess, knowing if he should drone, if he should be greedy. He stayed on 2 bases for so long because of the insecurity. So
I think that insecurity is showing also right now with this very early drone scout. When a Zerg player does this, they're concerned about early shenanigans that could be coming out from a Protoss player. Siphon going to be going for the in-base pylon and everything, and actually could be going for
Nexus
what looks like he wants to do Nexus first, but Reborn, I saw that. You were trying to build a hatchery over there.
Oh, did he really? Wow.
He was trying to, but I don't think this drone's going to get the chance. The drone's actually almost dead at this point. Oh,
Yeah.
3 health left
man.
over. Nexus does not come down first. Gateway does end up having to go down first from Siphon, but still a relatively early Nexus coming out for Siphon.
But you know what we're seeing here? There's going to be a hatch first, finally, from Reborn. We haven't seen that this whole series. And after that game, it's like maybe he felt like he was being a little bit too safe, right? So
yeah.
At this level, oh my god. Okay, well, speaking of YOLO, he's going to go ahead and get the triple hatch before the pool. Gonna take that 3rd base as well. Not at the goal, so it isn't like, you know, 120% YOLO. It's more just like, you know, 98 or so.
Yeah, and 180% YOLO would be taking your opponent's gold expansion. But
yeah.
you know, Siphon's probe is gonna go across the map, and oh my god, is he actually moving toward the 3rd expansion?
Yeah, he's chrono boosting out a zealot too.
Oh, okay, no, he's going to go up to the natural expansion first.
Okay.
Sees the hatchery. The question is, like, there have actually been some games where I've seen Protoss players, they move in and they're just like, they don't actually see the 3rd expansion. But yeah, he sees the spawning pool. That alone is enough to say,
That
like,
timing, yep.
Look, wait, no, he didn't see the spawning pool.
Oh,
He
whoa,
didn't see it.
really?
He just barely came out of vision range of it. And he's not going to scout the 3rd. Oh, tempo.
He goes and checks the gold, but that's not even the location that it was taken at. Oh, God. Well, that is weird. I don't know why he didn't want to, at least, there were no lings out or a queen, so.
Yeah.
I think, okay, well.
I think he's gonna go back down to the 3rd expansion. I think he's kind of expecting something's up, but just by the fact that the queen wasn't really out yet.
Yeah.
I think that's probably it. And he sees the 3rd expansion now. He sees, oh, it's already finished up. All right. So how does Siphon respond? Because Tempo, do you feel like a Protoss player can go for a 2-base timing push if a Zerg player gets a 3-base economy up this fast? Do you think it's still viable?
It's really rough because I mean the reason why the Zerg player goes for it is because they have enough larvae from that third hatchery in order to deal with any kind of attack. So,
Mhm.
it can work. I don't know. The reason why Reborn goes for this type of style is because he can be as greedy or let's say he can hold a lot easier than if he was on 2 bases. Last game he was on 2 bases and was preparing for a hold
Yeah.
and nothing ever came. So this game he's saying, okay, what are you gonna do, bro?
All right.
Yeah, looks like a little push here from Siphon at the third.
2 Zealots and a Stalker could be pretty effective. He is taking out a couple of these Zerglings, and hey, if he's lucky, he may even be able to snag a Queen. There are actually only 3 Queens out right now, so all 3 of the Queens are over here. They're all defending this third expansion against this little push out, which means he's
Oh my
kind of
God.
actually losing out on Larva Injects.
Look at the confidence. 10 drones in production. He just says that he can hold this with the 3 queens, and the lings don't even have speed. He hasn't been mining gas. He hasn't even taken a gas yet, I believe. So he feels that he can just hold this with the queens and the slow lings. Really, really big wave of confidence coming with those 10 drones coming out. That was... The pressure is made, you know,
Yeah.
a lesser player, of course, would make a lot of lings and be overreact.
Mhm.
But Reborn's definitely very, very comfortable with the style.
Most certainly. And Siphon's actually chrono boosting out that Warp Gate technology. He does actually still have 3 Warp Gates that are going to be available, and he set up a proxy pylon at the 4th location for Reborn, but he's pulled back with his entire army. So I'm kind of wondering, that was just kind of like let me just make sure I get out Warp Gate technology just a little bit faster. Maybe he's going to go for some kind of push, but I don't know. What are you thinking, Tempo?
I don't know. He did chrono boost it out, and the fact that he did put that pylon there obviously does block the 4th location if it's not taken at the gold. But he went and put down a robotics facility and also gets +1. You know, the fact that he did take the 2 gases means that he really has a lot at his fingertips right now. He can do a lot here, and he is going to go for the Robo Bay.
And a Warp Prism.
The Warp Prism is to buy time for the attack.
Colossus, yeah.
Yep. But Reborn has really opened up the best way that he possibly could.
Exactly.
Incredibly greedy, and that's how you got to play.
Like, he's at the drone count that he wants to be at right now. He's going to be going up to 65 drones, and it's pretty comfortable for 3 bases. At this point, he's okay with making a ton of units. He's not going to exactly be making units that would have had to have been drones or something. And with a ton of Zerglings coming out already, there's no Immortals or anything in this push. I don't know what I think about this. I feel like he's trying to bait out as many units as possible, and he's going to try and recall.
Yeah, but here comes a big push here from Siphon at the 3rd, and I don't even think there are any units out here. 25 lings are on the map, but
Wait,
where are they?
What the heck is going on? Actually, he managed to also get a force field, keeping a lot of those drones over there for just a little bit longer. Time Warp going down over here. He does not have enough energy for a recall anymore. That means that these sentries could be very, very vulnerable, but actually that pylon at the 4th expansion, he warps in more Zealots and comes in to reinforce. What Tempo? What is going on? How is this working?
I don't even understand. I feel like Reborn just made maybe too many drones. Maybe we were talking how comfortable he was, but he did not. He did not expect this attack to happen right now at this time. Oh my God.
It's such a weird push out. I was saying, like, I'm not sure how well this is gonna work. Like, this seems like it's gonna be a little bit late, but now he actually has enough energy for a recall. Recalls out of there, keeps a majority of the sentries alive. 5 of them still alive.
He kills the 3rd. Oh no. That is so bad for Reborn, because what Reborn's gonna do is just try to get back in, maybe drone it up again, but the follow-up push may even have a +2. He hasn't put down the Twilight yet, but he already has +1.
I think he's gonna go for the Stormhost. He's
back into Stormhost
chamber. He's turned that Evolution Chamber, and I think it's gonna be +1 missile attacks, and Swarmhost. Siphon still has to take a 3rd though. I think you were just saying.
Well, you know what? He actually doesn't like. If he does this push out with the Robo, with the Colossus, if Reborn goes ahead and tries to take his 3rd again, you know what? Siphon can go ahead and do a really nice timing attack that just catches Reborn as he's trying to get back in. So he can take a 3rd, and that's what you'd want to do to get ahead, right? But if you have a killer instinct like SAMC or Siphon, maybe in this case,
seriously,
you can utilize that killer instinct to just flood into units to kill instead of trying to.
This Warp Prism. Still harassing that 3rd expansion, but I totally agree, man. And I think Siphon smells it. He sees that the 3rd expansion is there. He's moved across the map, and guess what? There's no Zerglings at the Zelnaga Watchtower or anything. I'm not sure if Reborn's actually aware of this move out. As far as I'm concerned, or as I can see, he's been completely in the dark up until this exact moment.
Yep, and this is the worst time to get caught if you're trying to go swarm host. When you only have a few of them out, oh god, the army of Reborn is just not.
Wow.
He's not equipped to deal with this kind of push out. But I don't even know if there's an observer here. I don't believe that there is. So these swarm host, no, it is there.
Temple, I've got to say, game number 1, game number 2, Reborn was playing so well, just anticipating and dealing with everything Siphon was doing. But this game, well, actually, maybe I'm calling it a little bit too soon.
Oh my god, yeah.
Siphon is starting to lose a lot of his units. His Colossus are remaining alive, as well as that Immortal, up to 10 kills at this point. But
and the swarm hosts are doing work too. It's definitely not over, you know.
He's building up the swarm host count. Uh-oh, getting a little bit lag, Tempo. All right.
Oh, my bad, I'm sorry.
We're okay, we're okay.
All right, well, the drones are being pulled here from Reborn, man.
Oh man, that is a difficult situation. And yeah, now we end up seeing Swarmos getting focused down. GG gets called, and Siphon showing game number 3, game number 4. No, this is going to game number 5.
Number 5. Yep. Wow, really, really well played. Oh man, now Reborn is feeling it. Man. Yeah.
Oh, Tempo. Guess what? We get to force these players to play on Colonial Province.
Yes.
You have to play the new maps, players.
They can escape it. But no, nobody is safe from Colonial Province.
Oh man! And guess what? If this happens in the finals again, like we could go to Game 7, we can make playing Cottage Hills. Oh, that would be amazing.
Oh man.
But honestly, I'm really impressed with both of these players. Like game number 1 and game number 2, Reborn really showed just like amazingly good job scouting and reacting exactly what Siphon was doing. Game number 3, Siphon showing a ton of patience and like just knowing exactly how to push that edge.
Went to you, yep.
And that last game, like just the way that he executed all of that, like the push out that we did not expect to do anything at all.
Kills the third, forces Reborn to have a moment of vulnerability, and Siphon took advantage of it fully. So
exactly, and you know, I want to touch upon something because a lot of people are probably going to be thinking like, oh, well, you know, Reborn just made a huge mistake. He shouldn't have been joining there. It's like, let's be honest, even without really realizing that Reborn hadn't been like joining up, we kind of looked at that push and we're thinking, hey, you know what? This push doesn't look like it's going to be able to do much. I feel like it's just going to move in over here and recall. But I think you have to remember that StarCraft is not just this game of who executes their build better, right? It's a game of strategy, and Siphon had a really good read on exactly how Reborn was going to play, and he was able to anticipate, like, say, like, okay, you know what? My opponent is probably going to be joining right now. He's been going for the 3 hatch before pool and everything.
Before pool, and he didn't like freak out and be like, oh man.
Exactly. And then the
pushed out with like the little bit. Oh, that was actually
that was like so sick, man. Oh god.
But I gotta give it to Reborn too, especially because he didn't overreact when the push happened, but he still got taken by surprise. So Siphon's showing that he does have some fight in him, folks. It's gonna be 2-2 right now in this best of 5 series. The next player that does win the next game will be advancing to the grand finals of the Breakout Invitational. So wow, this is it, man. This is it.
And I want to remind people that there is actually a pretty hefty prize for winning the tournament. In fact, if you want to donate to increase the prize pool, you can actually do so just down below the video. There's actually a little logo that says, well, big logo that says Breakout Invitational. Click on that. It'll refer you to the PayPal that you can donate to the prize pool. Last time I checked, it was sitting around $2,100, which is freaking awesome. Let's get it to $2,150. Where I think the last the prize pool was, but let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players now as we spawn up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, AEM Colonial Province by Alloy Sports. It is the Orange Protoss player. He was down 0-2. He has made the comeback to 2-2. He is looking to secure that final victory with his momentum. It is Siphon.
His opponent getting a bit more comfortable, but now he is on the ropes. The Blue Zerg representing Clarity Gaming. It is Reborn. What a situation to be in. What a situation to be in.
What a day.
Win the first 2 games. And then all of a sudden it's just like, I don't even know what I'm comfortable doing anymore because He feels that he can hold. You know, Reborn, his success has always come from holding pushes from Siphon. And anytime that Siphon has gone for that macro game,
Hmm.
he's been okay. But even last game, that wasn't a macro game, folks. That was a well executed, very, very broken up. I feel like, you know, there were certain stages and certain steps that set up for that final killing blow. It wasn't just like, okay, here goes the all in and I hope it
Exactly.
goes. It was everything, like
It's a,
reacting to the triple hats
yeah.
before pool and how we did it, executed it. So.
It was a well executed game plan that he was adapting his game plan. It was like very, very well executed to the entire end of it. But
Yep.
now, here's actually one thing that you kind of said and mentioned that I think is really, really important to note. No longer is it just Siphon winning like one of those late game sort of situations. And oh my god, we have a 3-hatch before pool coming out once again from Reborn. But you know what? This map, it makes a lot more sense on this map just because it's a lot easier to defend and actually in some ways maybe a little bit more difficult to actually deal with, especially since Siphon's scouting the wrong way first.
Yep.
He's not actually going to see these hatcheries until they're done and the creep is fully spread around them. And honestly, how many giveaways are there if you're scouting your opponent's like hatcheries around like the 5.5 minute mark that they won 3?
Yeah, there really are not that many.
Mhm.
But you know, Siphon, he did go for the Nexus first as well. So both
Yeah,
players
that's true.
playing incredibly greedy. This is the last game of the series, and they are. I'm surprised that we didn't see any. Oh, I guess I'm not too surprised, but like
Mhm.
you know, imagine the last game and you switch it up. Like say Siphon, no, rather Reborn goes and does something ridiculously crazy, like a 7 pool or a 10 pool, or
Oh yeah.
you know what I mean. We haven't seen that much out of either player. No real cannon rushes, no proxy gates, no you know those shake up kind of builds.
You know,
But
I almost feel like that's just these players kind of showing respect for each other.
I agree.
Saying
Yeah.
like, you know what? I know, like, obviously these two players are actually pretty good friends and everything. They talk all the time and whatnot. And I think that they're just kind of saying, you know what? I know I'm not gonna like cheese you out or anything. Not necessarily even because I don't think that it would be able to take a game off of you,
Mhm.
but I mean, I don't want to take the risk first of all because this is a pretty important series, but also just I want to have some good games against you. We were good friends. This is a tournament about showcasing the talent that these players have, and I
Yes.
think we've seen a lot of talent today.
I agree. And of course, Siphon being a teamless as well does not want to get knocked out here, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Even just showing his games and being able to show that even if he feels like looks like he's down and out, he goes ahead and then wins 2 games in a row. And
Mhm.
if he does it again, it's going to be 3 games in a row when he was down. So, and he will advance, of course.
Yeah.
And,
That
you know, being able to get more exposure just from,
exactly.
exactly. So,
And not to mention, I mean, it doesn't hurt that the winner, right as of right now, if you were to win the Breakout Invitational, you would get a hefty $1,050 added to your PayPal account. So
yeah.
not too shabby, man. I mean, that's
Not
a
a
lot
bad
of
way to end the weekend, eh?
that's a lot of Smurf accounts to make.
Yeah.
You could
So,
actually be every single barcode on the GM ladder. With
everyone,
that much.
you can be LLL and capital I.
Oh my god, every combination. But do have game starting to move into the later stages. 4 gateways being added on for Siphon on top of the,
Hmm.
I guess. Well, actually no. Where was his original gateway? I guess. Oh, whoa. Okay, 6 gateways being added on.
Whoa.
We're going up to 7 gateways. Can we have an 8th? The probe is sitting there. Can we have an 8th gateway? We have an 8th gateway.
It is gateway.
Folks.
Can I get it? Do you think this is weird though? Adding 8 gateways with no robo and also mining gas from the natural, but it's only 2 in each gas at the natural. So.
I think, yeah, it's the 2 in each gas. And also, you have to remember, he knows now that Reborn is actually in the top right corner. I don't know if this is actually the case. I'm kind of maybe over-speculating here. But he knows that the Overlord from Reborn is going to be in that location. In fact, his Mothership Core is sitting over that Overlord. So, the more that he kind of shows like, oh, if I don't have any gases at the natural or whatever, then it's clearly going to be some sort of, you know, just tech out or whatever. Or sorry, if there's no gases at the natural, that's definitely a big indicator that, hey, there's something fishy going on. There's probably some all-in or something coming out. But
Yeah.
he sees the gases at the natural, and Reborn might not think anything twice of it.
No, and I think that is maybe all part of the plan. A very cerebral kind of move
Oh my
here
God.
from because you would not expect to have an 8 gate. And look
Yeah.
at all the he's chrono boosting it. You would not expect an 8 gate if you see those. But the thing is that he didn't see like a Stargate, and he hasn't seen the Phoenix pick away at that Overlord. and he doesn't see a third as well. Speed, I don't even believe is finished. Oh my god,
there's
it's even...
there's a Zergling over here by the destructible rocks that has just been narrowly missing the entire army of Siphon
facing the wrong way.
Oh, that must be it, man. You got
That's it, man. He's not looking the right way. What is he doing? Oh no, Zergling, you had one job.
Wait a second, did Reborn halfway knock down his destructible rocks and leave them? That could actually be a problem.
So. I don't think that Zergling did that, no.
Oh, Siphon could actually, Siphon throwing out some force field. This is like Stardust levels of sentries, by the way, man. He can actually force field for days and nights.
Yep. And he's gonna push on in. That's a lot of roaches, though. Whoa.
Ooh, getting some nice pickoffs, killing off a couple of those roaches. Does have to be careful. I mean, I joke that he has like force fields for days and nights, but he does still have limitations when you're throwing down like 4 or 5 or 6 at a time. But Siphon has been on point with his force fields all series long, all of yesterday, and he's continuing to do so. Look at these force fields tempo. He is zoning out the entire army of Reborn, and honestly, he could probably just pick off the 3rd expansion if he wants to and go for the recall. He has enough energy for it. He's force fielding again. He's picking up more and more of these roaches.
Reborn is getting in a good position, though, however, and the longer that this has to go, he does have that great economy. He's sitting on 65 drones right now, so Siphon is going to have to do some big damage here. Going to lose a few of his units at the front, but oh my god, the position may be just too good because Reborn cannot get into a position to actually attack these stalkers.
Oh my god, and at the same time, Reborn slowly is losing more and more of these roaches, but at the same time, Siphon is actually just building up his army bigger and bigger, but it looks like some of those force fields starting to wear off. He's losing some of that energy. Time Warp does go down. Instead, he's losing a lot of his army. Is this going to be enough? It looks like a lot of drones were actually pulled, though. They're actually on hold position. Really smart decision by Reborn, keeping them alive for a little bit longer, but some more force fields go down. He managed to become... Actually, Burrow comes out. He actually saves a handful of these roaches. He's going to be able to keep them alive for a little bit longer. There's no robotic facility on... Well, actually, this robotic facility just now getting started.
Is it going to be too late, though? Imagine if Burrow was there in that battle. He would have been in a much better position, but he lost so many roaches that I feel it may be a little too, too little too late. So look at those Protoss units getting so eager to get into the main, but they have force fielded their way out.
Well, more Stalkers going to be coming in, and Reborn, he's burrowing it over here, and I think that Siphon's saying, okay, do I continue to push, or do I move up into my opponent's main base? And I don't have enough energy for a recall at this point. I've time warped. I used the time warp after I ran out of force field energy. And actually, I want to point out, he still has 8 sentries alive, which is kind of insane. He's gonna have those force fields back again, and Reborn has to be careful. But I like that Siphon's pulling back. I think this is a really solid decision.
Yep. Yeah. I'm wondering what he's gonna do, especially because Reborn is gonna go ahead, drop that infestation pit once more. Perhaps trying to delay the game again with the Swarm Host. Always a good idea to do so, because right now Reborn is in a rough spot, you know, has a bunch of roaches that really aren't useful. And even using a cannon here, Siphon is in order to detect if that's not for DPS, you know, that's just to see when the roaches come with the burrow, and looks like the roaches are going to be on the way, but the robotics facility is already there. Yeah,
so the roaches are coming on both sides, which is a really nice move by Reborn. I love it when players manage to do stuff like this, but actually Siphon has seen that the destructible rocks are going down, so he leaves his units over at the natural expansion, and actually also is ready with a force field over at the main base and ramp to just deal with that, and actually force fields off the natural expansion, traps in a couple of these roaches. He has the observer out now. The roaches for Reborn, as you were saying, just not being able to do anything.
No, they don't have the burrow movement either, so they can burrow. But with the observer out, of course, they are going to get taken out, and that's exactly what we saw in the natural. But Fear Dragon, we're seeing this kind of style again coming out of Reborn. With the Swarm Host. He hasn't been successful really with the Swarm Host this series, to be perfectly honest.
I'm gonna actually talk about the Swarm Host somewhat indirectly, all right? Because we're gonna talk about what Siphon is doing, and I feel like that's really important. In the last game on Habitation Station, Siphon was able to hit Reborn before he got a critical amount of Swarm Hosts.
Yes.
Do you think that Siphon is gonna do another big push out? Because he has a very scary army. Not a lot of tech in the army, but he still has a very, very scary army with decent upgrades, 1-1. If he doesn't go for the push out, then the Swarm Host count is actually going to build up to a pretty substantial amount, and it may be too late to do that kind of big kill move on Reborn.
Yeah, I feel like the timer of the kill move obviously runs out over time, just because the Swarm Host count gets to an amount that you can't deal with, and then you're forced to go into the late game.
Which we've seen Siphon do, and he's comfortable with that, but still, if you had the opportunity to beat your opponent in game number 5, like you don't have any games left over, the longer it's sort of this weird thing where you want to play it patiently and everything, but the longer you let a game go on, the more opportunities you give your opponent to come back in a game after, being at a deficit.
I agree. Especially when you do like a blow such as killing the base, right? The other base of Reborn was taken out, and you cripple your opponent for an amount of time, and you're able to capitalize on it. But Siphon didn't have the observer, and he felt like he had to go home,
Yeah.
even with the Roach Burrow.
Well,
So
there's actually a decent number of these Swarm hosts out now. We have 12 Swarm hosts currently burrowed right now. Enduring Locust, not actually quite finished up yet. That actually could play a little bit of an part. But actually, never mind. I take it back, because Reborn's Locust or Swarm hosts are just so close. And oh, Siphon, he's actually going to take down Structural Rocks. And honestly, Reborn is not going to be able to do much about it. These Swarm hosts do not have the ability to be incredibly mobile.
at all, and what an awkward position. Like on most maps, you wouldn't be in a position like this. You can put your Swarm host there, and not have to worry about your base getting taken. But, oh my god, some nice hot pickup. That Stalker is loving life right now, but a lot of these Swarm hosts may be getting killed here. And the army value of Reborn is more than that of Siphons, but it's the positioning, right? Like you were saying, this is an awkward position on this map where you're trying to defend with the Swarm host, but the real threat is that right up north those destructible rocks get taken out, and you have a base that is really exposed.
Yeah, and God, Reborn actually with a couple of miss rallies, since now the shortest path between the natural expansion and the army is actually straight through the Colossus, and that's not working out too well. But I have to also say, Siphon has Blink finished up. He's actually Blink Micro and his Stalker's back, taking out these Locusts. And again, Reborn, he's not losing the Swarmos just yet. Well, now he is starting to lose them, but
right in between wave spawns, and this is pretty crazy here. If this wave of Locusts are going to be taken out, then there really is nothing there to even buffer for them. I mean, buffer for Locusts, right? But I mean, I don't know. I feel like Siphon has a great army here. He's at 1-1.
For Zealot and the natural expansion also.
Yeah.
Havoc.
Oh, the Swarmos are holding on so well, though. But it just may not be enough, Beard Dragon. I think that the Colossus are doing such great DPS here with the Blink Micro as well, blinking away those. An aggressive Blink gonna come here from Reborn, and now the Swarm hosts are falling rapidly, and now there's just not enough Locusts to even contest this army. Barely.
It's all about the snowball effect with those Swarm hosts, Tempo, and he is not really having much of a snowball. He needs a fridge. He's gonna TG and tap on out.
Gee.
Wishing his former teammate best of luck in the Fingles.
I know, I was like...
At first I thought he meant Fungals. And I was like, wait, Geo with the Fungals? Well, I suppose he's going to be playing against a Zerg player no matter what, so
good
could
luck,
be that,
yeah.
but most likely finals. And congratulations to Siphon.
Woo.
With the 3-0 comeback. I mean, he was down 0-2.
Yep. I'm sure that some may have counted him out. You know, I didn't know if he was able to do it, but he showed that he could. And he definitely did it in a great way as well. It wasn't, one trick pony. He showed us so many different styles.
That's the coolest thing.
But without Stargate, which is important. I mean, not without Stargate. Of course, on the Frost, he used it, but like no Stargate openers, I believe we've seen from him, which is pretty cool because that's usually what the standard ZVP is.
Yeah, and honestly, I also got to hand it to Reborn. I mean, he's obviously been knocked out now in the semifinals, made it pretty gosh darn far. And you know what? Fourth place, still getting a decent.
Not bad.
Yeah, getting 7% of the prize pool. But I do want to say, like, Reborn, he played really damn well, especially being able to get up at least 2-0 in that the series, and of course make it to the semifinals. He's shown some fantastic games. So guys, be sure to check out Clarity Gaming's Reborn. But with that being said, Tempo, it is time for the winner's game interview with Siphon.
Let's do it.
Pull him in, see how he is feeling after that.
He must be feeling good.
He's got to be feeling good. And you know what? In the meanwhile, while we kind of get him on, let's go ahead and see exactly where those Go Imba bets were for that match.
Yeah.
That is something I'm really interested to see. I really want to know, where did people think
who cashed out, man? Who won big?
Well, it looks like, oh god, a lot of bets actually placed on this, and 61% in favor of Reborn. Guess what, Siphon betters? New 38%. You guys are making some nice big bang bucks over on goimba.com. And you know what? You might be thinking, oh, well, whatever, it's free money. Guess what? This money, you may not be able to purchase barcode accounts to play on, like the winner of the Breakout Invitational is going to be able to do. But you
Yeah.
still actually get an opportunity to get those Steam gift cards. So every little bit counts. Be sure that you're betting over on GoEmba.com. And Siphon, how are you feeling, man?
I don't even know how to say it, man.
Dude.
I'm so relieved. Like,
That is
I was
great.
down 0-2. I talked to my brother after I was 0-2, and he was just like, like, you got this far, try your best. And then I just started playing well for some reason.
Mhm.
I think that game on Frost just gave me the momentum. After that, things kind of tilted in my favor when I got that early advantage. And then I basically picked them apart with Warp Prism play. I kept making them go back and forth between bases, stuff like that, while macroing up. So, I mean, I think I played really well in the last 3 games. Not so much the first two, but I'm really, really happy right now.
Yeah, and one thing that we definitely saw was a huge mix of like different styles. I mean, like, game number 1, you tried to go for like the Colossus push, obviously it didn't work out. Game number 2, you went for the Siphon build, which is cool because I got to talk about the Siphon build this time more intelligently.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then like game number 3, you went to like the super duper like take the whole map against Swarmos build. Game number 4, you went for like the 2-base push again on Habitation Station, but this time you went with a gateway expansion. And actually, there was like can we talk about game number 4 on Habitation Station? Like, what was with that push out? Because that was like so weird. I remember we were looking at it, we were saying like, this feels like a small force like really late in the game. This shouldn't work, right? But it worked amazingly well. Like,
I
tell us
saw
about that.
I saw he had late gas. I scouted his base around 4 minutes, and he had no gas still. So I knew he wouldn't have speed for a while, like 2 minutes, and he wouldn't have enough gas to get roaches. And I think I pushed. It's around like 7.5 minutes, 8 minutes, I think, but his speed still wasn't done. And I was just gonna use that force to put pressure on while going Colossus and stuff like that. But he really had like no units. I guess he droned up too hard. But yeah, it did a lot more damage than I was expecting. And once I killed his third base, I knew I won the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, also I want to talk about it because it came up in 3 of the games. You actually won every single game that Swarmos came out on.
Yeah.
Do you feel like pretty comfortable up against Swarmos then?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident for Swarmos. So, I mean, if you play right as Protoss, I think you could do really well. It's really ironic because about a week ago, Reborn told me how to play versus Swarmos.
Oh, man.
And he basically just said, keep harassing while taking the map, and that's exactly what I did. So, I mean, he's my friend. It's kind of bittersweet to beat him in the semifinals, but I mean, I got to do what I got to do, and I'm really happy I'm in the finals right now. So,
sweet. Definitely. And, I know that you two are friends, and I also wanted to say, like, Reborn played really, really well. Do you want to give any shout-outs for yourself as well as maybe even on Reborn's sake, if you want to?
Yeah, I want to give a shout-out to Reborn. Actually, without his tips, I might have not been able to beat him. The Goat Lords, obviously, first and foremost. My family, my dad, my brother, they're all watching in the living room right out there on the stream. So I'm pretty stoked. Just shout out to everyone who's like really supporting me. I looked in chat in between games and people were talking about my force fields, so that kind of got me a little. That kind of got me a little like happy. So
yeah, man.
Just shout out to everyone who's supporting me.
All right, sounds good. Well, you now have a little bit of time to relax and wipe the sweat off your brow. You won at least 20% of the prize pool by this point, now securing your spot in the finals, and you're going to be playing against the winner of Complexity's Hendralisk versus Team Gravity's Kraos. And I want to ask, like, I think I've already asked this before, but I think you said that you prefer to play against Hendralisk just for sake of being able to play against Hendralisk, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer to play it against Krios because, no offense, but I do think Hendralisk, like, he's the favorite in this tournament. He's the strongest player in here.
I've nicknamed him the favorite, man.
I saw the video. But I want to get my revenge on Hendralisk, so I'm hoping he advances. So, because me and him kind of like a tiny rivalry. Not so much, but we play a little bit. So,
all right,
trying to play Henry Z.
Sounds good, man. Well, I'll let you take your break. Enjoy the games. If you get to enjoy watching ZVZ, maybe you'll learn some secret build that's not going to be at all applicable to the match we'll be playing.
Yeah, right. Hopefully. Maybe I might off race, so who knows?
Maybe. I mean, the rule is that you can off race, but you get to play the race for the whole series. So.
Okay. I'll think about it.
All right. Sounds good, man. Well, I'll let you go. Guys, we're going to be back in just a little bit after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Just going to get the next semifinals match set up between Hendrillus and Team Gravity's Kraos. And I'll say Complexity's Hendrillus because I just said Team Gravity's Kraos. But don't go anywhere. Be sure to place your bets on goemba.com. Just tweet out to myself that we're giving away the final plushie for Azzy's unique plushies. And we actually... I'm gonna be honest. Like I've given the winner of day one for for Azzy's plushies until the end of the tournament to get back to me because they have still not responded to me on Twitter. If they don't respond to me, I'm gonna be giving away two plushies
I was gonna
today.
say I'll take it, man. I'll take the plushie.
Well, Tempo, do you know what you gotta do to get that plushie?
What do I gotta do for you, Dragon?
You gotta follow myself so that I can direct message you on Twitter, as well as your favorite player that you want to win the tournament. Even if they're already knocked out, just say who you wanted to win the tournament and tweet at them, and it will be random selected from one of those people. So you too have a chance to win that amazingly awesome plushie. And I think the Stalker has been claimed. It's now down to the Marine and the Zergling. So let me know on Twitter. Keep betting on GoEmba, and we will be back in just a little bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am proud to present the next two semifinalists for the Breakout Invitational number 2. It is going to be Complexity's Hendrils facing off against Team Gravity's Kraos. How are you two gentlemen doing today? Starting with you, Henry.
I'm doing fine. Anxious to play the match, same as how I felt yesterday. So yeah, that's how I'm doing.
Sounds good, man. And Kraos, how are you feeling right now?
Better than I was feeling after yesterday's series against Reborn. That was a little disgusting. So feeling better though.
Yeah, man, sounds good. Well, it's going to be a ZVZ. I know that you guys have both actually said that you feel comfortable with ZVZ. So, I mean, are you still guys feeling pretty good about it right now? And especially with the map choices actually already picked. And I'll kind of go over those after you guys answer. Are you feeling
For
good
me,
about map choices that end up happening for ZVZ?
yeah, for me, I'd rather play on the ladder maps like Overgrowth or Merry-Go-Round. Maybe Krios does as well, but hey, it's you gotta make do with what you got. So we're gonna play on these maps, and I feel good about my ZVZ. It's usually my best matchup, so hopefully I can continue the tradition.
Yeah. I mean, what about you, Kraos? Same kind of feeling?
Yeah, ZVZ in particular is a map where Zerg has to sim city a little bit better, and playing on maps you're not super comfortable with can definitely change how you feel about it. But yeah, I'm just hoping to show a little bit of a different ZVZ than yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, hey, you guys will be pretty happy as long as you don't make this a 5-game series. Everything else is a ladder map. So, for those who wanted to know what the map order is going to be, it's going to be Waystation for Game 1, Frost for Game 2, King Sejong for Game 3, Habitation Station for Game 4, and of course, finishing off with AEM Colonial Province for Game 5, made by Alloy Esports and provided for this tournament. But, gentlemen, do you have any final words to say for each other?
Good luck, man.
To you as well, sir.
I'll tip my fedora.
Coming in season 3 of the Breakout Invitational, the winner will get trash talk lessons from Rifkin.
Oh, why can't we just get along? Why do we have to trash talk?
Oh wow.
That's totally fair. That's totally fair. All right, guys.
I can take it.
I'm gonna let you guys get ready for your game. Let you go to your quote-unquote player booths and put your headphones on, get ready, and get that APM going. So, best of luck in your match. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
See ya.
All right, guys, but we are going to be jumping into game number 1 between these two players. Tempo, how are you feeling about this game, this series? I'm already just like hyped coming off of that last series, and I know this one's going to be awesome as well.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's going to be a ZVZ, the first ZVZ that we have seen today. And of course, being a Zerg player as well, I do love watching the ZVZ matchup. So Hendrilisk and and Kraos going against each other. I think, remember, I believe. Oh, okay, me and Nanman, we casted the Gravity versus, oh my God, it was
Team Gravity versus Complexity.
I can't remember. Chaos Latin Esports.
Oh,
Chaos Latin Gaming, KLG. And Kraos was definitely one of those players that the favorite of Gravity for Team Gravity. And of course Hendrilisk recently streaming a lot now. Well, I don't know how much, but
a lot, beating like Scarlet,
doing definitely
almost
making
all killing Team Axie. Like we keep bringing that one up, guys, but that
he is a scary player, man.
Kraos is amazing. He's like a really solid Zerg player, and I think he's feeling much better than he was yesterday. I know he was saying like, or not yesterday, day before yesterday, but you know what? I still gotta say that Hendrils is definitely gonna be the favorite coming into the series. Even I think Kraos has kind of mentioned that he sort of feels that way as well. But we're gonna go ahead and see what these players are up to as we spawn up here in the top right-hand corner of the map, Waystation on top of the purple Zerg player representing Team Complexity. It is Complexity's Hendrilisk.
And his opponent, sharing the same race as him, it is his red Zerg. Representing Team Gravity, it is Kraos. Great. Hey, the 9 pool is going down.
Oh, man. Tempo.
That is how you start out a ZVZ series, man. Best of 5. way station, close spawn positions. Why not 9
Oh
pool?
yeah. This is actually really I really like this decision actually. And this is actually the first bit of like real
Cheat,
cheese that
yeah.
we've seen like this today.
Yep.
And
I
I'm
mean, the
big-
last series, of course, that we just casted, we really didn't see much, you know. No,
I mean maybe the siphon build, but honestly,
he's semi. Yeah,
it's a
yeah, I would
siphon
say.
build, whatever. Like, right?
Yep.
Okay, Tempo, you are the Zerg player in this casting duo. What
Yep.
the heck does a 10 pool actually mean for a Zerg that is also going for a spawning pool first?
Oh wow, Hendrix is going for 14-14. This is probably
Oh,
the
wow.
worst situation that Kraos can be in. You usually do this in order to take advantage of a 15 hatch or something.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that Kraos didn't take the gas, he used the extractor trick to get more supply out.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't take gas. All this is to do is to cancel the hatchery of a hatchery first. But Hendrix didn't go for that at all. He actually went for the pool first, got the gas, and he's now taking his base. So he should have Lings out in order to deal with this. The Queen might even be out too. So I think that it's definitely not a good situation for Kraos because I don't think he's gonna get to do any damage.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Insta cancel. That's actually kind of interesting decision because normally you do end up seeing Zerg players let the Zerglings wail away on that just to buy time, but now actually Kraos is in the main base of Hendrils and could do some nice damage over here.
Wow, yeah, he's actually gonna get some damage done. Only 2 Lings are on the way. What does Whoa, yeah, Hendrix didn't have any Lings out for when this hit. But as we do see, of course, Kraos will be droning. Oh my god, if he loses that Queen.
Oh, okay. Drone's gonna come in for the safety save, and he should actually be okay now since the spine crawler is gonna be finishing up. But the spine crawler especially actually was a pretty big investment.
Yeah, I feel like he's playing it super duper safe. The spine crawler, of course, will come into play for defending the natural. And this map is such a pain, man. I'll tell you, especially in ZBZ. Like, look at this. Ready? Look at the base over at the natural, and then look at the distance from the. It's kind of like Daedalus Point, where the ramp feels so far away, and especially as a Zerg, you can't do anything because of the creep. You have to wait for the creep to spread. So it's really hard to defend your natural sometimes.
Yeah,
so that spine crawler will come into effect a bit.
Getting those queens over to the natural expansion is a huge pain on this map. Actually, I hadn't even really thought about that much. But
yep,
you know, Hendrix is going to try and retake that natural expansion. And what do you think about the situation? Do you feel like Kraos did an okay amount of damage to still be like
he did a lot
okay in the game?
He did a lot more damage than I thought that he would do. To be perfectly honest, like I didn't think that it was going to do anything. Luckily for Hendrix, though, going 14-14. He was able to not like die to it. Or actually lose the expansion. He canceled it immediately. But it may have done a bit of damage to him by him making that spine crawler and losing quite a bit of drones there too. So it was equalized. And the fact that the expansion was canceled is important because if it wasn't canceled, then Hendrix would have had the natural up right now.
Oh yeah.
So luckily for Kraos, he was able to cancel that, reset it, and now they're kind of a little bit, you know, I guess Hendrix expansion is a bit ahead, but definitely was a lot more damage than I thought would have been done by Kraos with the early pool against the 14-14.
And you know what's kind of interesting is because of the way that these two players had to open up. Normally, you end up seeing. It's actually really funny because I think Kraos was the one that specifically said like the Sim City on maps that you're not used to is really important. But none of these players really get to do that Sim City at the natural expansion as they normally do because their hatcheries are going up so late. And Hendrix is actually going to pick up one of these queens. That's a really
the high energy one. Yep. High energy queen goes down, so no transfuse was able to be used. Hendrix did target it down, making sure that he got that one. And now, oh my god, we have 12 more Lings on the way as well as a Baneling Nest, but Hendrix is going to drone up behind it. Kraos does not have the spine crawler such as Hendrix does. So this attack could be pretty deadly, depending on what Kraos has. Kraos doesn't have anything. He has 8 Lings. I believe his Baneling Nest is done, so he needs to make those into Banelings to defend against us.
Yeah, and he actually should see now that Hendrix is sending those Zerglings across the map and everything. Is he going to be prepared for the big Baneling influx? I mean, he's got to be thinking that Banelings are a possibility by this point in the game. Ooh, Creep Tumor actually gets canceled or killed off over there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's important on a map like this, you know. We did say, Kraos talking about the SimCity. it's even harder to do that if you don't have the creep spreading out, right? So, whoa, those banelings got to be a little careful. Oh my god, the lings, very, very bold move.
Wow. So pretty decent hits actually coming out from both sides over there. Oh, Kraos actually managed to snag one of those banelings of Hendelos at the last second with the queen. The queen is going to end up falling, unfortunately. Kraos has lost so many of these queens, and that's really going to hurt his larva inject capabilities, but at the same time, Hendelos still has a couple more Zerglings left over. Oh, another baneling as well. You can soften up one of these drones.
Gonna hit another big old pack of those drones, and I think a big thing to note was that Hendelos targeted down the larva at the natural, which means that there would have been no reinforcements coming from Kraos right there. So
yeah, that's actually
very, very important that he did that. That was he decided I can either go for the drones and get them all to like, you know, whatever HP, because you need 2 banelings to kill workers, or go for the larva and just totally annihilate the reinforcement potential.
Guaranteed damage versus like it's critical. I killed X.
Yeah,
It's kind of
that last hit from Hendelos though. I mean, imagine if that was the second baneling. Oh god, that would have been a lot of drone kills.
That would have been absurd. But you know, at the end of the day, I have to just point out, Kraos is actually down a solid like 16
drones. Yeah,
and he's droning up now a little bit, so he's going to be catching up a little bit. He's still going to be on average. I would say he's been sitting around 10 drones below Hendelos after everything's said and done.
And look at the lair timing. Hendelos is already done getting the road speed, but to be perfectly honest, the road speed are not that far. You know, the difference is not too much. So the lair timing is really kind of irrelevant right now for both players. But that drone count that you were talking about, man. Oh, ZVZ is the game of drones, and I don't think that Kraos is sitting on the Iron Throne at this point.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting because, yeah, there's definitely a lot of other factors to it, such as, you know, the concaves and the engagement angles and all that kind of stuff, the defender's advantage. But ZVZ has always felt to me in, like, the early Zergling stages as well as those Roach stages especially, to just be, like, a big game of numbers.
Yes,
and
it really is.
If you have less numbers, like, just math, it's pure mathematics at a certain point. Like, you just can't handle your opponent's army.
It's just, it's a snowball effect, you know? Because in ZVZ, the most important thing is kind of like every other matchup as you play a Zerg, right? Like, you make as many drones as you can without dying. And right now, of course, Hendelos is just continuing, man. He has been droning, like, really hard. 57 once more, taking his third. Already down in mining, and Kraos is just doing everything that Hendelos is doing, but just behind. Like, I don't, you know? He's not making anything really happen. In that game of numbers, if you're doing the same thing, you're gonna lose it, man. You're gonna lose that game if you don't you can't do the same thing as your opponent if he's doing it better. So
exactly, yeah. And I have to say that one thing that handles, obviously this game has sort of started out like in a bit of a different weird way, but Hendelos is kind of just showing both between this game and also the series that he played yesterday against Fog that he's just really, really solid about finding the opportunities to get in and sneak in those extra drones, and it's working out really, really well for him. Banelings are going to making some detonations over here for Kraos, but I mean, it's a game of numbers. GG.
That's really what it was there. Everything was just behind, you know, Kraos. He did that opener, and he equalized it, but Hendelos was a little bit more greedy, say, you know, droning up really hard, knowing that he wasn't gonna die, because he did put on that pressure, and that early attack may have been the game-winning attack.
Yeah.
But, you know, that counter attack with the banelings and the lings and whatnot, hitting the larva. That may have been let's say the confidence boost in order to drone comfortably. And then of course you get ahead in the end of the game. So really nice, nicely played by a Complexity Zerg. And Kraos, yeah, he's down, man. Fear Dragon, will we see a repeat of last series where, you know, that
I don't know, but I think Kraos is hoping that it doesn't come down to that. I think he's hoping he can win the next game.
Yeah.
Because it's a real big demotivator when that happens. And the thing is, the last series, it's a PvZ. PvZ is one of those super hyper dynamic matchups. All kinds of possibilities coming out.
It's such
honestly from both sides. Like maybe a little bit more on the Proto side, but yeah, it's really, really dynamic. ZVZ, it's always felt a little bit more adapted to me. I mean, would you agree with that?
Yeah. I think ZVZ is it's easier, I think, to understand. Like, in a way, it's harder to control. You know what I mean? Like, you can understand the matchup, but you obviously are I was gonna say like it's rough sometimes, right? Because if one misclick of your lings and you lose them all to one Baneling,
Oh
or
yeah.
if you're like Kratos going ahead and going a 9 pool, like is he gonna do that? Like who's gonna do it? Like you just never know sometimes. So it's but you can adapt to it, and it's very straightforward almost. Where Protoss, if you miss a scout or
Oh yeah.
you don't see something coming or you miss the third time, like it's
Choo
you.
choo. Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna go into game number 2. Fear Dragon Frost, ZVZ. What do you think? What do you think we may see here from these two players?
You know, I think it's kind of interesting because Kratos went for a risk last game, and again, like as you were saying, 14-14 opening from him just before he scouted anything out.
Yep.
Sort of just didn't really work out quite in his favor, and he still managed to do like more damage than expected.
Yeah.
But Hendrils is still able to like really do a great job in the late game. I don't really want to see Kratos do another one of those kind of openings again, like with another 10 pull, just because you know what? Hendrils is playing it safe and he's still doing quite well for himself.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Kratos has got to maybe try and play it toward that late game because I know Kratos is the kind of player. Again, this is the Breakout Invitational. I've been doing interviews, been watching the games for these players, and Kratos is one of those players that he has some fantastically awesome play in the late game, the super duper late game. When you get to like 3-4 bases, and you give him the opportunity, the income, and the economy to have lots of units to move around to different locations. That is where Kratos really hits his strength.
Okay.
And
Frost is a great map to do stuff like that too.
Exactly. I think honestly, Kratos should be hoping for the cross spawn positions. Now, Hendrilisk, the thing is, he is the favorite for a reason, and that's because he still has really damn good mechanics.
Yes.
He is honestly just a really solid player and has a really good read on the game, as always knows where to get those extra drones in.
Yep.
So it's still going to be difficult, even trying to take it to the late game for Kratos. But you know what? I honestly believe that Kratos has the capabilities to catch Hendrilisk off guard if he can get to that late game stage.
Okay, cool. And once again, I mean, we've seen some pretty great games on Frost already, so this is a different match, of course. But hey, would you be so kind as to introduce our first player?
I would love to. As we spawn down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, Frost. On top of the purple Zerg player, representing Team Complexity Sound Blaster, because Rifkin yelled at me about that yesterday. It is Hendrilisk.
And his opponent, spawning in the cross position, perhaps to his favor, it is liking. It is the red Zerg representing Team Gravity, Kratos. In the Kratos spawn positions. Wow, that was really bad, man. All right, guys, we're gonna jump into the.
Oh, I just got that. I was like, what? In the spawn positions? I mean, this is something that Kratos wanted, but.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, well, Tempo. Let's talk really quickly about statistics because we have a couple of statistics, not necessarily about the game itself.
Yep.
But about the bets that have been placed on
Go. Yeah.
So, with the first game of the series, people actually betted 80% in favor of Hendrilisk. 20% in favor of Kratos. The second game of the series, people have betted almost 88, almost 90% in favor of Hendrilisk.
Off of that game, huh? Yeah.
But, game 3 is 61% Hendrilisk. Game 4,
really?
It's back to 88%, but then game 5 is like 30% Hendrilisk and actually 70% Kratos. So some people out there either are not betting fast enough, or what I like to believe is that they have some faith in Kratos. They think that it's going to be a bit of a rough opening. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a rough opening, but in the end, he's going to be able to maybe try and pull one through.
Yeah, if he's able to get to that stage of the series, then it's like one of those things like last series.
Yeah, the momentum building.
Exactly. Like we even heard it from
Siphon,
from Siphon. Like he screamed after he won that game. And was talking to his family a bit, his brother and whatnot, and was able to carry through with another 2 wins right afterward. So definitely could be. Especially
with like the players I think get a little bit more emotional about the game. Hendrilisk, I mean, you could tell just basically on how the pregame interview started. I was like, Henry, how are you doing today? And he's like, oh, I'm doing pretty good. I'm kind of anxious. And then Kratos is honestly like Siphon definitely. I called him the passion toss in the trailer because you could see it. He gets really emotionally invested in the game, and
Yeah.
honestly, Kratos. I call him the intellectual, and he definitely is like one of those big thinkers.
Yep.
But at the same time, he is also someone who does get pretty like passionate about. Like he gets really emotionally invested in the game. So I think having those kind of momentum swings will be a huge boon, and having maybe losing another game would make it even more difficult for him to make that comeback, though.
Okay. Yeah. I would say so, but hey, Fear Dragon. It seems like the first hatch first is going to be from both players. Hendrillus does cancel the Spine Crawler, but what did he do that for?
We actually have a gasless opening from Kratos also.
Yeah. I meant to say Kratos canceled the Spine Crawler. But that's actually interesting. That's a ballsy move, man. Actually, that's a really ballsy move. To not go for your Spine Crawler, while you go gasless.
And yeah, he only just now is getting any kind of information about Hendrillus' situation. So the only thing I can think of is that maybe he saw some of the Overlord positioning from Hendrillus and thought that it was cross spawn. That or he was actually just kind of reconsidering stuff.
Well, Hendrillus though, look at this. This is actually something that you don't usually see. How fast is this third coming out of Hendrillus? My God, it's already getting taken.
What?
Yeah, the third is already going up. And this is
the third.
That is pretty crazy, man. I gotta say, man, I think that Hendrillus he's feeling pretty confident right now for sure. He may have been able to see that Kratos was going for gasless. He may have just maybe I don't know. Maybe he saw the queen count and was like, okay, that looks like gasless to me, which allows you to play super greedy as a gas expanding Zerg. And the way that you typically deal with the gasless build is just by getting your third up. And then you'll have the lava, you'll have the drone production, or lava production was what I meant to say. In order to deal with any kind of timing that gasless usually tends to lean towards. So,
well, follow up for Kratos is going to be getting up that fast Roach Warren and the Evolution Chamber as well. But I mean, the problem is how Kratos is not moving his overlords. He has one overlord even remotely close to that third expansion, and with no Zergling speed, there's actually no way for him to see that third expansion because every single time he sends Zerglings out, they get picked off by the Speedlings. Yeah,
and that's why you go ahead and take the base as a gas expanding Zerg, because literally Kratos can't do anything. He actually can't do anything. Gasless is focused on your economy and not necessarily about punishing or pressuring your opponent. So we're gonna have to see some kind of timing from Kratos, because I feel like Hendrillus has read the situation pretty perfectly and is capitalizing on the fact that he's not gonna get punished anyway because of a gasless opening.
Well, a couple of Zerglings from Hendrillus actually make it into the main base of Kratos. That's actually really unfortunate for Kratos.
This is hanging out. What's up?
Yeah,
Zealot, it's not Zealot, it's a Zergling party.
They're actually out of vision range. Kratos may have thought, like, looked away for a second, thought that they were actually dead, and that actually really does suck, because you give away extra information as like the later in the game, that kind of stuff gets more important. But hey, Overlord's popping out.
I was gonna say, seeing the Overlords, if these Lings see it, you know what that means. A lot of roaches are probably gonna be produced very soon, but it seems like a lot of drones are actually gonna come out. For our Gravity player, as he does take his third. So he's going to focus not on the timing attack, but just on getting ahead in economy if he can. But look at this, yeah, very even. This is a very, very passive game from both players.
It is. And I just want to thank you, because this is why I love casting with people who play different races, because stuff like, it's one of those things where you learn a ton just from like small things that maybe the other player or person takes for granted. Like when you said, oh, he sees a bunch of overlords, so he may be thinking that there could be roaches coming out.
Yeah.
Because, you think, wait a second, roaches cost a lot of supply. That actually does make a lot of sense. I never even thought about that.
You think about it. I was going to say, like, Hyun in ZVT, how he does his, excuse me, his 3-base roach push. Like, really, you see, like, there's a point where he just makes, like, 5-7 overlords. And then just fills it up with roaches because of the economy boost that you have by the time that those overlords come out. And then it just fills up. It's pretty cool. But he didn't actually make he didn't make the roaches at that time. He actually droned up in order to get the economic edge. So,
well, we actually have a relatively even number of roaches, slightly favoring Hendrillus. But honestly, I think that just accounting for like defenders' advantage of it, they have pretty even roach counts right now.
Yeah, very.
This could actually go either way. So what kind of stuff factors into those kind of big roach on roach engagements tempo besides just the pure numbers of how many roaches you have? Well,
Yeah, like this. It's always gonna be the upgrades, of course, the concave, and the defender's advantage coming here from Kraos because his reinforcements will be able to, but
yeah.
I mean, he doesn't actually have enough at the moment. 1-0 are here for both players. And yeah, it looks like I think Burrow is actually a factor right now too for both players maybe. But of course Kraos doesn't have the overseer here while Hendrilisk does.
A little reconstitution coming out for both these players. Hendril is actually burrowing just to regenerate, and same with Kraos actually. Nice little moves. I think that at least for a moment, Kraos has had more roaches than Hendrilisk for a little while. Oh, a Baneling mixed in from Hendrilisk. This is just kind of cute.
It is. Look at it.
It's like the pet Baneling for the squad. The pet dog.
Every roach needs a
Every roach.
Baneling. Oh god.
I don't know, man. These roaches are sharing that Baneling.
I know, right? Look at it. It's actually just hanging out. It's like one of the bros.
Dude, it's like hidden in there.
Yeah.
It's gonna come out over there.
No. Another. That's another factor, of course, a spine crawler if it is able to poke at the army. But look at this. Kraos is gonna actually push Hendrilisk back, and he also has a nice borrowed attack from these roaches at the third base of Hendrilisk.
Yeah.
So
this is actually
very
really
nice.
sick. He's killing off a lot of drones over here. Hendrilisk doesn't even seem to have noticed just yet. And at the same time, it looks like Hendril's doing the same thing in the main base of Kraos. This is actually kind of insane tempo.
Wow, I totally missed that one from Hendrilisk. And Hendrilisk, though, is actually going to be here doing a lot of damage, but Kraos just may hold a little bit. 2-0 is here for Kraos. Keep that in mind, and the spine crawler support is going to help. Burrow's pretty negated because of that overseer.
Kraos is going to the natural expansion. Hendril's already at the natural expansion, but Kraos has noticed these roaches. He's cleaning them up with the queen and a couple of his reinforcing roaches. At the same time, it looks like Hendril's had to evacuate all of his drones, going over to his soon-to-be fourth expansion of the roaches of Kraos, now moving up into the main base, picking off the queen, still continue to do some really nice damage.
So much damage from both players. 19 workers were killed by Kraos, and then 12 by Hendrilisk.
And they're like even worker counts at the end of at the end of everything. But here's the big difference. Hendril is actually down 30 supply. He's actually ended up losing the big roach on roach battle.
Yeah, and he needs to hold on here. Kraos is going to go to this third right now, and this fourth coming up from Hendrilisk may never be able to come into effect because Kraos is going to push and win the game. Gravity's Kraos goes and takes it on Frost.
Tempo, I'm not going to say I told you so.
Yeah.
But what did I tell you? The way that Kraos is going to be able to outplay Hendrilisk is because he has the sickest kind of multitasking micro, attacking in multiple different angles. I was telling Rifkin yesterday about how Kraos reminds me of a Terran player who's off racing a Zerg, because he likes to go for all these kind of crazy late game drops, like not really drops, but aggression in a bunch of different locations. That's what happened. Both of them went for the same thing, but Kraos was able to make more happen with his harassment and everything. And also because he was on the defensive side, it was a definite help that Hendrils is being the aggressor and
the upgrade lead too.
Exactly. Upgrade lead. He was Hendrils being the aggressor, which meant that Kraos had faster reinforcements and everything, but still he was able to kind of out multitask Hendrils, who was you know, trying to make a good amount happen with his roaches, and did. But Kraos made it happen a little bit
better. Yep.
Yeah.
And I think that fight, the attention, you know, losing the battle in the middle. If Hendrilisk was left alone, he would have been on 4 bases. But he tried to take the base while being aggressive in order to keep Kraos kind of grounded and in check. But he ended up getting overwhelmed, which probably wasn't what he was expecting. So he wasn't able to actually get that 4th base up and running. You saw the big drone transfer at the end of the game.
Yeah.
So.
And, you know, at the end of the day, it is evened up 1-1. And you know what? There was a Reddit thread a while ago that said, I hate it when casters say, well, it's tied up 1-1 in best of 5. Now it's a best of 3. I kind of agree with that. I'm not going to say it because you know what?
Yeah.
There are things at play that we've already been talking about. Stuff like momentum, and you know, Kraos has actually gotten that big win. And again, I really do think that Hendrils, even Kraos, felt like Hendrils was going to be considered the favorite moving into the series, and getting the win over Hendrils like that, not in some sort of cheesy like 10 pool and kind of got lucky with Hendrils going for.
He just played it straight up. That was pretty And he opened gas list too, with
Yeah.
that really later third.
Hmm.
So definitely really well played. Of course, from both players. But I mean, hey, we got ourselves a series, folks, and
Yeah.
it is tied 1-1. The next map
King
is
Sejong Station.
all right, King Sejong Station, man.
Totally stealing your thunder. You're like, wait a second, the game is loading, the good lobby is loading.
I think you're already in there.
I was like, I already made it. I was gonna say tempo.
Yeah.
Anti-hype.
It is what it is, man. It was a handoff, by the way. You noticed I hyped it up so that you could.
That was it. That was it. It was a planned handoff. That's true.
Yep, a planned off is what we like to call it out here.
Oh.
But regardless, we are going to go into game number 3 between Complexity Sound Blasters Hendrilisk and not IVD's Tempo. No, it is going to be Gravity's Kraos, a ZVZ.
Did I put you in there? Start the game. Double Zergs. Not gonna
Ready?
do this at all.
No, man.
But guys, I do want to actually remind you guys that, again, this is the semifinals. This tournament, this entire tournament is all about highlighting up-and-coming North American talent. So please get on Twitter, go tell your friends, tell them to tune in for this. We are going into game number 3 of the second semifinals. There's not that many games left over at this point. Just tell them to tune in for as much as they can. And honestly, just learn a little bit more about these players. Because honestly, you didn't know about if you like don't know enough about Hendrilisk, that you like really respected him as being one of those top players. Today you're really gonna learn. He is like a really solid player, and same goes for especially like Kraos, Siphon. I think that those two players like maybe much more underrated, and they've been honestly pretty awesome. Kraos giving Tempo the chance to play, but I mean, let's be honest. Like I was talking about it, they're up and coming talent, but they're not at Tempo's level yet. They're
not yet. When they're Grandmaster, they will play faster. Well, Kraos actually is representing, but
he is Grandmaster. Hendel's also in Grandmaster, but he's in Grandmaster in Korea. So.
Yeah. Nope. Clearly, Kraos has the advantage here because he does have that nice gold border, and Hendrilisk has that teal one, or whatever that color is. What do you call that one? Is it teal?
Oh, it's like
aquamarine.
Oh my god, dude, you're getting complicated on the colors. Oh man, I'm going back to the days where it was like green, blue, yellow, and purple. Those are the colors I know.
Oh god, well, spawning in the bottom right corner is gonna be our red Zerg. Just won that last game, representing Team Gravity. It is Kraos.
And his opponent, spawning up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, King Sejong Station, is going to be the teal Zerg player. With his teal platinum border, aquamarine border. It is going to be Complexity's Hendrilisk.
See, his name is Henry, and he plays Zerg. So he decided the really genius idea of combining his name with his least favorite Zerg unit.
Oh, such innovation. Oh man, super creative. But you know what? It's okay. I'm gonna forgive Henry for his super uncreative name because he actually has shown some pretty cool and creative play in the past.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to seeing what's gonna happen in this game. Again, I think Kraos is best bet. Take it to that late game. And what do you think about that? Getting to that late game on King Sejong Station.
I feel like it's a map that does lend itself to excuse me, it does lend itself to a lot of late games. And the fact, a little bit of a difference. Pool first for Kraos, though, playing it a bit safe. And Henry, Hendrilisk is going to go ahead and get that hatch first. And it's kind of interesting, actually, because we saw on Way Station, the other station, of course, but he went for the 14-14, game 1. And we haven't seen that afterwards. Like, it's been hatched first into pool. And King Sejong Station, the rush distance is not that long either.
Yeah, it's one of those sort of deceptive, like especially for Zerglings, it's kind of one of those deceptively short ones because it's like a roundabout zigzag path, making a Z for Zerg to get your Zerg over there. But when you have Lings, they get there really freaking quick. That's something I've definitely come to learn, and we could see that early aggression. I think it's as you were saying, like it sometimes can lend itself to late game, but as you were also saying, it can also allow some really nice early game aggression.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It gets really weird in this one. The way that the bases are too,
Yeah.
because you can take the aggressive one, and all of a sudden you're in the middle of the map. Whereas, there's the other bases where you can destroy your rocks and go down to get the fourth or whatnot. But
Oh yeah. I
once
like
again,
never see that really get exploited very often.
yeah,
Like
not too often.
that's the base that after they've taken 5 bases and potentially even like they're one of their opponent's bases.
You're like,
They're
oh.
like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Let's take that. Ooh, well I do actually want to note that we do have Hendrilisk going for his gas, getting up that Zerglin speed, and guess what Kraos is doing?
Going for the gasless once more.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like this is his style, he likes to play that way. And this is a little bit different than for us as far as walling off. The ramp is a lot bigger, and you have to wait for the creep to spread, kind of like we saw on Way Station.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
really not. But the thing is that Kraos was actually playing pretty ballsy last time by not having the spine crawler
Oh.
and not really walling. So maybe he
Oh.
doesn't care about no.
That could cost him
Whoa.
right now. If you take a look at
Whoa.
the production tab, we have 22 Zerglings. Oh, it was 14 before, but now 22 Zerglings on the way.
Oh my God! 8 drones are on the way here for Kraos.
Oh God, Kraos is not gonna see this coming. Tempo. I don't like calling games preemptively, but is there anything that Kraos can do at this point?
Oh man, I think that Kraos may have overdroned, man. He's at 34 drones. He's going for the what is he going for? Roach
The
Warren?
Miracle Wallet.
He knows, yeah, he feels it, man. He's gonna try to wall off
Oh my
here.
God, he can't actually. One thing that I know some Zerg players like to do is to make a secondary wall, but there's actually a creep to him that would block that. It's right up against the hatchery. I don't know if he can do that. Oh, the Zerglings are here. They're gonna be able to knock down the Roach Warren before it finishes.
It's gonna finish out, and this is pretty much all that Kraos can
Oh.
do. He doesn't have speed. Remember, he opened with the gasless, so he only has slow lings and queens, and that is a lot of Zerglings.
Micro for your life, Kraos. Micro for your life. He's doing the drone micro. He's doing his best, but he is losing drones rapidly, and the queen ends up falling. The drones are going to end up falling. 3 queens coming to try and save as much as they can. Nice
One
transfusion going
transfuse.
down.
And that skipping out on
Oh.
that spine crawler is really going to cost him. So much damage has been done. Hendrilisk was droning behind all of this.
Yeah.
He killed 11 workers with that attack, and he's up to 37. But wow, Kraos is actually at
He's
32.
actually- yeah.
So after
Wow.
that-
Wait, was Kraos was droning throughout that attack?
yeah,
That
he
was-
held it with the queens, and then just figured he was
That
going to lose a lot of workers.
Is
So
actually
he just
so
made a
smart.
bunch of drones.
That's actually so smart. Like, why make Zerglings? Because the big issue is a lot of the times players will kind of go into panic mode, right? They'll say, oh my God, there's like 15, 20 Zerglings in my main base killing my drones.
Yep.
And then you make as many Zerglings as possible, and then you kill off your opponent's stuff. You go across the map, and then you find you can't actually do any damage, and you're like, shoot, I should have made more drones.
More drones, yeah. I feel like when you go gasless and you make those lings, they just can't keep up with the speed lings, right?
Yeah.
And I was a bit surprised that Hendrilisk didn't actually go. Whoa. What?
Oh,
Okay. Well, I don't know. I was a little bit surprised Hendrilisk didn't use
Huh.
Banelings with that first attack. I think he did. That was a bit of a preemptive.
So, I saw like just check the vision of Chris, and basically what prompted the GG was he saw the spire going up and he saw where it was at for Hendrils, and I think he was thinking or saying
He's never gonna get us third up or.
exactly. Where was it? Do you know where his lair tech was actually at?
I
So caught
didn't
up
see
in-
it. I know Kraos was
Yeah.
making it, but I don't know how long. He was going for the Roach's style and
Mhm.
took maybe a little bit too much damage.
Yeah.
So he figured that any type of push that he would do wouldn't do enough damage, maybe. And seeing the third go up for Hendrilisk as well as the Spire,
Mhm.
he figured he's never gonna get us third up. I don't know. I mean, in a series though, like you never want to. I feel just kind of be like, nope.
Yeah,
Nope.
it's something that we actually have seen from. I think was it actually Kurios earlier today? Yeah, against QXC. He did that in game number 1. versus
Oh,
QXC.
yeah, he did. Yeah.
And the thing is, I want to tie it back to the fact that Kraos is one of those players that does get sort of emotionally invested in the game. It's almost kind of I bring up Idra because it's sort of similar, but it's not exactly the same.
Yeah.
With Idra, like he would GG like when he was ahead. All right, that was a problem. But
Yeah.
the general idea behind that, and the reason why you would do that is says, I don't want to get in this mindset and this emotional state where I feel like I'm behind. I feel really terrible about the series.
Yeah.
Just jump into the next game as fast as possible, and I'm sure you'll appreciate getting into the lobby as fast as possible and everything. And just go into it before anything really kind of like starts settling in. You feel really bad about it. Just get into a new game where everything is even back up, and he feels that he will play his best in that situation. And
Yeah.
I've got to trust Kraos, man. He knows himself better than any of us do.
I would say so as well. Yeah. It's just always, like
Yeah.
I
it's
am one to
unfortunate.
always. I mean,
Try
Hendricks
just
is a
like
very, very solid player.
fight to
as
the last drone. It's like,
Yeah.
you know what? If I can base trade with a single drone, I mean, he has like 20 swarm hosts, but my drone is faster than swarm hosts.
Yep. Well, interesting, of course, like that attack. I think as of casters, being able to see the drone count afterwards was pretty. It was, it was
Surprising.
right? And I wonder if Kraos felt like he took too much damage, even
Yeah,
though
that's possible. I mean,
he may have thought so. I don't know. There was no gas investment, by the way, with that attack. So maybe he just felt there was too much gas. I don't know, but definitely preemptive GG, obviously, because we didn't see one player completely die. But we're gonna jump into another game. Habitation Station is the map.
And
a good old map. Endless, man. He's one game away from going to the finals.
And what do you think, actually, when it comes to ZVZ on Habitation Station, let's say that it gets to like the later stages of the game. Do you think that this is a game where you can get caught out of position really easily with just being kind of stretched out between your bases?
I don't think it happens too often, but a big thing that you do have to factor in, of course, is the watchtower.
Yeah,
right.
That's true.
So you'll have the watchtower. You can check, of course, to see if there's a gold being taken, and to see an attack coming as well. But you also have to take into account the whole south part of the map that seems to get forgotten.
Oh yeah.
So if you don't have overlords on there, you can
Protoss players don't forget about this.
No, Protoss players never do.
That's where we put all of our pylons. That high ground ramp at the bottom center, nobody touches that except for Protoss players.
That's a Protoss exclusive. Yep.
That's
definitely,
for all you
man.
Zerg and Terran players out there.
And we even saw that actually earlier today.
Yeah, we did. I think it was it Siphon's game?
It was Siphon's game.
Yeah.
Against Reborn.
Well, Tempo, we're going to be jumping in potentially one of the last games of the semifinals, and actually potentially one of the last semifinal games as we spawn up here in the top right-hand corner of the map. Habitation Station on top of the purple Zerg player representing Team Gravity, currently down 1 and 2, but still has hope. It is Kraos.
And Zerg spawning in the top left corner is the teal. Man representing Complexity Sound Blaster, a bold move. Also hailing from Canada, it is Hendrilisk. I think he's from Canada.
Hendrils is in fact from Canada.
Okay.
And it's good that he's from Canada, because there were two people from Canada this season, and one of them is going for a 10 pool.
Yep, that he is. Very, very nice move here from Hendrilisk. Gonna give Kraos a bit of a taste of his own medicine. And I think okay, he's gonna go for the pool first.
Okay.
Yep. Alrighty, so he's in a better position than he could have been if he went for the hatch first. He, it would have been a very dicey situation, but going for the pool first, he realizes his tournament life is on the line and does not want to lose. What the? Oh my god, is he doing what I think he's doing?
He's getting out one extra set of Zerglings, I think. Wait.
It's the 9-pool Spore Crawler build that Cat selects to do.
What?
It's the 9-pool Spore Crawler build. Watch. This Overlord is going to get killed by the Spore Crawler, and then he's going to go ahead, supply block his opponent, and this push is going to do so much.
Oh my god, Kraos does. He's seen with the Overlord. He's gonna start moving away. Is he gonna be able to get away? This could make or break the difference. And oh my god!
Oh my god. And now an Overlord, 2 Overlords in production. Kraos is feeling the pressure right now. He won't be supply blocked for too long, but he has 0 army value. The queen was delayed, and now these lings are going to go ahead, do a bit of damage. And there's really nothing here for our gravity player because of that supply block from the spore crawler. Wow.
Wow. Well, Kraos is actually buying himself a lot of time by not canceling this hatchery. Hendrils is going after it, and it does get canceled A-okay. And even the drone, I love what he's doing. He's even just kind of rallying the drone along the left-hand or the bottom side, keeping it alive as long as possible and buying himself time. And did he buy himself enough time? The queen is going to be coming out in just a couple seconds. He does actually have up a decent number of Zerglings. He can actually almost match Hendrils in Zerglings.
Yeah. Hendrils, I feel like, didn't really do too much with these lings. He canceled the base, of course. But look at the drone count, Fair Dragon. It's 16 to 11 in our gravity player's favor. And, well, it's an interesting...
Can he retake his natural expansion right now, do you think, with the queen out?
What, you're talking about Kraos?
Yeah, Kraos.
I think he could, yeah. He made a lot of lings, and that's exactly what Hendrils wanted him to do. Force out a bunch of lings in case that, Kraos doesn't know if it's gas, if it's a 10-pool Bane or something. So those not being drones means that Hendrils gets a little bit ahead right now. So
I know he's actually chasing down this overlord. He's chasing down the other overlord of Kraos.
Oh my god, yeah.
And with his overlord giving high ground vision, he's actually gonna be able to pick it off, I think.
He might. It's gonna be really close though.
Oh, two more hits. Two more hits.
More.
Oh, one more. Oh!
Ooh, Queen gets that nice bullseye that darts award. I would not want to play darts with that Queen.
Dude,
really nice snipe there.
Here, man.
Yeah, he does not like overlords. If they're overlords and they're purple, what'd you say?
I call him racist, but I'm
it's like it's a Zerg on Zerg. Hey, yo, man, increase the peace, man, increase the peace.
Stop the civil wars, but
yeah.
Kraos is gonna get up his natural expansion finally, and it is delayed behind Angeluscu. Now has a very useful spore crawler as natural expansion. It's really gonna come into play for the early game stages of the ZVZ, but
they're equal, like literally, pretty much equal in everything except for, say, ling count. I guess Kraos has 9 lings, but they don't have speed. I don't think
it's 9 to 10 Zerglings. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really almost even.
Well,
but
neither of these guys have gas. Yeah, that's the thing. Kraos is only just now taking his gas, so we're seeing the deviations, but just numerically, because we talk about numerics in ZVZ, I feel like the game is actually kind of dead even numerically.
It's pretty even, yeah. I would say so for sure. However, Hendrils is going to be taking his third first. So while they have the same kind of, yeah, he's 3 drones ahead and also taking his third first. But what, Kraos has like 400 mineral, what is he using it on? 5 overlords, holy moly. I think we're going to see a 2-base roach push. Coming out of here from Kraos. Without speedlings, it's just gonna be roaches, man.
Do you feel like this may even just be a reaction to like how the opening kind of went? Having his hatchery canceled and everything?
I don't know. It's very strange. I don't know. Has he scouted the third of Hendra? Yeah, he did scout the third of Hendrilisk. So the Roach Warren is gonna finish here for Kraos soon. He droned up saturation, getting 2-base mineral saturation while he has the 2 gases at the natural. And no third being taken definitely would mean that we will see a big flood of roaches, and it could be an all-in as well as we don't. Yeah, the queens are gonna go for those overlords too. What's Hendrils gonna have? He's droning up to 47 Fear Dragon, and I don't know if he realizes what is potentially about to happen.
He's thinking drone so hard, Chris trying to outmine me. It's not the case, man.
No. He has the third, which is nice, but he doesn't have a spine crawler. He does have the spore crawler at least, so that'd be nice if Overlord decides to venture there. But I don't know, man. I think Hendrilisk is just gonna be in a rough spot if he doesn't realize it, and I think he is getting a hint at least.
Well, he's just straight up. He sees those Zerglings, he's pulling everything, and he's gonna lose this queen for certain. But is the hatchery gonna be able to go down over here? Well, Kraos is actually not gonna go after the hatchery. He's going straight for the jugular.
Yeah, he wants to win. Killing the third wouldn't even really matter. He wants to go ahead and kill Hendrilisk right now, as he did try to take that third, which means there's 300 minerals invested into it, and this big timing attack from Kraos has now caught Hendrilisk with his pants down here.
Could this be what Kraos needed? He was down. 0-1. He was not the favorite. Hendrils was definitely the favorite coming in this series, but now he's charging forward into the natural expansion. He's doing a lot of damage. Is it going to be enough? He's actually taken a drone lead at this point.
Wow. Oh my god, Bear Dragon. We may be going into the ace match of this series as this attack is doing a lot, but it gets held. Oh my god, Hendrillus holds.
Kraos is taking the third expansion at the gold, but I mean, does he actually have enough units to deal with the counterattack? That's the problem with ZVZ, is that you always have to be concerned about the counterattack.
Yeah, and here it comes. These slings don't have speed yet, but they are gonna still try to get into the fight. A spine crawler is gonna be here for Kraos, and if he can secure this third base, that is gonna kind of be the, I would say, you know, the, oh, what's the word that I'm trying to think of? The
Equalizer?
Yeah, kind of, right? Because he took such a late third, but he's going to use the gold in order to try to equalize. There's a certain specific term that I was trying to think of, but I couldn't think of it. Like the saving grace, I guess. I don't know.
Saving
like,
grace? Yeah.
Something that. But
now I'm thinking of a phrase that I can't.
It's a different one. Yeah, it's not saving grace, but it's kind of like that type of.
Tip of my tongue tempo, but regardless, the idea is that Kraos may still be able to kind of recover his economy after that. Yep. I want to say almost successful. It did its part. It did its part.
It killed a few drones, equalized it out, but Hendrillus still does have the drone advantage. It is a shame, of course, that the third wasn't able to get canceled, but if he went for the third, I think he wanted to actually catch Hendrillus off guard and win, which is why we saw that. So getting the third would have put him in a better spot, but he took the chance, of course, and tried to win the game. But he's definitely not down and out yet.
No, not by any means. But I do want to note, Hendrils right now does have a bit of an upgrade lead. It's not going to be for long, but he also has +2 on the way. So very soon they're going to be even on upgrades.
Yep.
But then a little bit after that, Hendrils is going to have a really nice time where he's going to have +2. His opponent's not going to have it. And Kraos is teasing at an engagement over here, but it's about the numbers.
It's scary to do that. It's actually really scary without. Does he have road speed or?
Zerglin's in the main base.
Whoa!
Oh, they're gonna pick up the queen. Oh, the queen is getting so low, and it does go down.
Goes down, yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I was gonna say it's very dangerous to do this without road speed. Oh my god, I feel like Hendrillus has road speed and he has the numbers advantage here, and these roaches can't retreat of Kraos. They have to fight.
This is actually a terrible situation for Kraos. He's gonna be retreating. I honestly feel like at this point, I mean, would it be better to just fight with them? You're losing so much.
GG. Oh,
GG.
No. Well played, of course, from our Complexity Sunblaster player, but wow, what a game.
Hendrillus just showing, man, he is an absolute beast, and
it's pretty good.
Even after points of time, we were saying like, oh man, tempo. Freaking Kraos is like in the natural expansion, going for the jugular on Hendrillus, and looking like he's doing an absurd amount of damage, but Hendrillus manages to hold on and manages to, I guess, play the recovery game. And I gotta be a little bit honest, like maybe a little bit of a mistake, as we were saying, like, for Kraos to be so far out there without this road
speed. Yep.
But really, really solid play from Hendrillus throughout that series.
I would say so too. Yeah, definitely great. And I feel like what happened there too, like Hendrillus, took the damage from that push, and it was similar to what we saw, of course, on King Sejong, where Kraos took the damage, but it may have got to his head a bit more, and Hendrillus kind of stays cool and collected regardless of taking such damage. So, but the difference, of course, was that he had a third base, and Kraos was playing catch up after that.
Yeah, exactly. But with that being said, we are going to be pulling Hendrillus over into the call for the winner's interview. And by the way, guys, I want to remind you to go ahead and vote over at goimba.com. There's going to be one final series you can vote on. Make sure you get your votes in for your chances to win those Steam gift cards. But we do have Hendrillus on the call. As soon as he gets his camera on, we can bring him on camera. And Hendrillus, how are you feeling, man, after that series?
Pretty lucky that everything panned out. Well, the last game was pretty. I was worried for a bit, and luckily I was able to win that still. But most of the games pan out as or in my favor, so I'm really glad that that was the case. In the first game, I said to myself, if we spawn on the close spawn, and if I get the top spawn, I'll just do the build Suppy did versus me in the MLG qualifier. I was actually the bottom spawn on way station, close spawn, and I
Yep.
went for a 9 pool, and he went for the pool gas hatch, which is like a build that seems like a macro build, but it's an all-in.
Hmm.
So he was able to beat me like that, and I thought, it's karma, right? If I do it now, it has to pan out for me. And actually, I was so surprised to see him 9 pool. I didn't see the first 6 lanes, but I saw the last 2 lanes, and I thought, wait a second, I'm getting my pool around the same time you are. How come your lanes are so fast? So,
Yep.
um, as his lanes neared my base, I was able to know that it's a 9 pool for sure. So I canceled my hatchery and just play defensively from there. And then
Yeah.
tried to get my speed and do some harass, which I did, and take a third base, get more roaches. So that was game one. In the second game on Frost, I was actually doing a build that I saw Snoot do on any ladder, so it's just one of his random troll builds maybe. But I thought on Frost it would be good to take a really fast third because
Hmm.
it's hard for him to
Yeah.
scout. And I made a fake roach for him. I don't know if that prompted him to play more defensively, which is what I hope for, because I need
Yeah.
to get my own third going, right? So
Hmm.
I did that. But afterwards, I sort of messed up. I got like uh, sort of tunnel vision. I didn't control my units
Hmm.
properly. Just kept making roaches. Took too much damage to the harass, and he defended my harass really well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Um,
You guys kind
and
of do the same. Yeah.
yeah,
Trade.
if the map was smaller, then my build order
Reinforcements. Yeah.
would have helped me make more roaches and probably do more damage. But it was cross spawn, so he had really good defender's advantage, and he helped,
Yeah.
which was nice for him. So after that, it was 1-1, and in the next game, I did the move skill Zergling Scout, which is you make a pair of Zerglings when your pull is done, and or from a hatch first, and then you try to see what your opponent's doing. And I saw he was making a ton of drones. Now at this point, I was scared if he was going for the build. I was going for game one, so I dipped into his main with the Zerglings and saw he had no gas.
Yep.
And afterwards, I just held down the SZ key to turn my larva into Zerglings. Because
Oh
that's what
god.
Jadon does when he plays versus gasless. And luckily for me, I was able to break through and do damage to the drones.
Hmm.
So at the same time, I canceled my Bailing Nest and went for a lair to get fast mutas while taking my third. So he was 2 behind from that point.
Yeah.
If he held on with the Evo in the start, then it would have been okay, but he didn't. So
Yeah.
yeah, and then in the last game, I went for the 9 pool and
It
got
was
3 kills with my
Spore
spore.
Chrono.
That was kind of
yeah.
Oh
funny.
God.
It's
Yeah,
kind of
so
insane.
I was, as I said earlier, I was a bit scared because I knew he was on 2 gas because I saw that with my Zerglings on the natural, and my Overlord was outside his main the whole time. But I didn't expect him to put on the aggressive attack, so I drone up my third fully, and he
Yeah.
had Zergling speed and Roaches already at my door, so I had to just make units and hope I don't lose too many drones, which I guess it didn't. And while he was trying to attack me, I did a run by in his main and killed a queen.
Yep.
And probably he was probably distracted from that. While I had more time to make roaches,
Yeah.
and yeah, I had more roaches, so that was it. So that's pretty much sums up the series.
Wow. Well.
Yeah. That really well put, and you took away a lot of my questions, man. But
I'm
But
psychic.
so we'll just move on to the next stage. And by the way, big shout out, of course, to Kraos with a really solid series. And of course, he did get knocked out by Euangelos, but hopefully he did show some really good games to everyone. But you are now going to be moving on to the finals. You've already secured at least 20% of the prize pool, but you're going to be shooting for that 50%. I'm sure. I'm sure you want to get that
I
your
would
hands on
assume.
that $1,050 or so.
Yeah, for sure. I know Siphon probably thinking the same thing, but for him, it'll be him getting revenge on me, so he probably
Yeah.
would mean more, right? So I gotta
Nice.
make sure I keep up with my VP in the series, do my best.
Yeah, Siphon was saying that like he considers you a bit of a rival. Do you kind of feel like the feelings mutual, or are you kind of a little bit too far above him to really be considered a
Um,
rival?
I don't really consider myself above people because in series, anything can happen. Like I could be some of the Koreans, so
Hmm.
like they could be me, obviously, even if they're not as well known or whatever. It doesn't mean they're bad players. So I'm always worried when I play people, and I also try to ask my friends for advice
Hmm.
and just do some prep mentally and study what they do. But for Siphon, I think, yeah, it's gonna be. He put on a really strong showing against Reborn, so I want to make sure I can learn from that series and try to take him down, prevent him from getting revenge.
Yeah.
Definitely. And actually, that's actually a really good point. You kind of got a bit of a glimpse of a lot of Siphon's build. Do you feel pretty comfortable? Like, you'll be able to handle whatever he kind of throws out?
Actually, dating back to WCS qualifier, which is where I beat him in the qualifying round. He did different builds back then, and he changed it up. So I'm glad I have more of a scope of what he's gonna do. And just to point out, in the WCS qualifier, actually he won the first game with a build that caught me off guard, and then in the second game he was in a really advantageous spot, but I was able to win that and then win the series. So I'm pretty sure when he says he wants revenge, he means it. So yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good, man. Well, I'm gonna let you actually just kind of chill around while we jump into the next series, which is going to be between you and Siphon in the grand finals of the Breakout Invitational. Guys, don't go anywhere. Go vote on GoEmba.com before the series actually starts. Get as many votes in as possible for a chance to win those Steam gift cards. Tweet at me and your favorite player, and make sure you're following us both so that you can win one of Azzy's unique plushies. There's still 2 left available. The Stalker's been claimed, but the Marine and the Zergling are still there. And be sure to tell your friends to tune in. We're going to be jumping to the grand finals. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back.
Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the finals, the grand finals of the Breakout Invitational #2. Now, we're here to welcome our 2 finalists. Kevin Siphon Bentz, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, pretty relieved after that semifinal match. Just really anxious to play right now, so
And
pretty good.
you've got your wish, man. You get to play against Henry,
Yes.
Hendrilisk, Zhang. How are you doing, Henry?
He stole my answer because I was gonna say that. But yeah, anxious to play him.
All
You
right.
said that in every interview.
The feeling carries on, you know.
Oh, yeah, I feel you. I got you, dude.
And I'm gonna be honest, we actually have the person who's been the most nice and good mannered so far throughout the entire tournament versus the person who is throwing out the most BM, which I'll admit is still been pretty tame. I'm pretty interested. Siphon, what have you got for us, man? You gotta start off the trash talk.
I might let him go up 3-0, just because, I mean, it's pretty easy.
Wow.
I mean, that's actually where I seem to do my best anyway when I'm games away from elimination,
Apparently,
so I
man.
mean, might be my best shot.
Nice.
All right, Henry, how you feeling about this upcoming game?
Really scared because the map pool is all Protoss maps and there's no bans, so to me,
There
like,
is.
that's really worrying. So-
Yeah, there isn't, and it's gonna be pretty interesting. Now, I do also want to ask Siphon, you played your series against Reborn today, and Henry was actually just saying in the winners interview for the last series that you got a chance to see a lot of your builds for those 5 games against Reborn. Did you use up all of your kind of tricks and all of your builds and all of your special tactics in that last series?
A couple of the games I was just freelancing. I really just my opener up to like getting my natural was like a build. But other than that, I was just like playing, just thinking about like what I should do next, stuff like that. I wasn't really following anything specific. So I mean, I didn't really give away too much, but I still got some stuff up my sleeve I haven't done yet in this tournament. So
Right. And Henry, I'm gonna hit you with a hard question.
Yeah.
Siphon's also gonna have to answer. What does it mean for you to break out of the North American scene? What does StarCraft sort of mean to you?
To me, it means a lot because in the past, I've been doing somewhat okay in tournaments, most notably qualifiers, and then falling short. So you don't really get any recognition from that. Just recently, though, I've been doing better. But hopefully, I just want to continue that trend and take myself higher and higher, just improve my play, do better in tournaments. So it would mean a lot to take the title for this one for sure. And yeah, that's about it.
All right.
yeah, I want to reiterate what he said about coming up close in qualifiers and not qualifying.
Yeah.
I lost to some players. I'm not going to name any names in the finals of qualifiers, but yeah, that's really it. Every qualifier I've played in, I've gotten pretty close to qualifying, but I've never really made it. So actually, winning this thing would mean a lot to me. More so than just the money. I'm not really concerned too much about that.
All right. Pretty good answer. Well, gentlemen, do you have any final words to say to each other before you begin your series?
I'm pretty excited to see what all the hype is about because he's been getting pretty hyped up a lot on Reddit. So I want to see firsthand what it's like to play against the god Henry Z.
All right.
That's nice. For me, it would be, you don't make centuries and I won't make boards, and then
Yeah.
call it a deal.
Alright.
Okay. Okay.
Yep, sounds good.
All right,
Good
gentlemen,
luck.
best of luck in your match. I know that you guys have worked really hard to
I was
make
trying
it
to
to
shake
this.
your hand.
Ah.
Yeah, there we go.
I know you guys have worked really hard to make it to this point, and know that you definitely have the utmost respect from a lot of us out here watching you guys. So best of luck. Looking forward to seeing some great games. And now I'm gonna boot you out. I'll see one of you guys in the winners interview.
That's-
All right,
Oh man.
Tempo, it is here. It's time.
It's time, man. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Pretty much, it all boils down to this next series between these two players. Who will be the one to break out of the North American scene? However, you know, I feel like everyone that's played today has broken out in a sense.
That's actually really true, and it's sort of the thing we say, like, who's gonna be the most likely player to break out of the North American scene.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, the ultimate goal of the tournament, the show, and everything is to just highlight some of the awesome talent. And I
It's a
think that
gigantic highlight reel, the longest highlight reel you've ever seen.
Exactly, and I think that we've seen a lot. We've seen a lot of highlights. We've seen a full 3 days of really, really awesome play from a lot of players that honestly, some even I didn't even know about before I actually started this season. Like EJK, I had no idea about, and others, you know, I'd seen, but I've actually gained more respect for. Like Kraos, definitely one of those players that I've learned more and kind of gained more respect for. And then of course there are some that, you know, they've been in the back of your mind, like Hendralisk. Maybe it's one of those names you've heard every so often, but you really, really now kind of understand just how damn good he is.
Yeah.
But Tempo.
And
yeah.
Oh yeah, we're in the game, man.
Yeah. End of the day, only the game will matter, and who's going to be able to take the tournament. Let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players, starting with the player in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, Alter Zim Stronghold, for the first time in the tournament. It is the orange Protoss player. His name is Siphon.
And his opponent, spawning in the top left corner of Alter Zim Stronghold, Complexity Sunblasters, Hendralisk. All right, so the first time that we have seen Alter Zim Stronghold, we remember that Hendralisk did have a little bit of worry coming into this series, saying that he feels like a lot of the maps are Protoss favored. And that may play into the, you know, how he actually approaches this whole series.
I'm honestly waiting for the game 7. I know, I can feel it in my blood temple. This is gonna go to game 7, and see the game on Cottage Hills. And you know what the funniest thing about that is?
Yeah.
Hendralisk has been complaining about how Protoss favored Cottage Hills is, and Siphon has been complaining about how Zerg favored Cottage Hills is.
Yeah, what the?
And that is what excites me about some of these new, like these maps that we've never seen before, is that people are still figuring it out. And I agree, like, yeah, Hendralisk has kind of said, like, he feels like a lot of the maps are sort of Protoss favored. I don't know if Siphon necessarily feels that way about all of the...
It didn't seem like he, I don't think he was like, yeah, you're right. But also he is coming off of playing another PVZ, while Hendralisk has just now finished the ZVZ. So I don't know his confidence in the matchup, but we've definitely seen, Siphon's builds, of course, in ZVP. We asked him in the interview saying, hey, have you showed all of your tricks? And of course, when you're in an interview with your opponent, you'd be like, well, yep, that's all I got. That's it.
Yeah.
If I were him, I would have definitely said it and been something,
really,
you know.
I would have done the exact opposite. I would have gone for the mind game and say, no, I still have plenty of tricks. And just speaking of tricks, I want to note, it's Alter Zim Stronghold. And here's the thing, you do not play Alter Zim Stronghold like any other map that exists in the map pool. And Hendralisk is doing so, because he's gone for the hatch before pool. But guess what Siphon is doing?
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen this before.
This is awesome. This is actually just awesome. Hendralisk is gonna scout that gateway, and look at where that Overlord's going, Tempo.
Oh no.
That Overlord's not gonna go over to that 3rd expansion.
Oh wow, this is actually really, really cool. I've never seen this before, and it's gonna work, especially because of the 3 hatch before pool.
And Siphon is gonna have the opportunity. I mean, he's gonna have the probe in his opponent's main base. He's gonna be able to go to the natural expansion and see the time in the pool and say, you know what? This looks like a pretty late pool. I'm thinking 3 hatch before pool. But you know what? This, honestly, a Protoss player would not go for this unless they were expecting a 3 hatch before pool.
Exactly, yeah.
Siphon is like metagaming the hell out of Hendralisk right now.
He really is. And that's something that Hendralisk is not expecting. Excuse me, but to go ahead and take an expansion without any tech behind it like that can get pretty tough, right? Like usually you open up with like Stargate and then go and defend. Like you get an Oracle to deal with Ling Flood or a Void Ray if you suspect roaches. But this is just out of man,
it's crazy, man. And
wow.
Really small side note. In comparison to like the 3 Nexus before Gateway, we have Hendralisk taking a Gas Geyser at his outside 3rd expansion.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird. I mean, it's obviously just like the more vulnerable expansion. If you have a big push out from your opponent, that's what you're gonna see. But oh, Hendrils has sent the 2 Zerglings across the map. He's seen that Nexus. But here's
like, wait,
here's the possibility. Let me throw something out there, Tempo. As Hendrils actually managed to pick off a pro, really nice for him. But if I was a Zerg player in this situation, I would actually be not just be thinking like 3 Nexus before Gateway, really? I'd be thinking, oh, he's taking the more vulnerable location. He's going to have more time to secure that, and then he's going to take the safer expansion behind.
Yeah, because Hendrilisk hasn't actually confirmed
Yeah.
anything. He doesn't know anything about the gas.
He
doesn't know about the forge. Doesn't see
didn't
the base.
Cybernetics core was later or anything.
Yeah, so Hendrilisk is just playing it out, kind of standard, like, you know, but not really getting too much information. And I'm a little bit worried for him, only in the sense that this is going to be a 2 Nexus before Gateway that gets unpunished. There is nothing that Hendrilisk has done yet.
Yeah, he's thrown down the Roach Warren, but honestly, this Roach Warren is pretty well timed just to like defend against any kind of big 10 minute pushes, not 10 base pushes.
10 base.
I mean, Roaches are pretty
this is the map.
even to the late stages.
It's a pretty big map, though.
Yeah.
So
it could very well go to 10 base, honestly, Tempo.
10 base before Troll, 10 base before Gateway.
All right, but let's talk a little bit about what these 2 players can do from here. The Siphon's chrono boosting out his +1 weapons upgrade. He's killed off the Overlord that Hendrils was sending to the natural expansion of the in-base natural expansion of Siphon. And he's continued to deny this scouting information. What can Siphon do with this information? Would you like to see like a big push?
Wait, you said the information that
The information is still hidden.
Oh, okay.
The expansion is still hidden. Hendrils might suspect something. I don't really know. There's a lot of potential like smaller tells, such as, oh, Siphon has less units maybe than he normally should have by now, or you know, maybe my opponent normally moving out across the map by now. Well, actually, Hendrils is moving out.
Yeah, and I think now he's oh man, nice force fields once again. Siphon and his force fields are really nice, but he needs to be careful because all of these lings are going to go ahead and take out all of these sentries, perhaps.
Oh, not just perhaps, Tempo. It's all sentries in the falling over here, and there's actually only a single Stalker left remaining to defend alongside the Mothership Core and the Photon Overcharge. But there is nothing left walling in everything. Siphon is completing up a couple more of these warp gates. That's going to be so important for him to get up. But there's actually, is there one pylon?
Yes.
Oh,
one
no.
pylon. Oh my god. And if Hendrilisk is able to notice this, I think he might.
Oh god, this could be a doomsday situation. Siphon was looking to be in maybe a potentially great situation, but now he's losing a lot of these probes. Still, actually, amazingly enough, still staying at a decent supply, but the pylon is going down. The Artosis pylon, it depowers all of the gateways, and now Siphon has 0 production.
At all. He has his cannon at the 3rd that's not going to do anything. The Mothership Core has 10 energy until it has that Photon Overcharge. Blink is going to continue to go, but he can't warp in any Stalkers to utilize the upgrade, so massive amounts of damage being done right now. Hendrilisk behind this, killing 26 workers, is going to do a Hydralisk Ling follow-up, which is perfect against this Blink kind of play.
Exactly. I mean, it's just a Twilight Council out. There's not like a robotics facility, a robotics bay on the way, or anything like that. It's going to be really, really difficult for Siphon because he doesn't look like he's down that many workers. I mean,
he had a lot of workers before that, by the way. He was up to like...
Yeah. He lost a lot of workers, though. And that's the thing, like, on 3 bases, like, on 2 bases and starting to move up to 3, you want to have, like, 58 workers. But Siphon's had this third expansion for a while now, and he's back down to, like, 60 workers, and he doesn't have any tech to really follow it up behind this. So that's why I feel kind of worried for Siphon at this point, especially with this big follow push that we were talking about, the Hydralisks.
He was setting up for a really nice Blink attack. But it would have had +2 with it, but he just got caught off guard. It was a perfect timing that Hendrilisk ended up hitting.
Yeah.
So,
well, Hendrilisk is still gearing up for another bit of aggression. Hydralisk, a couple of roaches even moving in, but now we end up seeing Siphon has warped in a lot more sentries. That could be what he needs. He has been shown to be amazing with his force fields. Is it going to be enough this time? Actually, all the Zerglings have been cleaned up for the most part. He's forcing in a good number of Hydralisks. He's doing a pretty good job so far.
He is, and he's just holding on right now. Is there a Photon Overcharge, or was there Where is the mothership core? Did it get picked off? Oh no.
Yeah.
I feel like we've seen this happen a lot. Siphon losing his mothership core with his pushes, but this is a defense here, and it wasn't even able to get the photon overcharge before it got picked.
Yeah, and now we end up seeing the photon cannons trying to do what damage they can. The stalkers trying to hold the line, but Hydra's just so damn strong against the pure gateway army of Siphon. Without having any kind of tech, Hendrils is going to start to overpower Siphon down here at the third expansion. Siphon trying to warp in what units he can, but Hendrils is continuing to rally across the map. He's taking a fourth expansion on this. He's getting up his +2 weapons upgrade and trying to even that up, but Siphon has already lost so many workers this game. I mean, at this point, 54 workers killed.
That's a lot of workers. And you know what's pretty scary about that? He's still at 46 workers, so he has made 100
a little bit ridiculous.
Workers. But he's only down. But I don't know, man. He loses that third Nexus.
Corruption going down on the warp gates. And GG gets called.
GG will be called. Wow. What a opening, though. That was really cool from Siphon. He just got caught like at the. Oh, it was literally his gateways were finishing.
Oh, so.
And then of course the Artosis pylon didn't help the fact either.
And
so Hendril is going to take game number 1.
It honestly, like, just imagine if there were 3 more units that were warped in at the very, very beginning. He holds the line for a little bit longer, gets another couple of like chrono boosts out on his warp gates, gets some more units out, and that maybe looks like a different game. Maybe those roaches don't actually manage to make their way into the main base.
Yeah.
But very, very well, like, time responsive. You know, we were saying I'll play a lot of hypothetical games with, does Hendrils actually know that there's actually
yeah.
And the thing is, it was all speculation. We really don't know whether he was onto that or not. And even toward the end, like we were saying, or I was saying, you know, maybe he's thinking that just Siphon took the outside expansion, but it is very well possible he was also suspecting the 3 Nexus before Gateway. And that was a really, really solid response to something that you really don't see.
No, not at all. That was really cool. And like I was saying, I really do feel like if Siphon was able to do that push that he wanted to do with his gateways finishing, and Hendrils didn't attack at that specific time, he would have been in his position would have been so good.
Yeah, definitely.
So game number 1 gonna go, of course, to our Zerg player.
And
we're jumping into
yeah, we're actually just gonna simplify the process of getting the players into the game and add them to a party, of course, because we are always partying over here on the Breakout Invitational.
Yeah.
But yeah, what's really interesting, that's actually Ultraseum Strongholds have been the map that every single game this tournament, I think, so far, Hendrils has been banning.
And no bans in the finals, so he was making note of that too.
Yeah, he was. And now it's kind of worked out for him. Now he gets to move to the map that he wanted to play, which is Way Station.
Indeed.
And I mean, we've seen some games on Way Station. What do you think about it? I guess
we haven't seen
the long spawn.
We haven't seen that one yet. So that obviously will factor into how the game does play out.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Do you think there's certain positions that favor any race? Like you know what I mean? Like if it spawns short position, does it favor Zerg, or if it spawns the other position, does it favor Protoss? Or
Tempo, I'm gonna do something that I think a lot of casters don't really do very often. And I was gonna say, I really don't think that I'm qualified to say, because you know what? In my mind, it really depends on what the players are doing. If you see, like, say, a Protoss player going for an Immortal Sentry all-in or something like that, then I think, short spawn positions, even though the third expansion is not exactly, like, great for a Protoss player, it could work out really, really well just because, like, Protoss are reinforcing with warp and stuff, but even if your pylons get picked off, it's not as long of a walk distance across the map. Things like Immortals and everything will definitely be able to get to the battle much, much quicker. And that kind of stuff can help out a Protoss player. But at the same time, a Zerg player also they don't have to worry as much about the reinforcing, like, pylon warping potential, like, or just having to deal with that. They basically get to their opponent's side of the map really, really quickly.
Exactly. And I feel like it's a really nice map to take engagements on, especially because there's just not that many chokes, right? Like, there's really not that many.
Exactly. And I don't know, a lot of different stuff could happen. I think there's definitely a lot of different possibilities. But at the end of the day, I want to I want to say like obviously Hendrils has a huge part in this. He can decide by doing things like kind of crazy and wonky. I mean, he
Yeah.
definitely showed some crazy and wonky stuff in that ZVZ against Kraos, but
Yeah.
I honestly feel like Siphon is going to be on Siphon to really set the pace of how the series is going to go and how the games are going to go in the early stages at least.
All right. All the two players are in the lobby. It will be another ZVP on Way Station. And yeah, I guess we can just kind of cross our fingers to see if we will get that different spawn position that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, and it's gonna be kind of rough. Again, Siphon is unbelievably strong. He is known as the Passion Tusk, and it's hard not to feel for the guy when he's winning or losing in his series. But Hendrils is gonna be in a lot of different ways, like by many considered the favorite coming into the series.
Yeah.
40 up 1-0. The map is gonna be Way Station. Tempo, take it away with that first player introduction.
Alrighty, folks. We are now on Way Station, spawning in the top right corner. It is our Teal Zerg representing Complexity Sound Blaster. It is Hendrils.
Opponent spawning down in the bottom left-hand corner of the map as the orange Protoss player. It is going to be the player currently down 0-1, Siphon.
And yep, I don't think we're gonna see a triple Nexus before Gateway on this map.
No, I'm not anticipating it.
I don't, yeah. But what will we see? We've seen earlier in the PvZ, of course, with Siphon that he does like his robotic tech in this matchup. Have not seen him go Stargate, especially in the early game, like an opener. We saw the triple Stargate transition in the Swarm Host game on Frost, but that wasn't like an opener, you know what I mean? Like he went Robo, I believe, still anyway.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to be really interesting because I actually don't expect Siphon to go for a Stargate build. He just because he purely hasn't shown any Stargate builds in like the couple of PvZs that he has been playing.
Yeah.
It's certainly still a possibility. Again, Siphon's pretty dynamic in the number of different builds that he can play. But well, what do you think about this opening from Hendrils? Actually going for the gas then pool opening.
Oh wow, I actually totally missed that.
Yeah.
That is really interesting, and it may be because of the map. Of course, the natural is a bit exposed, and if Siphon goes for, you know, one gate expand, he may be able to do this, especially because there is no wall off here. So Siphon, you know, he's walling off his mineral line, but he's still exposed. The Link can get in.
So you
most
mean
likely
like,
we'll see the speed come out of Hendrilisk.
so do you think that Hendrils is going to be going for damage in the economy, or do you think that he's going to be going for just like a Nexus cancel and be okay with that?
I don't know. I actually am not sure. I think he will try to do damage. Like he may go there, figure out that there is no wall, and usually you don't expect to win the game, of course, with it. But I think definitely he's gonna, you know, and he's gonna go ahead, check it out, and see what damage he can get done.
Ooh, one of Siphon's zealots moving straight across the map, and oh, he's actually going for the Zelnaga Watchtower. And this is going to be really weird because Hendrils is starting to move across the map. He's now moving back across the map, and because of that, these Zerglings may not actually see the Zealot. And now it could be this weird situation where both of these players don't really have much at home to defend.
Yeah, I don't think this. Well, the Mothership War is going to finish actually, so
yeah.
Ooh, Probe going to get taken out. Zealot going to come back, but I don't think he realizes that speed is about to finish.
Yeah, but I mean, with only 4 Zerglings out on the map right now, 4 more coming across the map, I think he should be okay, at least until he gets this wall up, finished up. And yeah, he's adding on 2 more gateways. He's actually going for a full wall off.
Yeah. He does not want to die. Has he checked with that probe?
Is he expecting something?
Maybe by not seeing the third? I don't know. I feel like it was still kind of early, of course, to take the third. But very interesting, I would say. Even Hendrilisk, you know, like getting that speed, and then was he like expecting maybe like a proxy 2 gate or something crazy?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think he was expecting to be able to do a little bit more damage than this. Now Hendrix kind of has a bunch of these circlings, like far more than he would normally want to have at this point. He's
Yep.
delayed his third expansion. He obviously had to waste a drone getting that gas and waste 3 drones mining gas for quite a bit of time in the early game. And where are we sitting at the end of this? Siphon has a natural expansion. He has a couple of
Yep.
gateways.
He has a probe lead as well.
But I have to
Uh,
ask Tempo, he walled himself in.
I know
No.
he did not want to die at all, but
But at the same time, like, he's not gonna be able to put on any kind of counter pressure for a little bit unless he kills off one of those pylons, which is obviously just really annoying to have to do.
yeah, eventually he will have to. And we haven't even seen any tech out here from Siphon. He hasn't taken the gas at his natural, although he is pretty low on the probe count, of course. So
Wait.
obviously we saw. Oh,
Yeah, like, I thought for a second he didn't research warp gate technology. I was like, wait a
oh
second.
no.
He has a bunch of gateways, and he is not researching warp gate. What is going on? He was finishing up his last wave.
¿Por
Yeah.
qué?
The new meta.
But yeah, he does have that warp gate now, putting down the forge. All right, so we see the forge coming out here. All right, and then no gas still, but he is in 2 gases. Well, he has 2 gases in the main. What do you think that we will see? I'm trying to think like earlier series. Like, what have we seen something similar that he's done with this early forge in Robo?
This could be, especially with the Robo being dropped down. This could be that sort of transition to that Colossus push.
Yep.
It could be. It'd be sort of interesting, and if he does go for something like that, then I guess it would make it would sort of make sense because there are some locations over about the 3rd expansion that you can force field off, and it's
Yep.
a much, as we've said many times, it's not that long of a walk distance across the map, so you can get your
Yeah.
Colossus and Sentries out over there. But I'd actually be a little bit worried because similar to his series against Reborn,
Yep.
he could get caught out in the middle of the map because this is a
This
big,
map is
wide open
very-
map.
Yeah. I feel like that Colossus build is a little bit more vulnerable, especially because of the you can't really abuse the terrain. There's really not much to. But double gas at the natural, War Prism coming out of the Robo Bay or the Robo facility, and also you know that the Phoenix coming out of Hendrilisk. I mean, not Hendrilisk, but the Phoenix
No,
that
it'd be
scouted
impressive.
Hendrilisk. I imagine. But was able to scout the lair timing, so he knows exactly
Yeah.
the timing of the lair, not knowing that it how long or how far along it was, but
Mhm.
he was seeing that it was at least getting taken and wasn't
Yeah.
complete, like not going to be really quick mutas or something.
Definitely. And Siphon just kind of poking in with his probe before anything really happens, and he's gonna go for. I want to say that this is light aggression
This
because
is-
honestly, it's 3 gateways. He's left even a couple of units back at home, a sentry and a stalker. That I'm not sure if that's a bit of a mistake or if he's actually just trying to deny scouting from the Overlord. But
That
Tempo!
base. Yep, he did it.
He did
Siphon,
it.
my man, gonna
We
go
were
use
talking
that
about
War
this.
Prism to go and expand, take that 3rd.
We were talking about this in his series against Reborn, and he has been able to
And he
do it
did
this
it.
game.
Yep. So
And-
really nice.
Oh,
And this push right now is just to
bait out units.
bait units. Yep. Does Hendrilisk know about that base? Because he's droning. He's making 10 drones right now. He already
It's-
has his units to defend.
Yeah, I think he saw that Siphon really didn't have that big of an army, and he definitely knows, like, okay, wait a second, you were just trying to get me to make units, and he actually did make like a solid 20 or so roaches. But here's the thing: defending a natural expansion on this map, way easier than defending a 3rd expansion on this map.
I would say so, yeah.
You know,
Oh.
I- it makes sense now. Siphon walled off. He's been planning this the whole damn.
Yep, he doesn't want to leave at all. He's good. And if worst comes to worst, he could just shuttle out his units with the Warp Prism and be like, all right, 1 by 1 or 4 by 4.
Well, Siphon's going to be adding on a ton of gateways, and the kind of nice thing is that when his 3rd expansion finishes up, as it just did,
Mhm.
he could use the Warp Prism to transfer as long as he keeps it alive.
Yeah.
But he's going to do the smart thing, of course, which is to be a bit annoying and put on some counter pressure with his Zealot harassment. Because honestly, Siphon's been shown to do some pretty awesome Zealot harassment with the Warp Prism.
Yeah. He's been doing very nice. And this 3rd base still not taken by, or not scouted by Hendrilisk. Hendrilisk has a Ling at the 3rd location, so he's probably expecting a 2-base push. You know what I mean? Like a Robo base 2-base push, perhaps.
Yeah.
But that's not going to be the case. And the fact that this 3rd base is going up for Siphon is actually wow. Did you see what he did? He recalled his probes,
Oh, that is
the
so.
mothership core to the base.
I gotta say, man, I don't know if he came up with it But I know that Siphon definitely talks with them. Clarity Gaming Saravati, man, that's the first place I saw that happen. And I know
Really?
that Siphon and Saravati, both Protoss players, both pretty buddy. And I wouldn't doubt if getting some of the secret strats from there. But definitely a really sick move by Siphon. I'm just really enjoying the creativity from Siphon, just
Me too.
in general. But I gotta say,
what about Hendrillus though, right? He's going for what?
Hendrillus,
First Hydra.
Hendrillus is going for really solid compositions and everything. And honestly, the thing is, Hendrillus, he hasn't been doing anything super duper crazy this series, but he's just been playing like really solid standard games, and it's been working out well for him.
Yeah, he's actually macroing pretty well. He's gonna max out by the 14-minute mark, and this is not just roast max. He actually has Hydras.
Oh, Zergling run by over in the main base actually.
Whoa. Oh my God! Wow, that's a lot
gonna
of.
clean this up. These are +2 weapons, Zealots. Oh my God, Tempo.
Wow.
Hendrillus doesn't have any upgrades.
No, he +1 is on the way. It's like less than halfway done. There come those Siphon force fields. The spread from Hendrillus is really good though.
Hendrillus could come in from the bottom side of this giant gearbox in the center and he could actually get a really nice little flanking position on Siphon. And Siphon actually realizes this, I think. He's going to be going to a different angle. Even though there's no base over there, he comes in at a bit of a safer angle. It would take a lot longer for Hendrillus to actually move in to position his army properly to deal with this.
Yeah, but he continues to get on a nice position, staying on the creep as much as he can, but it has not extended all the way over to that army yet. And behind all this, he's mining. Siphon is mining from that third, and Hendrillus thinks this is like a 2-base all-in.
I think at this point, yeah.
Oh, he has the Overlord there. Oh, okay.
So
there's not going to be at least that sense.
But at the same time, like, Hendrillus can't, it's not really safe to take a 4th expansion right now. He has a bunch of units at his front door. He has to deal with them. And there's actually a lot of sentries, a lot of energy. He's using some pretty good force fields. Force fields off a ton of Hydros along the bottom side, warping in a bunch more Stalkers. Could this be what Siphon needs to do? The Hydros, though, they're starting to rip through these Stalkers. They are pretty damn effective against them.
Blink has completed already, and Hendrillus was trying to buy as much time as he could before +1 finishes, but now +1 has finished. Hydra speed will finish at the end of this battle, and they may even chase down this army of Siphon.
Wow. And
so Ling Hydra is going to be the choice that he switches to, but he has a Spire on the way too, so.
And here's the thing, Hendrillus has this enormous army right now, and Siphon has a ton. Siphon has to defend with it, defend almost purely with warp gates, and oh god, knocking out his proxy or his pylon. Gonna be going back over in his main base. He does not, actually no, he does have a mothership core still, but doesn't have enough energy for a photon overcharge.
No, now the opening has been breached. Uh-oh, the wall is no longer there. All the cannons just literally evaporated, and here we go. These Hydras are really good against gateway units, but these Stalkers do have blink.
Oh, Stalkers have blink. They also have superior +2 upgrades, but is it going to be enough? It doesn't look like it right now. Hendrillus starting to charge forward. Siphon trying to buy time. His robotics bay has finished up, and he's going to be getting out a Colossus, and if he can get out the Colossus, he should be better and okay.
But the problem here, Fear Dragon, the Spire transition as well.
Oh, man. Well, you know, actually, Tempo, at the same time, Siphon still has a decent number of these Stalkers. And Hendrillus has been stuck to 3 bases. Do you think that he's going to be able to make an absurd number of Mutals?
Mutas, I just feel like he's going to be his 3rd base is like I don't know. How is Siphon going to defend that? You know?
Oh god, that's a good point.
So, it's definitely okay that you have Stalkers at your natural, but if you recall to the island, then how do you get off? And then 2,
maybe you recall back all your pros and save them. But you're right, the Mutals are coming into the main base for now, and, well, actually, he's backing up in a very different direction. I mean, there's plenty of airspace along the bottom side if he wants to go to that 3rd expansion. Like, there's no way that Siphon can completely defend that 3rd expansion unless... Okay, here's a counter thought, though. I mean, there's only around 7 or 8 Mutalists, and there's actually a ton of warp gates. He could actually warp in a solid number of those Stalkers over at that 3rd expansion to defend.
Oh, he could, yeah. Well, Hendrillus is not going to take advantage of that. The fact that Siphon is pretty spread thin, but he is going to try to contain.
Oh,
excuse me. Wow. Scout said he is going for the Colossus.
Oh god. Too. There's no wall in at the natural expansion. All the Zerglings just run straight over to the main base. They're going after the Forge. The Forge is actually so close to finishing up a +1 armor upgrade that would actually be super useful against those Hydros, but now we're going to see the Stalkers engaging against the Mutalists.
Oh my god, are they going to be able to take it though? Colossus does go down, but the Hydras are going to come reinforce. And this base is no chance in hell of going up at the moment.
I think Siphon has to blink up in his main base. I don't think he can take this. He can't afford to lose all these stalkers either. Another Colossus likely going to be going down. Siphon going to go going for the engagement. He's getting the best concave he can, throwing down a couple of force fields. The Mutals kind of thinned out quite a bit, but the Hydros count remains with the +2 weapon upgrade. And Siphon, he's losing all of his stalkers. GG gets called.
Wow.
Nicholas
Well played.
taking the 2-0 lead.
Jeez. Wow. That was a game.
What a
That
game.
was a game. What a game.
And I gotta say, Tempo, I'm pretty happy with the way that the series is working out. Not so much in the way that, I'm really happy that Angelus is winning or anything, like 2-0, because I really want to see this go to game 7. But
Yeah.
I'm really happy because these are actually really cool and interesting games. They're not just kind of like really boring games, one player makes like one big mistake or something, and it's like, oh, well, I guess the game's over. It's a lot of really, really cool and interesting dynamic choices from both of the players coming out.
Yeah. Like triple Nexus before
Like
Gateway.
triple Nexus before freaking Gateway, and going for a speedling push while freaking Siphon uses a War Prism to take a third at the
a third
island.
base on the island. Really cool play from Siphon.
Indeed. Well, the next map is going to be a map that honestly is going to lend itself to more normal play for the most part, just historically and just thinking about logically. It's going to be Frost.
Yep.
And this was, of course, I believe, Siphon's second pick.
He did pick it, yes.
Siphon's second pick. So, he's going to be feeling pretty good about this map. Obviously, no map bans are available in a best of 7 with 7 maps in the map pool.
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. It's going to be pretty interesting to see exactly how this is going. And, of course, I do want to say that getting tweets and all that kind of other stuff about the Goat Lords. I'm getting messages from Shu, Clarity Gaming Shu, a former teammate of Siphon and member of the Goat Lords.
Okay.
That Siphon is, in fact, playing for the Goat Lords. That is his primary objective.
Oh, man.
So, that's
okay.
Our observer, Current TV, making a really good point. Siphon, he might think he's teamless, but he's actually on Team Goat Lords. I've been told that he's the Siphon Lord.
He is the...
And I did not come up with that. I've been told that.
You said it earlier, I think, like,
yeah.
he wants to be called that.
Yeah, the Goat Lords keep telling me to call him the Siphon Lord more in the broadcast.
One of us.
Which is a pretty awesome name. It really is.
Yeah.
But right now, the Siphon Lord, he needs to figure out how he's going to be able to reclaim his country because...
Yeah, he's down 0-2 right now.
Yeah, he's losing more and more ground right now.
And he needs to. I mean, we got Frost's map pick. If you lose here, you're going to go into the potential match point on your opponent's map pick.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a really good point. He'll be playing on Handel's choice of King Sejong Station.
Yep.
Or game number 4. Regardless.
We saw that Siphon has a really great ZVP on this map, at least against Swarmhost.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
and I think honestly, if he can make it to that point, Siphon has actually even said so, as well as Hendrilus. They actually agree that Colonial Province a pretty actually good map for a Protoss player.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if he can get through, even if he can get through this map on Frost, he can get to King Sejong Station, even if Hendrilus wins that. Colonial Province and Habitation Station, definitely 2 maps that are really
nice
for a Protoss player. And then he gets to game 7, Cottage Hills, which is what we're ultimately
Cottage Hills.
for.
Yep.
Oh wait, sorry. Yeah, Cottage Hills. I wrote actually down. I wrote down Cottage Province for game 7. So excited by those Alloy Esports maps. Guys, thank you so much to Alloy Esports. Definitely check them out. A lot of amazing map creators in that community, including the creators of Cloud Kingdom.
I was gonna say they just
yeah,
they got a lot of those map makers. So really cool.
they do. But
Alloy Esports.
guys, before we jump in this next game, I want to say, be sure you're voting over on GoAmba.com, tweeting out and telling people to check out this final series because we're seeing some amazingly awesome games tonight. Tempo, I'm so glad that you're here to join us for these. Please take it away. Please take it away with that first player introduction.
All right, spawning in the bottom left corner. He is up 2 games at the moment, representing Complexity Sound Blaster. It is our Blue Zerg, Hendrilisk.
and his opponent. Spawning up in the top left-hand side of the map, representing Team Goat Lords, it is going to be the orange Protoss player, Siphon.
He definitely should have like a goat decal on his.
Decal. That's exactly it. We need to talk to the Game Heart, Ryan Shooter. Need to add in that Team Goat Lords logo for the Game Heart.
Yeah. TGL. TGL.
All right. Well, Tempo. We're actually really privileged, and I don't think.
Oh my God.
Oh, we're seeing the gas come out.
Yeah. Was that a 10 pool or was it a 7?
Oh my God. Yeah.
I actually don't know. I think it was a 10 pool. I'm assuming. And oh my God, Hendrilisk is gonna shake things up, but it gets scouted immediately.
Oh, this is the best possible situation for Siphon. Hendrils was taking a bit of a risk, saying it's a 4-player map. What are the chances he's gonna scout me first? I have Overlord, so I'm getting a bit of extra early scouting out.
Yep.
And Siphon immediately sees it. So how exactly do you need to react as Siphon? He's gone for the Forge on the low ground.
Yeah.
There are a couple different ways that I've seen pros players react to this. You can go for the second pylon in your main base, but he's actually going to be going for the cannons over at the low ground. He's just going to try and get the full wall in before the Zergans actually get to his base.
Yep. And I think he will be all right. This probe may not be okay, but he's representing a greater cause here. His life will forever be remembered, but yeah, you think he's going to die.
Yeah, the next turn, yeah.
You know what, though? It's going to be 6 lings, and even with 1 cannon, if he doesn't get the full wall off, 4 of those lings can still get into the main, and gets really problematic, of course, but Siphon is not going to allow that to happen, I don't think.
Yeah,
we'll find out.
He does all of that, and the thing to remember, though, is that Hendrils just says, okay, you scouted it out pretty damn early, I'm pretty sure you're going to react appropriately. Nobody really sees an early pull like that, and it's just like, nah, it's fine. I'll keep going for my Nexus first. Let's throw down a gateway. Let's get up a cybernetics core. We don't need any cannons.
Yep.
So Angels has been joining up behind this, and he's getting up his natural expansion. Obviously, those 6 Zerglings are a big investment, but he's playing basically catch up after the opening. So he's going to be a little bit behind, but I don't think he's going to be substantially behind.
No. It's just always a shame when you do try to flip the coin, and of course you can't always get lucky, but the scout for Siphon, it was really clutch and crucial. Simply because it just added, like, this right here, even having the probe there.
Yeah.
If he didn't realize that it was a 10 pool, then he probably wouldn't have had, he wouldn't be so meticulous of actually this wall, getting it up, and making sure that it doesn't die.
And it's also worth noting that, I mean, Siphon was going for the Forge first expansion. Which meant that not only did he have the Forge already up so he could start up that cannon nice and early, but also he was sending out the probe because he was trying to make sure he could deny a hatchery first play out of Hendrilisk. So it's a lot of things that actually honestly just kind of lucked out for Siphon. It worked out well, but that is a part of the game that you kind of have to deal with. You've seen it play a part in a lot of the other series, but it's what you do with the situation you've been given now. So what exactly is Hendrilisk doing with this situation?
He's just droning. Yeah, he literally.
Yeah. I asked you, I'm like, wait a second, there's not much to see. Oh, there's
very interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say that's really interesting. That Hendrilisk did go for it, only getting 1 gas, and he's gonna add on 2 more gases, not getting speed, and grabbing the lair. So, I wonder what we'll see. We may see a really, really fast 2-base Spire come out of Hendrilisk if he takes that gas in the main. Only because. I mean, I feel like it's not going to be Ling Hydra because he doesn't have speed on the Lings yet. Unless he got this. Did he get speed, or am I just like bugging out?
No,
I haven't seen a Ling, so I don't know.
He didn't get speed.
Okay, so the first 100 gas did go to the lair. Yeah,
so here's kind of the interesting thing is, I agree. I think that we are probably going to be seeing a fast Spire, as you were saying. With what Siphon looks like he's doing, he's gotten up a pretty fast gateway. He's adding on 3 more gateways. This is looking very similar to the build he was doing with Colossus. It could be an immortal kind of push, but still, I am kind of concerned for Siphon if that is the case, because
you know what? I would not be surprised if we saw Nidus Worm even. Is he continuing to make queens? Yep. Hendrilisk is continuing to make queens.
This is it.
He's gonna add a bunch of them, and against what Siphon is doing, I think that Siphon may be okay.
I
He's
think
already getting the robotic
it's gonna be
spray.
Swarm Host play.
Yeah, like a
This
Swarm
is
Host queen with the Nidus maybe.
it's actually interesting. Believe from Team Stratic actually was talking about this in one of his interviews and talking to in reference to Hendril, saying that he had actually done this in one of his recent games. I can't remember from where. I think it was against Hasuobs, and he went for the Swarm Host play off of the 2 bases, and it can actually be really, really painful. Hendrils is okay with taking this super late game, but here is the thing, Tempo. We saw Siphon deal with
Exactly.
Swarm Host play really, really well. The difference is, of course, this game, there's not some big advantage for Siphon. Maybe you can consider like how the opening sort of worked out. Siphon was able to defend against like any kind of early pool opening that Hendrils tried to do.
Yeah.
But still, is this going to be working out? What do you think?
It's really weird. I feel like Reborn did a similar thing. Like that third base, right? It's still not there. It's a 9-minute mark and 40 seconds. Still no third, and I think that Reborn had the same kind of deal where he didn't take it. It was on 2 bases for a bit.
Yep.
While doing it, but Swarm. This is a very interesting thing from Hendrilisk, and it may be because of his intro. You know, his opening.
Yeah. Oh, Warp Prism
Warp
actually
Prism
goes
gonna
down.
get taken out.
That's actually a pretty big loss right now. Obviously, Siphon wants to produce more of those Colossus after seeing that the Infestation Pit is there. I think after seeing there's no third, is an Infestation Pit down, Siphon knows 100% what's going on. And I mean, now the Locusts are coming out. The first Colossus is out, and he probably wants to get up another Warp Prism, but now is not really the time for it. He needs to get out and more Colossus to deal with these.
Yeah, and who needs a Nidus Worm when you have a Creep Highway across the center of the
That's actually a
map?
good point, yeah.
Wow, so he's gonna actually be very aggressive with this. Luckily for Siphon, oh man.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Siphon's
the
actually
Observer?
getting really close to those Swarm Hosts. He doesn't have the Observer though.
He had one out. Did it
Wait.
might have been taken out, but the Queen? I mean, by the Queen with the Warp Prism? I don't know.
Oh my god, it must have. That's the only plausible explanation is that he ended up losing that. Yeah, he did lose up one Observer to the Overseer and the Queens. And oh man, this could be a really rough situation. Siphon just finished up his 3rd expansion, but he has to try and predict which side the Locusts are going to be going to. Yeah, is he just going to give up that 3rd expansion? I don't know.
I don't know, man. I feel like Siphon may have
the
knowingly
Observer
made
again!
Right. Oh, it got taken out again. Whoa.
And every single time he loses that Observer,
Yes,
he's
to make
unable to produce more Colossus.
Colossus, yep.
Or a Warp Prism. He's making a Warp Prism right now, so he's going to try and put on some counter pressure. Oh, is he going to go for some kind of like cutesy... No, he's going to go for the counter pressure and try and punch the fact that Hendrils has all these units out on the other side of the map. Force Wheel's going down. He's trying to push in, but it's to what end? He's going to be able to maybe try and pick off some of these Queens.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the Swarm Hosts are not going to be touched. And he's now up to 13 Swarm Hosts.
And it's getting pretty scary. Another Observer does come out, but like you're saying, that could have been another Colossus, right?
Yeah.
So he's sitting at 2, which is okay, but he's definitely going to want a few more. 3.
Harassment.
Well, Colossus number 3 is on the way. That harassment, though, in the natural.
He's actually been able to kill a pretty decent number of drones at this point. I mean, 13 drones have been killed so far. Swarm Hosts are not what you want to be using to defend. But now the Locusts are actually going toward the natural expansion, and Siphon, he's siphoning off his units, honestly, at this point. He's starting to lose them slowly but surely to these free units of Hendrils. He's doing some nice Force Field micro and try and like catch some of these Swarm Hosts before they can reburrow, but Hendrils is doing a really sick job because he's staggering some of the Swarm Hosts to make it more difficult for Siphon to say, go and do a big wraparound and avoid the Locusts.
Yep. But, wow. 2 Swarm Hosts will be enough to hold off this Zealot harass. But the thing is, the third of Siphon hasn't been mining. I can't believe that Hendrilisk is still on 2 bases and he is making it kind of slowly happen. But the more that the Colossus count does get up, it's going to be incredibly harder to break Siphon. So if that third starts to get running and Hendrilisk is on 2 bases and doesn't do critical damage, then we're going to see Siphon get pretty far ahead very, very shortly. So I think Hendrilisk does want to end the game with the Swarm Host Queen push.
Siphon losing a lot of units right there, and yeah, the 3 Colossus are really nice, but I mean,
Even queens are pretty decent against them.
yeah, exactly. It's this issue of I feel like Siphon keeps losing a lot of expensive sentries and such.
Uh-oh,
And
again, yeah.
oh, a couple probes joining the mix. Oh,
Whoa. You guys are in the wrong donger hood, yo. Uh-oh. Well, it's all Colossus pretty much here. The gas income has not been... Yeah, like I'm saying, the third base may be up, but... It's not even like the Zerg where you have the third base and it's like, I'm going to use it for lava. No. This Nexus is pretty useless right now because it's, there's really no probes mining there.
I feel like those probes that actually died in the storms were supposed to be like a light transfer over this third just to try and get a little bit of mining going there. Honestly, I think even if you just took the gas geysers, I mean, they are on the far side of the storm host and locust.
Yep.
It would be a cool move. Oh my god, Siphon actually just running all the way around this. I kind of think I see what he's doing. He's trying to go
another
like
warp in here.
Oh my god, wait. Siphon's
natural?
to go all the way down to like the bottom side of the map. He's going for a base trade, I think.
It seems like it. He realizes that he's not going to be able to hold this third efficiently.
Oh, he's bloated up a bunch of his probes in a warp prism.
Wow, he's getting ready for the base trade.
He's going all out base trade mode, man.
Whoa, and I thought Rifkin was not casting today. Wow, we got the base trade
right?
in the house.
He's avoiding a lot of the creep, and now the creep is actually going to see all these Colossus and everything moving now. But guess what? Hendrils is on 2 bases, and the Swarmos are now, or at least the Locusts are now moving to the bottom side. But now Hendrils has to make a decision. Hendrils has to make a decision though. Is he going to continue to put pressure on Siphon's natural expansion in his main base? Because he needs to take out those warp gates and stop the reinforcing units from being made. But at the same time, Siphon, he's going to kill off the natural expansion and the main base of Hendrils, and he's going to be reestablishing his base in the top right hand corner.
Yeah, he is. This army from Siphon really is not that scary. The 3 Colossus are a bit scary, of course, but I feel like if Hendrils does reposition some of these swarm hosts, there's no mothership core to recall. And what is he gonna do? It's awkward situation, I would say.
Actually, are there any drones out on the map for Hendrils?
I actually
does
don't
he
know.
have any buildings on the other side of the map? If he doesn't have any buildings, he can actually just lose here.
Yeah, but he has 1 drone at the natural. Apparently, it does want to go into the main, which is not where it wants to go. Oh no, you need those drones, Hendrils.
Oh, Hendrils, don't lose your drones. When Hendrils loses those drones, he has 1 drone left over. Tempo, if you lose here.
He does have enough.
More drones on the way, more drones on the way.
Okay, so they are gonna come. I was gonna say, if he made 1 drone, he would be under 300 minerals, which means he wouldn't be able to make another hatchery, but luckily, yes, the drone is coming out, but guess where it's spawning? It's spawning, I think, inside of the main, or is it at the natural?
Colossus
where did that drone?
Away.
Yeah, but Siphon just lost his whole army, man. Ouch.
But he's actually kept alive, like, some of his probes? Well, actually, he only really kept alive, like, I think, what, 10 probes?
Yeah.
It's not a lot.
It's 30 probes to the... Wait a minute. Oh my god. Hendrils doesn't have 1 drone.
Yeah, he doesn't have any drones right now, and... Oh my god, Tempo! Tempo! Tempo!
Yep.
Hendrils only has 32 minerals! He's stuck with whatever he has right now, this is it!
He has 1 drone. Oh, he can make 1 extractor.
Wait, hold on, he canceled his... I think he canceled his hatchery.
He did something. He canceled something.
Yeah, and he built 3 drones. He canceled his hatchery and he built 3 drones. Yeah, that definitely makes sense, it adds up. And, Siphon has to be careful with this units and the Warp Prism, because every unit that he gives away is a lot of his economy right now, but... Here's the... this is actually a really freaking cool game, Tempo.
This is a really cool game, man. I feel like, I don't know. Whose position do you like? I really like the Siphons.
I don't like that Siphon is losing these Colossus to the Locusts over here at the bottom side.
One.
Oh, man, it's getting away, but it's those Locusts aren't creep. They're out for blood.
Does he know? He doesn't know about that top right base, so,
Oh, no, he has no idea. He has got to be...
God, what is this game? This is crazy. Fear Dragon, like, this is nuts.
Wait. Are there any Overseers out?
GG.
Oh.
He feels it. I was gonna say, if that game went for, like, another, like, hour without, the top right being scouted, you may have been able to, but it was really, like...
Well, here's the thing, Tempo. Let me put it this way. I actually feel like maybe Siphon could have still had a chance.
That's what I'm thinking, right?
Because I think he still has Cybernetics core up. he had his stuff going on at the top right. If he just got just barely enough minerals or in
Yeah.
gas to build a Stargate, there's only be queens.
Okay.
And
Yep.
actually, we are gonna be restarting our cameras, guys. Sorry, in case you were wondering why stuff is not up on the screen. But
There we go. Right there.
I mean, man, Hendrils
What a
played that out really
weird
sick.
game. Yeah.
Siphon, I feel like if he had been able to get out of Stargate,
Yep.
Hendrils really just didn't have much. Like, he barely had any money. He wasn't going to be able to get up any kind of anti-air, like substantial anti-air. And
Yep.
there was not going to be any overtures to pick off the observers or anything for a while.
Yeah.
But that is the way it flows. And now we are going to be moving to King Sejong Station. Hendrils' map pick.
Potentially.
Siphon, he said that he plays best when he's down 0-3.
Yes, he said it. He was gonna let Hendrix win 3 games.
So this is all part of his plan.
It is, and he is gonna go ahead and hope that he can do it, because if he loses this game, Fear Dragon, he's out. He's done. He comes in 2nd place, which is still nothing to be ashamed of by any means. But obviously, you want that top dog spot. You want to break out of NA. You want to be the champion. So.
Exactly.
Ooh, this is it, man. This is it. King Sejong
It's the
Station.
last chance for the Scythe Lord, man, and it's an important one because
What a
it's
weird build from Hendrix though. Like, I thought he was gonna. I don't even know, man.
it's something
was
he's actually
weird.
done. Again, he's done it in the past. Believe kind of mentioned it. How he'd done it to Hasuobs, and it's pretty effective. It's
Yeah.
pretty scary to deal with. But here's a really like sad thing. I feel Siphon is down 0-3.
Mhm.
And if you're rooting for Siphon, it's like, oh man, he's down 0-3. But like all of these games have had really dynamic and cool things going on that have made them really, really close.
Yeah.
And I still feel like Siphon has a really good chance, but it is going to be damn hard to win 4 games in a row. He's really going to be relying on the momentum. And Hendrix is one of those players that is not like he's not one of those people that I think if he goes down like 0-2 or whatever,
Yeah.
he's going to be thrown off. He's going to play that I think is totally okay playing no matter what the score is in the series. He's just like, okay, yeah, let's move into the next game. I'm going to 10 pull you this game.
Yeah.
And he's totally okay with it. And that's the kind of player that you want to have against someone who really may be building off of momentum like Siphon.
Looking at the
Oh man.
the camera reset. It's
Yeah.
all good though.
I'm
Yeah.
liking what Hendrils is actually saying in the chat right now. He's saying, he's at full power
He's
now.
at full power. The hype is real, eh? You got better, says Siphon. Oh, and you know what's really probably what's the word? I would think that Siphon was feeling good, of course, because he played an amazing game on Frost last time.
Yeah.
And that one was just like a same style because it was Swarm Host, but it was different. It just it kind of just broke him.
It makes me almost wonder what it would be like if Siphon he wasn't able to mine from his third expansion. He wanted to, but he wasn't able to. So what if he had like taken a hidden expansion? And I only bring this up because maybe we could see this again. King Sejong Station is a map that we've seen Swarm Hosts on many a time before.
Yep.
But I gotta say, man, Siphon, he is basically the Lucario of StarCraft, man. If you've ever played Smash Bros,
Yep.
Lucario he gets more powerful the more damage he has, and right now he's at like 400%.
He's ready. Yeah.
One shot away from being killed, but that is the time you have to be the most careful.
Yep.
He is going to be doing an absurd amount of damage. He's going to be going for it and gunning for it. Nothing to lose at this point. Everything to gain. I don't know.
This is going to be, this could potentially be the final game, but if it also could be the beginning of, a very nice comeback. Exactly. The beginning. Siphon, man, as soon as he starts getting that momentum and he starts to feel it, he has his family watching pretty much as well.
Yeah, they're cheering him on. Shout out to the Scythe Lord's family.
Yep. Sup.
But Tempo, this could be our last game for the Breakout Invitational number 2. Let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players. As we spawn up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, on top of the Teal Zerg player, he is up 3-0. Looking for that 4-0 victory. It is going to be Complexity Gaming's Hendrix.
And in the bottom right corner, his opponent The orange Protoss has a huge mountain to climb. And luckily, he may have just brought his ice climbers to the fight. This is King Sejong Station. It is Siphon.
Temple, I like what Jingle Sassy is saying in the chat. Siphon
What'd
just
he
has
say?
to win 4 best of ones. One game, you know what? It's
One
funny,
game at a time, man.
but it's true. One game at a time. That's how you come back from a 0-3 deficit in a best of 7. And
Yep.
he's opening up with his Forge expansion. He's not taking the bait though. He's going for the spawning pool first.
Yes, very, very important. Uh-oh, but look at this drone. Oh. Yeah,
Super-
Siphon is like, what are you doing with that drone?
Wow. Wow.
What are you doing? He realizes that he's not going to die to any proxy hatch.
Nope. Not today. This is not the game that Siphon's going to be taking huge, enormous risks on, letting Hendrillus get proxy hatches. Oh my god, that would actually have been the
hilarious.
worst way to go. That would have been the
Oh.
worst way to go.
Definitely. Nope. But Siphon is definitely not going to get that, no, you know,
Block on the hatchery?
yeah, block on the hatchery. Sometimes you will see players be really annoying, but Siphon, no, he just says, all right, I'm going to do my thing, get my Nexus up. And he, even getting a cannon now, of course. But even like on this map, right? Were we talking about it earlier? Like how good it is to do cannon rushes, especially if you do go Forge first. But you usually take advantage if your Zerg opponent would go for the hatchery first, or.
Yeah, exactly. You want to take advantage of a Zerg that goes for hatchery first. This map is great for it because you can wall in the cannons. And honestly, I'm pretty sure most of the people who are tuning in have probably seen this before, and it's pretty frustrating for a Zerg player to deal with. And that's part of the reason why Siphon maybe is going for that kind of play style, just to open up that avenue of opportunity. But also, I kind of like it because, again, you think about that the game on what map was it? I think it was Waste Station. Yeah, Waste Station. The game where Hendrillus went for the early pool. And going for the Forge expansion was one of the things that basically saved him in that game. So, you know, I really like the decision to do that in such an important game.
Yeah. Wait a minute, though. He went for the, remember that was the game that he went for the gateway in his base? And he didn't even have the wall, but he still managed to kind of hold it off?
Oh, maybe I'm mixing it up, man. It's been a pretty long day. It's been a pretty long weekend. But
yeah.
Let's
love
focus.
it though. Thank you, Fear Dragon, of course, for putting on this whole event.
Tempo. This is a really frustrating feeling as a person.
Oh, yep.
I know you know what it's like to be on the other end of this.
Yeah. It's actually really fun as a Zerg player, but
it's that one hex for that cannon, and now these Zerglings. Oh, I have to say that. Oh my God, he's actually did a really great job of that. That's actually
he didn't even lose anything.
Yeah, didn't lose a probe. Didn't even really take damage on those probes. So really solid job by Siphon over there.
I mean, I guess you could say the chrono boost was wasted, but
yeah,
it really was not that big of a deal. Like, didn't lose the probes, didn't even lose the pylon, and he's just pretty much unhindered. Like, he's gonna go ahead into his new build. He has a Robo, which was his tech choice before. Getting that +1 upgrade. I don't think he actually chrono boosted any of those, so we may see that a 2-base push off of that, you know, has like Warp Prism and Immortals.
Tempo, this is, I gotta say it, man. It's still cringes whenever I still cringe whenever I think about it.
Yeah.
This is the map where Siphon played against Reborn in that I think it was the second game.
Yep.
And the sentries got surrounded completely. He just got destroyed in the center of the map with the sentries and the Colossus.
Yeah,
and
he was setting up for a push and this totally got shut down.
I'm wondering if it's the same map. He's going for the Robo. He's got 4 gateways. Could he be going for that same build? This could be a really big, dangerous risk because Hendrillus is watching that series against Reborn.
He said he was, yeah. Well, I think the real important thing here is that, yeah, Colossus Bay, Robotics. Yeah, it was very important to note that it was 3 gateways that were put down, as well as the gases that were taking at the natural. Yeah. So the fact that he wasn't chrono boosting out the gateway or the warp gate or the +1 made it like he's not in a rush to get like an immortal.
Yeah.
And also the observer that came out of the robotics facility first. not like the immortal or anything. It was an observer. He's going to be able to scout, be able to deal with burrow, like he wasn't able to last time. But I don't know, what's Hendrill's plan here?
Well, he's getting his +1 missile attacks, getting up the Zergling speed, nice and kind of a little bit later on in the game.
Yep.
To be honest.
Got that layer and the +1 before it. Interesting.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously I'm expecting a roach. Wait, what? Spire going down. +1 missile attacks, roaches, Galileo reconstitution. All makes sense. Spire coming out. What?
I think there's a thing that as far as when I was learning a bit of ZVP, and like thinking of the matchup, if your Protoss opponent is on 2 bases, hasn't taken the third, of course, by like this point, is on 4 gases as well, you can almost assume that it is going to be a Colossus all-in, especially with this kind of harass, whether it be Zealots or Sentry drops.
Oh, Tempo, he's focus firing down the natural expansion with these Zealots. God. There's a handful of these roaches over here, but I don't think he's going to be able to get that. He has to back out. He gets the hatchery to half health, but ends up losing a handful of those Zealots. And
yeah.
Oh man, this is gonna be difficult. He needs to make sure he keeps that Warforged alive. That is gonna be so important for this push out.
Oh, Hendrill's actually scouted it, so he did see the Robo Bay. There's nothing here to hide. Hendrill's knows what he needs to do in order to win, and as long as he has a nice economy, 73 drones at the 10-minute mark, well, 10 minutes 20 seconds, Hendrill's is just gonna make a bajillion roaches and corruptors and just overwhelm the Colossus push of his opponent, and that's actually really scary because, I mean, I feel like Siphon is he needs to make something work. He has great force fields though. I think that was a really big compliment that people were saying in the chat, and we've seen it firsthand. So
I'm gonna be honest, Tempo. This is not looking good for Siphon, but this is his last leg. He has to make this work. If through nothing else, but then through sheer force of will, he is going to be moving across the map. This time, it doesn't look like he's going to get necessarily caught out in the middle of the map. Oh, the pathway for these units makes it look like he's going to maybe go for the destructible rocks to the backside, but Hendrill's actually prepared for that. Warp Prism getting chased by those Corruptors. Oh, there's no Stalkers, it's just a Sentries. Oh, well, actually, he's going to be able to scare away those Corruptors, amazingly enough, for a little while, but where does it go from here?
I was thinking, yeah, because, I mean, Corruptors are pretty useless after the fact, but he actually probably could have done a lot of damage at least.
All right.
Excuse me.
Well, actually, Hendrill's is looking for maybe a bit of a flanking position over here.
Whoa,
he knows exactly where Siphon's army is. Siphon going after those rocks, but I don't know. Siphon now knows where that army is. He could actually just delay going after those rocks for a little bit longer, get in a couple more reinforcing warp and runs. He does not have the Warp Prism anymore, though.
Or either. Whoa,
God, man.
This is an absolute disaster here for Siphon.
Both of the Colossus going down. GG gets called. Siphon gonna tap out. Hendrill's with a 4-0 in the grand finals of the Breakout Invitational.
My God, Hendrill's.
Man.
What a guy. What a guy.
Henry Hendrill's Zhang going to be the next most likely player to break out of the North American scene. He is the victor of the Breakout Invitational. And
well played.
We are not going to waste too much time as we get ready to pull him in to the chat. But guys, thank you so much for sticking around. I want to urge you guys to stick around for the Winners Game interview and see what Hendrill's has to say, as well as stick around for those giveaways, those completely free giveaways that we're going to be doing. But
yeah,
here we go. Guys, be sure, I hope that you guys have been voting over at goimba.com. It is now too late to place any more bets on goimba.com at this point. You've either bet them, or you either bet or you did not at this point, and you are going to be entered into a chance to win those Steam gift cards. But, Henry, as soon as you get that camera on, man, how are you feeling? You just won $1,050 at least. I'm loving the sunglasses, man.
Wow.
How are you?
I'm actually really glad.
Swag.
Just did like a huge fist bump, and should I go over the games or?
Dude, please, yes. Winners interview. Like, there's nothing else after this. It's the floor is yours.
Okay, so let me just open my match history, and
hype is real. Hype is real.
All right, so game one, Altrazim. I'm thinking. Oh, this is such a bad map. I've played like 3 games total on this map. It's not an exaggeration. Actually, yesterday or 2 days ago, I played Pult in the Home Story Cup qualifier, and that was the third time I played on it because this is Ultra Zame 3, and I lost horribly to him on that. So to me, I was like, never again. But lo and behold, Siphon picked this map as the first map.
Yep.
Now, just before the game started, I asked Mooskills, which way do I send my Overlord? And he said, send it to the one, send it in the direction that you can see the other guy's main in. So, luckily for me, he spawned where I was gonna send the Overlord.
Yep.
Otherwise, I would have sent to top right first and bottom left second. So that just gave me a little bit of extra information. I saw the ramp in his main had like a gateway, but I did not expect him to go 3 Nexus that fast. People were like laughing
You
on
did it
Skype,
before Gateway.
in the chat. Yeah, like, I didn't know because that's so unexpected, and I guess that's what he meant by tricks up his sleeve. So, as soon as my lings got to his base, I saw he had the outside natural, and I was thinking, gee, what kind of Protoss takes this as their natural? Because it's so exposed. Who would do that? And then it occurred to me he actually went 3 Nexus that fast. So what I did was I got the Zergling speed because I was unsure if he was going to pressure me, and instead I used it aggressively because I put down the Roach Horn and 2 more gases. That way I had like 10 roaches and a ton of lings, and I did some damage there, but more importantly I killed like the Atrocis pylon, and I scouted what he was doing, which was Twilight Council, and he was chrono boosting it non-stop. So he just went for a really fast 3-base play with like a blink attack to follow up, but I crippled or I did some damage in the start, and I followed it up with a unit that counters what he had, which is just Hydras, while spreading the creep. So that actually was really lucky for me. I'm pretty sure if he spawned in another spot or went for like a 2-base timing, it would have been so much harder, but that just went out as smoothly as possible. So that was game 1, and then game 2 is my pick, which is Waystation. I picked it because in the last series versus Reborn, he went for like really fast gateway and chrono boosted zealots, right? So the goal of that build is to take your own base while making Zerg stay on one hatchery, and you just get more economy. At one point, I think he had doubled the probes as drones from his previous opponents, like I think versus Fog especially. So knowing that, I went for a 1-base opener, which was a gas pool, like 14 gas, 14 pool, and he actually went for, I think, Forge first. Oh no, he went Gateway.
Yeah, he went
yeah.
So that wasn't the ideal situation for me. Ideally, I would have went 3 hash before pool. Because the Gateway expand, he can't really punish that. But his opener just favored him in that game. But I was lucky to convert that into win later. So I saw he went 2-base to Mortal vs Reborn, so I was expecting for a 2-base play, and I wasn't really I didn't know he had the island third, even though someone told me I overseer scouted it because I saw Haz do that on WCS, but I didn't really pay attention. I was just so focused on trying to defend my third because I'm just thinking he's coming, he's coming. So as you can see, I spread out all my units on my third with the Hydras, and so once again I was lucky because he attacked into that. We had the same worker count, someone told me on Skype after the game, and the ideal situation for him would be me doing what I did, which is panicking, making low-tech units, and him taking 3 bases and just making Colossus would have been best instead of what he did, which was like a blink mortal attack. So he attacked into me, I killed his army, then I did a muta swap, and I didn't know he had a third, so that wasn't a really good choice either. But I had such a big army that I was able to crush his army once more and take the game. So that was game 2. Game 3.
Frost.
Let me see. Okay, Frost. On this map, I thought, okay, by now he has an open Nexus gateway, which is what he did on the last game versus Reborn.
Yeah.
So I thought he was gonna go for a greedy no scout Nexus gateway, and that's why I went for a 10 pool. And in this game, he actually had the first scout on me, so I knew immediately it's not cross spawn because he came so fast. I sent my drone to the bottom right to check he was there, and I saw the probe hiding in the corner. So by then I'm like, oh god, he's gonna cannon rush me, and he would, of course, dip into my main to see my pool was so fast, and back home, all he has to do is wall off. So he gets the upper hand once again in that game. But I followed it up with a 2-base Stormhost play without Nidus, because Nidus was too expensive at the time. And Siphon, funnily enough, sometimes he goes really hard on the 2-base thing, but other times he takes bases so fast, like versus Reborn, he kept taking bases. versus what I did, I think it would have been best if he stayed on two base and just pumped out um, Colossus while force fielding his natural. But in the start, I actually picked off two observers, and that was
Yeah,
for me.
that was really
Yeah,
big.
so that kept him at bay, and he had to stay, try to between his natural and third, trying to defend. While meanwhile, I kept rallying more storm hosts. I don't know if you guys missed it on the because there was a lot going on. He kept harassing me, and
Yep.
also I had to send my queens and set my rallies and constantly rally my storm host to different directions to section out his
Yeah,
army.
yeah.
So
Swarm host defending against War Prism harassment, not always the
Oh, that's the
easiest.
worst.
and basically from then on, he lost his third, and my army value, I'm looking at it right now, it's just skyrocketed to double his.
Damn.
So, despite the fact I saw the end on stream that he had a hidden base
Mhm.
while waiting for the game, of course, and he just didn't really make any units that would have countered me. Like if he went for two Stargates, for example, to make Void Rays, that would have been really nice. So he just stuck on making ground units. He tried to run by, but I just rallied my Storm Host and I burrowed and unburrowed them like from my base to where I set up my siege containing thing. I had Swarm Host like along that line so they could like defend or they could rally to the center of the map for a flank. And meanwhile, the majority of my Storm Hosts were in the front doing the damage. So I killed his natural. He tried to harass, and then I shut that down. He killed my main with like a big chunk of his army, but I killed that. And I was down to 0 workers when I go.
Yeah.
Drone.
Yeah, I was wondering
And
if you
then
noticed that.
yeah, I noticed I had 0 minerals, and then I canceled, or
Yeah,
not
yeah.
enough to make a drone, so I had to cancel my natural, and then I went back to droning. I was actually scared he was going to kill all my drones in that attack, but I saved one, I think, which became the hatchery, and he canceled one. Yeah, okay, so that was that game. I was actually, despite having a bad opener again, able to turn out the win because I think he didn't react properly to it. He was playing the take more bases style, which is good versus like a macro play, but I was doing the two-base storm host, which is what I believe yesterday in the interview kept going on and on about.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, now I actually did it. So that was game three. And from this point on, I'm like, okay, I have a 3-game cushion. He's probably either Super Saiyan mode, because when he's about one game away from an elimination, he gets into that. Or he's actually just, like all my strats aren't working, even though I have a lead, so that must, not be good for him, for his morale. And in the last game, I drone scouted because I wanted to steal his hatchery if he went for a gateway expand just to throw him off. But I saw it was a forge, so I knew he would try to cannon rush again. So I just put down my pool and faked like proxy hatching. I don't know, just make him or not angry, make him like not feel
Filter.
totally comfortable. Yeah. And then I went back home with that drone. I took my third, just played it as normal. I actually almost killed a pylon with 2 lings. That was funny. Maybe I
Yeah.
should have done that sooner.
That was crazy, yeah.
I
did it
sacked my
pretty nice.
overlord, yeah, and saw a robotics base. So that means when my lair's done, I have to put a spire and get a few corruptors, which is exactly what I did. And the roach with the corruptor just beats what he did. So luckily for me, that overlord was able to see the robotics bay. Maybe if he put it behind his mineral line, it would have stalled long enough where I had to make an overseer to check everything. But no, that wasn't the case. Saw the robotics bay, made my spire, made the roaches. His army was actually pretty small because that kind of Colossus, like 2 Immortal to Colossus attack is really good when people go like straight to Hydras or on a map that's really small and choky. He actually went around to my natural, tried to kill the rocks, I think, and used that to force field, but I was maxed, I think. And actually shut down his Warp Prism harass too, because on ladder when I streamed a few times in the last week, some people did that and it did way too much damage and their follow-up just killed me. So I remember this time I had to just don't get Hydras and just get the roaches out, defend the harass, and then max out on the Roach Corruptor. So that would seal the deal, I guess, because just crush his attack. You said the hype is real. That's funny. And that was it. Yeah, that was game 4.
Yeah, man, it was an absolutely sick series, and I mean, congratulations, you are basically the winner of the tournament now, and that does mean that you are going to be awarded that 1,000 and I was gonna say $1,050 prize, but now it's actually up to $1,075 because people are actually donating. By the way, guys, if you want to continue to donate, I'm going to leave the prize pool open for another like couple of days. I'll probably do like the full payouts to the players on Friday or something like that of this next coming week. So if you want to continue to donate, please consider hitting that button down below, the Breakout Invitational button, and you will donate to the prize pool. You'll basically be giving money to Hendry, Siphon, all the other players that have played, Reborn, EJK, SWS, Kraos, Fog, and Believe. I almost called him Naya. But yeah, and Hendrils, I've got to ask you also, man, what do you plan to do with the money that you just won?
Usually just with any money I get, I save it for tuition because I need that, and send some to my grandma because she's sick and needs surgery fees covered. So I do what I can to help. And that's about it.
Guy Henry.
Wow.
Yeah. You were saying that on your stream, I believe, too. Yeah.
That's actually really, really awesome. And Henry, one last question. Do you feel like you're getting closer to breaking out of the North American scene?
Um, yeah, I think so. Like recently, I've just been playing so well. After pinpointing my mistakes, because it's really painful to think back to the times I lost in tournaments. Like, mostly in local ones, it would be to Masa where I wasn't ready for his tricks. I don't think I still am because he's really good in the early game with micro and everything.
Yeah.
But other tournaments, such as losing 2 IEM qualifiers in the qualifying round to QXC, so he went to 2 IEMs over me because of that. And that was me being really dumb in ZVT, and I, of course, focused really hard on ZVT to bring it up. And also other tournaments, like losing a Desro and LAN ETS, because I was also being dumb, and then I focused on that. And most importantly of all, WCS 2012 Canada, I lost to Dime in the first round, 1-2. He's a Protoss player from like the West Coast, and I lost to Tubby the Fat in the losers. But I beat like Slush and Rise. But the losing to Protoss at that time, Protoss was my worst matchup, as you can see from my tournament run there. So that prevents me from getting into the WCS NA and also into when the WCS, like Region Lock at WCS came out. So I didn't get a seed, but some people did who finished high in that WCS. So all that prevented me from getting into WCS for a long time, until this season actually. Because in all the qualifiers I played, I ran into Koreans like Hack or Tassadar. There's lots of Koreans. And yeah, so I was really, really upset, or not like gonna jump off a cliff upset, but
I hope not.
but just like I'm just thinking, if I want to play these tournaments, I don't want to go to where it matters and then fail. I would rather like lose first round or something. Though it is valuable experience, and that's what's brought me to a higher level of play that I'm doing today. Because recently I've been beating a few Koreans and doing well in these NA tournaments. So hopefully I want to continue this trend and just focus on playing some more. Not playing some more, planning some more, like how I'm going to improve and studying my opponents. Because studying your opponents is a really big part of playing if you know who you're going to play. And at the same time, I'm a little worried for MLG because it's an open bracket. And that's the kind of. And now I feel I'm not good at that because when I was starting out and playing tournaments, I was the guy who people didn't know. So I can do a lot of things to like get wins. But now if people can look up how I play, and I don't know them, then just the tables have turned. So it's a little worrisome, but I have to practice hard for that. And yeah, that's about it. Yeah, okay.
I have a lot of faith in you. You've shown some really, really fantastic games and a lot of improvement in the past just month or so with all the achievements you've been able to get. But thank you so much, Hendrils. One final shout out. Where can people catch you at?
I'm actually streaming regularly now. You can find me on twitch.tv/Hendrils with an underscore. I try to commentate a lot in my games and talk to the people in the chat. So if that's what you're into and you're a Zerg player, then you're in luck. Otherwise, you can find me on facebook.com/Hendrils. I don't really use that, but I do check it. So if you have any questions, just any social media or Twitter at @co_Hendrils. And also at Complexity Gaming if you like, or at Complexity Live if you want to check out my team. It's pretty good. Yeah.
You guys, be sure to check out Complexity Gaming's Hendrils and, of course, also the other participants in the Breakout Invitational. They've all played some really, really awesome games, but Hendrils, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you go enjoy and, throw up your imaginary, money that is actually electronic right now, but and it'll soon be in your hands.
Yeah,
but guys,
Sir Scoots.
Yeah.
Of course, but guys, if you want to give Hendril some more fake money to throw up in the air until he receives the real money, please again hit that button down below. That'll increase the prize pool. All you have to do is click that big logo that says Breakout Invitational. It'll send you the PayPal, and you can donate as much as you want, even if it's 20 cents, $5, $10, whatever. I know we even had some really amazing people who've donated even more. Every little bit is appreciated. Angeles, I'll let you again take off. Unless you want to, actually, I'll leave it up to you. Do you want to stick around for all the other stuff like the giveaways and everything, or or if you want to, you can go.
Do you need me to, or?
No, no, you're totally
Okay.
free to go. You're
Then
totally
I'll go make some food because I've been starving.
Sounds good, man. Congratulations again, and I hope to see you more in the future.
Yeah, thank you very much for hosting this tournament, though.
Oh yeah.
So, I know all that hard work and effort you've been putting into it. So I want you to know. I want you to know that myself and a lot of other people are really appreciative of that, and hopefully we can see more in the future. So, all the players like in this tournament, I feel are rising players in the NA scene. So soon enough, I think any one of them could just go on a good tournament run, maybe like myself, and then just getting that recognition, the breaking out and everything. So yeah, thanks very much.
Right.
All right, take it easy, Henry.
You take care, man.
All right. Tempo.
Hey.
It's been a long day. It's been a long weekend.
It has been, man. Oh, I think my voice is finally starting to. I heard it a little bit earlier, but
I feel
got a
good,
little
man.
bit of to it, but it's relative. It's pretty good.
All right, Tempo. We're gonna do a couple of final shout-outs. First of all, we have the giveaways for Azzy's plushies. So I want normally actually this is the time where I would ask my co-caster to kill time by talking about the next day's stuff, but there is no next day's
There's
stuff.
no next day,
So Tempo,
right?
I'm gonna let you do your shout-outs while I look up to see who is going to be the winner, the two winners actually of Azzy's unique plushies, because I actually only heard back from one of the people who won.
All right. Well, I got to give a big old thank you, of course, Fear Dragon, for having me on. Being able to cast today was great. Of course, to Rifkin, who was co-casting, I believe, the other days. And, shout out to my team, IVD Gaming, of course, and our sponsors. We got MSI, I believe CM Storm, and Natverk Technic. If you guys want to follow me, guys, you can check me out on Twitter at Team Tempo. It's right here. I think Fear Dragon actually put it there. So at Team Tempo is where you can find me on Twitter. And if you want to check out my stream, you can go to twitch.tv/tempo with the 0_SC, where I stream a lot of StarCraft 2, and sometimes I get drunk and play Diablo. So if you want to check that out, it's obviously a good time. But gotta give a shout out, of course, to Curran, because he is the one who's literally the silent assassin, man. He's absolutely making everything happen behind the scenes. And you don't hear him, but all the obsing that you see in the production and whatnot, like this, of course, with the interview and whatnot, he's handling all that. So if you guys don't know who Curran is, that's the dude that you've been checking out. And he is on Twitter at Curran TV. And yeah, definitely give that man a shout out. The savior of NA esports in combination with Fear Dragon, making it happen, man. And it's really awesome. Like you heard it from Hendrillist, how grateful he was. And a lot of the players, I feel, are probably the same way too. So definitely thank y'all for making this an actual event that goes on and got a really nice viewing as well, and seeing everybody come out to support it too. So thank you. And last but not least, of course, I got to give a shout out to Mama Tempo. Mama Tempo, always getting that shout out because she's my mom and whatnot. So definitely shout out.
All right. And with that all being said, thank you again so much, Tempo. It has been an absolute delight to have you on. You, Nanman, Rifkin have all been amazingly fantastic.
Nanman, yep.
Nanman.
Can't forget about Nanman.
He is an awesome guy, but like you guys have all been amazingly fantastic. You've helped me so much through this, and especially in those points. Oh my God, during some of those ZVZs, man, I get so lost. Even the ZVTs, you guys
yeah.
helped guide me through that stuff, and I am so appreciative that you guys are amazing casters. I hope that you guys all decide to check out Nanman, the real Nanman, Riff Kings over at Base Trade TV, and of course Tempo at Team Tempo, and of course I think just Tempo SC with a 0 in your Twitch stream.
For Twitch, yeah.
But guys, we do actually know who the winners of the Azzy's unique plushie is going to be. At least one of the winners. The first winner is going to be Josh Ryer, who is at Sublux9. He's actually in. Well, yeah, he's actually
Sublux.
Yeah,
What?
I actually had to go through a couple of people.
What a boss.
Because some of them weren't following the player, some of them weren't following me, so I can't direct message them. But Sublix, I will be direct messaging you about you winning your plushie, and all you have to do that.
We
And
gotta
of
give a big
course,
blow on the windwheel, man. Congratulations.
right? And the second winner is actually Darby Burbridge. So Darby Burbridge, congratulations on Azzy's Unique Plushie. You were the third winner for Azzy's Unique Plushie. So I'm gonna be getting back to both of you guys, and I'm gonna be entirely honest. I'm gonna send you a direct message at the exact same time, and whoever responds first with who wants the Zergling or the Zealot, or sorry, not the Zealot, the Zergling or the Marine first, you will get the your first choice. Hopefully you guys will just ask for different ones, but that's how I'm going to decide it. It's going to be first come, first serve for that. So congratulations to you guys. And I think Clarity Games Pooh was the other winner of the Stalker from yesterday. And guys, it has been so much an amazing experience to have everyone here. Again, I want to give an enormous thank you to Current TV. Current TV is the observer. All the production that you guys have been complimenting, the team Liquid there in the chat, everything. This is all thanks to Current TV and Cybert for making a lot of those video intros, the trailers, and everything. And I also want to give
Imba.
Yeah, GoImba.com has been amazing. They donated a bunch of money, $100 to the prize pool for Breaking Out, and it has been absurd because we've actually hit that same point that we hit last season. We've hit the $2,154 mark and matched season 1, which is just absurd to me. It blows my mind that people are so willing to be so helpful to a lot of these up-and-coming and aspiring North American players. I do want to give a shout out to all the people who did actually donate. And I will actually be updating the Team Liquid thread list. But the donators so far have been Filthy Rake, Boomerang SC, Donit Jiggy, Donit Jiggy. Oh my God, your name is really hard to say. Kale Christensen, Patrick Quist, the real Nan Man, Go Imba, Crime Endorsement. And of course, those are all the people that are currently listening to Team Liquid. We've had some more recent donators. Going actually all the way to, let's see, we had Miles Thiele's, Patrick Quist again, I believe, like a second time. We had Go Imba donating the final bit of the prize pool, and Patrick Glanville. Sorry guys, I'm terrible at pronouncing names, but thank you all so much. You guys have been amazing. And I mean, GoImba should be announcing all of the Steam gift card giveaways. I want to give a huge thank you again to them. And I think that's it. I think that's actually it, Tempo. I think we're finishing up.
Yeah, man. About to wrap it up. Wow.
The final thing I'll say is, guys, it's been an absolute pleasure to host Breaking Out Invitational Season 2, as well as also the show Breaking Out. If you guys didn't actually know that, there's actually a show that normally precedes the tournament where you can actually learn about these players before they play in the tournament. There's an hour-long interview. We watch all the games that these players feel best represents their playstyle. We actually sit down and play arcade games. Tempo joins me most of the time for that.
Yep.
As well as Korean TV and a bunch of others. Rifkin occasionally joins in. Ryan Shooter, maker of Pure CTF, the arcade game that we usually default to. But yeah, so be sure to tune in for that. And if you actually want notifications about when we go live with that, hit follow on the channel, because I will tell you, unless I get hit by a car tomorrow, I'm planning to do a season 3. I'm planning to do a season 4. I'm planning to do a season 5. This is planning to keep going. My goal is to be more active. I'm going to overshoot day 9 in how many dailies he's done. Eventually, I will make it there. It's going to take some catching up. I got some catching up. But guys, follow the channel, and you can also catch all the VODs over at youtube.com/FearDragon64. That is going to be it. I'm not going to bother you guys anymore. Please enjoy the remainder of your Sundays. And if you're in Europe, I'm amazed that you guys are still awake at this point. You guys are amazing for staying up, and enjoy the rest of your Monday. Yeah. Have a wonderful night, guys. Congratulations to all the players, and be sure to check out more the Breaking Out players in the North American scene at MLG Anaheim, etc. Take care, guys.
Whoa.